From Pocono International Raceway in Pocono, Pennsylvania, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company with coverage of the Pocono USAC Music 500. Host for today's broadcast is Barney Hall.
Well, hello, everyone, from Pocono, Pennsylvania, under cloudy skies here this afternoon for the Music 500. The IndyCars will be coming out shortly, getting ready for their start here this afternoon in what is the second in the Triple Crown for the Indianapolis racers. And the field here is 25 cars strong. We'll be starting this afternoon at 1 o'clock on Pocono International Raceway. This is a 2.5-mile facility that's totally unique in racing. 3 distinct turns, each with its own personality. And we'll be talking about those turns as the afternoon goes by. One of the most difficult tracks to set up for any type of racing, whether it's the Indy-type cars, the Champ cars, stock cars, or whatever. But it's a challenge for the drivers and crews, and it's a plus of excitement and competition for the fans. Working in the booth with me this afternoon will be Mike Joy. And, Mike, what do you look for in this race?
It's been an exciting week, Barney Hall, working up to the Music 500. In qualifying, the front row was decided by a mere 1/100th of a second, and there were a few surprises in qualifying as well. And if qualifying is any indication of what kind of race it's going to be a very exciting afternoon here at Pocono.
Well, just 1/100th of a second did separate the qualifying speed of pole winner A.J. Foyt and the second quick speed of Danny Ongais as they qualified for today's Music 500 at Pocono. Foyt's performance marked the 48th time that he started on the pole in a championship racing career that goes back almost 23 years. It's been A.J.'s year here in 1979. He's finished every race he started, including his third-place run in the Daytona 500 for the Winston Cup title down there. He won the season opener in Ontario, and he won again in his next outing at College Station, Texas. And he was just a tick of the clock behind in the 1979 Indy 500. And last week, of course, he won at Milwaukee, so he's picked up 3 victories already this year. And if that isn't enough, he started on the pole 3 times in the Champ Car division this year, and each time he has started on the pole, he has won the race.
Danny Ongais will be a strong threat this afternoon, though. His Interscope Panasonic Parnelli Cosworth machine, only 1/100th of a second off in qualifying, and he held down the pole position for most of Thursday afternoon's qualifying session. So it should be quite a battle between these two great giants, the veteran Foyt and the up-and-coming Danny Ongais, with contrasting driving styles, but they're both hard charges, and it should make for a great race this afternoon.
Ongais undoubtedly is the most exciting race driver to come on the scene in any type of racing in a great number of years. He thrills the crowd, and he frequently thrills the competitors on the speedway in some of his daring moves in the corner, in the straightaways, wherever he sees an opening. If he can get to the front, that is the only place he is content to run. And generating a lot of attention here at Pocono all week has been Janet Guthrie's qualifying run that put her in 4th starting spot on the grid. She qualified at over 179.051 miles an hour. So the field looks like a good one this afternoon, and there's a rookie in today's field that's expected to be up front if his equipment doesn't give problems, and that's Howdy Holmes. He ran awfully strong at Indy, and he's posted a 7th starting spot in the field today, and we'll be taking a look at the starting lineup here momentarily. The purse for today's race, $323,525. The winner will collect a little over $76,000, and there's $5,000 going to the driver who leads the most laps in today's race. You may have heard some car noise in the background a moment ago when we first came on the air. The mini Indy cars have a short event here that will precede, of course, the Music 500 this afternoon for the Champ cars as they continue to line up on pit road, and very shortly they should be lining up and getting out onto the speedway. Covering the action here for us this afternoon in the pits is Ned Jarrett.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Everybody is about set here for the start of this Music 500. This is somewhat of a new experience for me, Barney Hall. Most of our experience having been in the NASCAR Winston Cup Grand National Series, but it's very interesting to see the difference in the concept of these automobiles and, of course, the amount of fuel that they carry, which is 40 gallons. They don't get a little less than 2 miles to the gallon of fuel, so that means that they'll be going somewhere around 28 to 32 laps between fuel stops. But they don't use nearly as many tires as the Grand National cars do, so it'll be interesting to see there. They change tires differently also. They only have 1 nut that they take off, whereas on the stock cars there's 5 lug nuts on there. So we'll try to keep you posted on what is going on and the various strategies that is employed here in the pits today.
This type of racing is completely different, as Ned Jarrett just pointed out, down in the pits and in their strategy and pit stops, their fuel stops. Fuel is a critical point with these cars. The carburation on these cars, very delicate. It changes very much according to temperature and humidity in the air, such the same as the NASCAR type racing does, but even more critical on these particular cars. Well, Mike Joy, let's take a look at the starting lineup very quickly. We'll run up through part of the field at least. Starting back in 25th position in car number 58 will be Eldon Rasmussen. He's from Indianapolis, Indiana, the Rascar Chevrolet-powered machine. Starting in 24th position, Jerry Sneva from Spokane, Washington, in the Shade Tree Smock Eagle Offie. Starting 23rd is Jerry Carl. He will be driving the Tonco Trailer McLaren Offie, and behind him will come Tony Bettenhausen of Texas in the Tilton Corporation Eagle Chevy.
In row number 7, Bob Harkey will bring to the grid the Volstead Enterprises. Volstead, that's got an AMC stock block engine in that machine. He will start 21st. In 20th position will be Al LaQuesto, driving the American rust-proofing M&M McLaren Offenhauser. In 19th position will become Bill Vukovich, the leader card racers Watson Offenhauser, one of the 4-cylinder machines that predominate the field here. In 18th position, Frank Weiss, car number 50. That will be a McLaren Offenhauser, the First National Bank of Peru special. Starting 17th, George Snyder in the Lindsey Hopkins Racing Lightning Drake's Goose and Sparks. That's the DGS 4-cylinder turbo engine, a derivative of the Offenhauser. And starting 16th will be Dana Carter in the Mollymate McLaren Offenhauser.
Starting in 15th position, driving car number 97 is Phil Threshy. He's a California driver in the Guffey Brothers Crane Offie-powered machine. Starting 14th, Dick Simon, a California driver who makes just about all the champ car races around the nation in the Volstead Enterprises Offie. Starting in 13th position will be Jim McElreath. He's from Texas in the McElreath Racing Eagle Offie. Starting in 12th position, driving car number 98 today, Gary Bettenhausen. He's from Indianapolis, Indiana, in the Obendorfer Chevrolet-powered car. Starting 11th in car number 29, Cliff Husel, a Canadian driver, will tee off this afternoon in the Husel Racing McLaren Offie. And starting in 10th position, Roger McCluskey will be starting the Armstrong Mole Lola Cosworth.
9th on the grid, Sheldon Kinzer in the Genesee Beer Wagon. That's a Watson Offenhauser. Starting 8th will be John Martin, the Scientific Drilling Controls McLaren Offie. 7th will be the rookie driver, Howdy Holmes, in the Armstrong Mold Wildcat DGS. In 6th position, Lightning Larry Dixon, many-time USAC Sprint Car champ in the RP Racing Penske Cosworth. 5th on the grid will be Tom Bigelow, the Armstrong Mold Lola Cosworth. And starting 4th, an impressive qualifying run for Janet Guthrie in the Texaco Star Lola Cosworth. And Barney Hall, we have an impressive front row for this afternoon's race.
Well, let's get to Janet Guthrie very quickly. She did make the field in 4th starting position, and she's very proud of that qualifying run here this afternoon in the Texaco Star. And we had a chance to talk with her yesterday, and we asked her just how happy she was about the qualifying.
Well, I'm certainly very pleased, but it's just like I said at Indianapolis, this year's Texaco Star is the best equipment and the best crew that I've ever had, and I think you're seeing the results of it here.
Starting in the 4th position this afternoon, Janet Guthrie from New York City in the Texaco Star, qualifying at just under 180 miles an hour. Starting 3rd in the field in car number 15 will be Johnny Parsons of Indianapolis, Indiana, the Hopkins Racing Lightning-powered Offie. And in the center, Danny Ongaias from Costa Mesa, California, starts from position number 2 in the Interscope Panasonic Parnelli Cosworth. And what a qualifying run for this gentleman. He felt like he would win the pole, but such was not to be because A.J. Foyt of Houston, Texas, planked his machine solidly on the pole, the Gilmore Racing Team Parnelli Cosworth. Foyt, who we talked about a moment ago, has had one whale of a year, and I asked him about that.
We really have, Barney. Things seem to be going real good. Things are working good. You know, even the only time I've been at Daytona, this year we ran fairly well there, and we're going to be back there the 4th.
So A.J. Foyt, who starts on the pole here today, and in addition to this race, he's looking forward to getting back to Daytona. A.J. Foyt, they have pulled his car onto pit road. The crew has been working on it out there all afternoon, getting him ready. Yesterday, there was a little concern in the garage area. There were some oil pressure fluctuations in the engine. They ran it in, and the report we had, we might have Ned Jarrett, if possible, to check on that. On Friday afternoon, the oil pressure began to fluctuate. It did so again as they made some engine and carburation tests yesterday afternoon in the garage area. And that could be a problem on that car unless they solved it.
Barney, I did check with A.J. this morning, and he mentioned those problems, that he felt that they had them corrected. Of course, he'll have some anxious moments, and I'm sure the first few laps looking at that oil pressure gauge to be sure that it is stable.
It's time now for Grandstand Commentary with the editor of National Speed Sport News, Chris Economaki. Grandstand Commentary is brought to you by Goody's Headache Powder. More people are switching to Goodies because Goodies cost less. And by 2020 eye drops, the only eye drops guaranteed to remove redness. For today's Thoughts from the Grandstand, here's the Dean of American Motorsports Broadcasters, Chris Economaki.
Followers of auto racing know there's trouble in IndyCar racing, the kind on tap at Pocono today. But few know the reasons for the bitter contretemps that has split the open cockpit racing community into two warring factions. For an inner look at the biggest problem racing has faced since World War II, stay tuned.
It's funny how sometimes it just takes a while for a good idea to get into some people's heads. Take headache powders. There are 3 top brands you can spend your money on. Yet every day, more and more people are switching to just one. Goodies headache powders. Because you can't buy a faster, more effective powder than Goodies at any price. Yet Goodies cost less. Just read the label and see why more and more people are getting it into their heads. Goodies cost less. And what a welcome relief that is.
We're here trackside with David Pearson. And David, this smoke and dust is murder on your eyes.
If you think it's bad here, you ought to be out on the track. My eyes are really burning. There's only one way I know to stop that. 20/20 eye drops. It gets the irritation out of your eyes quick as a wink.
Folks, it's soothing 20/20 eye drops for the man who's got to keep his eye on the road. So read the label. And if you're not fully satisfied, just return the bottle, because 20/20's the only eye drops with a money-back guarantee.
The historic and continuing paradox in auto racing is the one about prize money. Traditionally, promoters say it's too high, and the contestants say it's too low. That congenital dispute, coupled with the view on the part of business-oriented car owners that the escalating costs of racing, that in some cases they themselves perpetuate by placing exorbitant prices on their handiwork, are not being met by those responsible for arranging television deals, series sponsorships, and public relations packages designed to extol the grand and glorious sport of IndyCar racing. On the other hand, the old guard, the United States Auto Club, burdened by a stodgy 21-man board of directors, which contends it is representing all facets of racing's makeup, from the mechanic through the owner, driver, and track owner, sometimes has trouble seeing the grandstand for the pit road. The cumbersome nature of the USAC board was a major point in the formation of a breakaway group, Championship Auto Racing Teams, an organization conspicuous by its absence from Pocono Raceway this weekend, with one exception, middle front row starter Danny Ongayas. Another area of disagreement are the rules, as they are known, engine specifications that dictate speed and reliability of the expensive cars. USAC has reduced horsepower this year for the stated reason that it wants racing to be slower, safer, more competitive, and at the same time allow cars powered by the Detroit-made engines to have a fighting chance versus the specials. CART, on the other hand, wants more power and speed, contending it makes for better racing, more in keeping with the ultimate motorsports image it wishes to convey to sponsors, the press, and the public. But there are those who say CART's desire for more power, engine and political, stems from the fact that the half-dozen directors of the club own the best cars and wish to perpetuate their presence in victory lane. Hence, a crippling disadvantage to four-cylinder Offie and stock block cars in the CART League. The season is now 7 races old, today's being number 8. Rather than make racing better, the split has, unfortunately, made it worse. The most notable result of the split, besides short fields, is a sharp decline in spectator attendance and the drop in the number of races shown on television. The hard-headed stance by those in power on both sides leads this observer to say that when it's all over, the winner, if there is one, will have no spoils of war to take home. It's time for some cold, hard bargaining and for some common sense to prevail for the good of the sport. This is Chris Economaki reporting.
Grandstand commentary has been brought to you by Goodies Headache Powder. More people are switching to Goodies because Goodies cost less. And by 2020 eye drops, the only eye drops guaranteed to remove redness. The opinions expressed on Grandstand commentary are those of Chris Economaki, and not necessarily those of the Motor Racing Network, International Speedway Corporation, or this radio station.
Well, here at Pocono International Raceway, the drivers are being called out onto pit road at this time for driver introduction as the crowd continues to pour into the grandstand here at Pocono this afternoon. It is overcast, as we brought out to you when we first came on the air, but the temperature is a big factor here today. It must be in the 50s. It's very cold, 43 degrees in the Poconos this morning, about daybreak. So the temperature is going to be down extremely cool all afternoon. And that could make a big difference in the performance of these cars. As we told you earlier, the carburation on these machines extremely critical, and as the temperature should fluctuate either up or down as much as 5 degrees. We talked to some of the mechanics on the machines yesterday. It makes a big difference in their performance on the speedway.
We've just gotten word from USAC Timing and Scoring, Barney, that the start of the race is expected to go on schedule, but the drivers will be taking a substantial number of warm-up laps, even as much as twice as many as normal, to get these cars up to operating temperatures in the cold weather here today.
Let's switch back down to the garage area and check in with Ned Jarrett again for a little explanation on the amount of fuel these cars are allowed to run a race. Unlike Grand National Racing, which many of our listeners throughout the South this afternoon are carrying our broadcast of the Champ cars, where they can run any amount of fuel they need to get through the race, here they are allowed just a specific amount. Let's check in with Ned Jarrett.
And they have all of that on pit road, Barney, in good-sized tanks. They're permitted 285 gallons per car. Now, that figures out to 1.8 miles per gallon. Most of them have the cars set up to where they get a little better gas mileage than that, perhaps as much as 2 miles to the gallon. But the fact that it is cool here today will cause them to use more fuel, and it could become a critical situation towards the end of the race. Now, they are required to run a certain boost, which is 50 pounds per cubic inch, and that is regulated by the United States Auto Club officials. In fact, the gadget, I'll say, that it's a valve, really, that governs that is kept under USAC control until just before the cars are permitted to go out on pit road, and then they are sealed, and so all of them have it set just exactly like it's supposed to be. And then, of course, after the race, they check the first 8 cars at least to see if the gauge has been tampered with. So they have pretty close control over it, and although they can do various things as far as the fuel usage is concerned, but not as far as the boost is concerned.
We'll keep abreast of that situation as it develops throughout the afternoon on fuel, strategy on pit stops, what they try to stretch it. A lot of times, some of the races we have done at Michigan International Speedway, particularly in the Norton 200 up there, we have seen some of the crews overestimate the distance the driver could go, and it has cost them a victory up there several times, Mike Joy, by trying to stretch the fuel mileage.
It's added another dimension to racing, too, Barney, where you've got to be concerned not only with the other drivers on the racetrack, but just how much you can push your own car. Now, some of the drivers, before they adopted this mandatory limit on the boost, would have a switch where they could bump the boost up if they had a little more fuel left in their tanks at the end of the race, and it's an ongoing calculation, and the fuel indicators, the gauges on these tanks along pit road, are very closely guarded, and it's a lot of science and black magic as to how much fuel has been used and how much is left and how you plan to run the race the rest of the afternoon.
Well, Jerry Sneva, one of the drivers who's starting in the back of the pack, we had a chance to talk with him, and you asked him yesterday how he planned his gas mileage for today's race.
Well, most guys figure a little bit on the short side and hope for, there'll be some yellows and stuff. If it went all green, I'm sure there's going to be some teams in trouble fuel mileage, but usually there is a lot of breakage problem with the cars falling out, which makes more yellows, so you can cheat a little bit and run a little more hard with the fuel mileage and at the start, and just have to play it by ear. If you're looking low towards the end, you're just going to have to cut back the boost and slow down a little bit.
Well, the crews have now pulled their cars onto the grid as they line them up 3 abreast. Very shortly, they'll be pulling onto the speedway. Temperature extremely cool here this afternoon, and to find out just how cool it is and give you a description of this 2.5-mile racetrack, let's take a swing around and check in with our turn announcers. First down to turn 1 and Eli Gold.
Well, Barney, certainly the comfortable temperature of your booth topside with Mike Joy does not compare to the biting cold here in Pocono. Of course, this racetrack is nestled in the rolling plush greenery of Pennsylvania's Pocono Mountains, but it does lend to some unpredictable weather. The wind, a very, very strong buffet blowing right across the speedway, a triangular shape, so it blows from turn number 3 across to us here in turn number 1. Turn number 1, of course, as we've already said, different from turns 2 and turn number 3. Turn 1 is the most severe bank turn, but 16 degrees. 3,055 foot long, the Long Pond straightaway. It's on the exit of turn number 1. Of course, the wind buffeting, it might be a factor when we look ahead to July the 29th when the Grand National crew is here for the Coca-Cola 500. It's not going to be as much of a factor here this afternoon. Of course, these cars are slick. They're so low down to the racing surface, and they're not the extensive surface area for which the wind to buffet. So the effect won't be as severe as one might ordinarily think. But again, the biting cold is certainly going to be a factor in the open cockpit cars as these cars cut their way through the turn. But again, this racetrack always lends itself to somewhat of an unpredictability because of the difference in banking around the turns. Here it is 16 degrees worth of banking, and we're looking for quite an afternoon. They're going to take the low groove around the turn, take the high side into the turn, then dive down low. They'll take the short way around and then head it down the Long Pond straightaway. Back upstairs.
So the temperature is extremely cool here this afternoon, and you heard the report earlier that they will probably take several warm-up laps to get the cars, everything, the grease and the transmissions, and of course the engines completely warm before they cut them loose in the Music 500. Turn number 2 is a unique turn here at Pocono. It's called the tunnel turn. The Long Pond straightaway leads the cars into that. And a few years ago, they had a great deal of difficulty getting in there in any type of racing. There was kind of a hump or a bump as the cars went in there that could shake them loose, make them push toward the wall. That has been corrected. And for an update on how that turn should work today, let's go to Dave Sutherland.
Well, as if the temperature and the wind weren't enough, they still have the tunnel turn to contend with. Yes, they have put in a new asphalt strip through the second turn so that the bump that's been here in years past, it's caused problems for many drivers, is not as pronounced. But in watching the mini Indy cars come through the turn, if they take the turn very low as they exit down toward the apron, there will be a little bit of a pronounced bounce to the back end of the cars as they leave the turn. So someone who's really on it coming through this turn is going to expect to find himself perhaps getting out of shape, particularly where the cool temperatures on the cooler track may not allow him to stick just as well as he'd like to.
With the temperature being cool also, they're going to run a little bit quicker here than they did in practice and qualifying because the tires will stick to the racing surface a little bit better. As they leave turn number 2 and swing into turn number 3, that also is a very critical turn here at Pocono International Raceway. You can get in there. It's deceiving. It looks very gentle to get into the turn, but as you get right in the apex of it, it bends sharply and changes a complete 180 degree of direction. Bob Jenkins will be covering the action for Motor Racing Network there this afternoon.
And it's nice to be with you for the Music 500 here this afternoon. As the other members of the crew have observed, it is extremely chilly here in the third turn. Wind is quite gusty. There's virtually no sunshine. We are in an enclosed tower, however, and are out of the wind somewhat. My vantage point is from the middle of this third turn, which is 800 feet in radius and is banked at 6 degrees. I'll be picking up the cars as they scream down the North Short Straightaway, which measures 1,780 feet. We look forward to a great, fast, and safe Music 500 here at Pocono. We'll be watching several things. One of the things we'll be watching is the performance of the stock block engines. The United States Auto Club has taken action in the past year to make the stock block engines more competitive with the more sophisticated engines, the Cosworths and the Offenhausers. Gary Bentonhausen is qualified at 173 miles an hour in a stock block compared to Foyt's 182. But the endurance of the stock block engine could be one thing that we'll be watching here this afternoon. Back to you in the tower.
Well, on the grid, they have now pulled out most of the cars, lined them 3 abreast, and very shortly they will be clearing pit road, I'm certain, and they will give the command to fire engines. And 25 cars, the champ cars, will be pulling out of the speedway for the Music 500 here at Pocono, Pennsylvania. Again, it is overcast this afternoon. There was no prediction of rain from the weather people earlier this morning, except for maybe just an isolated shower. Although, Mike Joy, the many times that we've been here for the stock cars, as Eli Gold brought out a moment ago, it is an unpredictable area for weather.
A vast range of weather we've seen here, Barney, in the last couple of years. Last July was blazing hot, and 2 years ago we were here in weather just like this. It's very unpredictable and varies greatly from day to day. Last Wednesday afternoon, during warm-ups and qualifications, it was extremely warm. It was summertime weather, and the cold has just kind of rolled in on the overcast, has prevented the sun from shining for all but about a minute or two here this afternoon. Let's try to establish for you some of the differences between these Indianapolis championship-type cars and the Grand National machines that are more familiar to our Motor Racing Network listeners. These champ cars, of course, weigh about half as much as a 3,700-pound Grand National stock car. The wheels are exposed, and that takes a certain amount of caution in driving style to get up alongside another competitor and slip a wheel inside his wheelbase takes a certain amount of daring and an awful lot of confidence and trust in the other drivers. A stock car, the handling can be adjusted by jacking weight from one corner to another on pit stops. On these cars, weight is controlled and handling is controlled by two methods. One is tire stagger, which is also important on the stock cars. That's the difference in radius between the right side or outside tires and the left or inside tires. The wings on these cars, the dive planes in the front and a huge rear wing across the back, it's some 3 feet across, and it's a complex wing in 2 stages with big, wide side planes. Has an awful lot to do with the handling of the car. Several of the drivers in today's field, notably A.J. Foyt and Janet Guthrie, have considerable experience in both the Champ cars and the Winston Cup Grand National machinery. We talked to Janet yesterday and asked her what was the primary difference to a driver between a Champ car and a stock car that weighed twice as much.
Well, one of the differences is that Champ cars are much more precise, and that's why I'm concerned about the roughness of the track here, because normally you eyeball a turn and you turn the steering wheel a certain amount, not very much, and you don't mess around with it much after that in a championship car. Very, very precision style of driving. A stock car on this track or any other track, you're chasing all the time because the suspension and the steering mechanisms and so on are so much more primitive than in a championship car. So driving a stock car is more physically taxing. You're bouncing, thrashing, leaping around, trying to keep it all pointed down the road in the right direction. A Champ car more mentally fatiguing because of the precision required.
The voice of Janet Guthrie making the comparison between the Winston Cup Grand National stock cars and driving a Champ car. The wind will be a factor here this afternoon. As has been pointed out down in the corners, there is a fairly strong wind blowing on the racetrack. Temperature is extremely cool. It is overcast, but it's likely that we will not have any rain, and the race should go the distance this afternoon. Drivers have now reported their cars down on pit road, and it looks like very shortly they will be getting the command to fire engines, as most of them have climbed aboard the machines here at Pocono, Pennsylvania. On the pole this afternoon in the Music 500, A.J. Foyt. 3 times he's went to victory this year. He has started on the pole 3 times, and as we brought out earlier, Mike Joy, each time he has started on the pole, he has won from that position.
And he's also had a great record in winning this year on the USAC Championship Trail and looks to repeat as USAC champion once again. He seems to have mellowed a bit, Barney. He was very easygoing in the garage area. I know you talked to him at length yesterday, and he's been much more accessible to the press this year and just seems to have dropped the tough guy demeanor until he gets behind the wheel of that race car.
When he goes onto the speedway, he becomes the Incredible Hulk, as we have said about Buddy Baker, who drives so many stock cars. Completely changes personalities when he goes onto the racetrack. He will not give you an inch. He is as hard as nails, but so is Danny Ungaius. And that's the battle that everyone here is anticipating this afternoon as we're getting down to a start this afternoon in just a few minutes for the Music 500. Ungaius, as we said when he came on the scene, he drew more attention within a couple of races than most drivers had in 5 or 6 years of driving. He will give you a thrill. He'll give the fans a thrill. And a lot of times I've seen him give himself a thrill. At Michigan last year, he won a race up there, spun out, coming off the 4th corner, almost crashed into the wall. Car did all kinds of maneuvers. They put it on pit road, changed the tires. He went right back out and made up almost a half a lap under green by just sheer determination and taking some chances with the car, knowing his own ability, what he could do, and went on to win the race up at Michigan International Speedway. What he'll do here this afternoon, anybody's guess. He has never won at Pocono, but he said yesterday in the garage he felt like the car was ready, but he pushes his equipment probably as hard as any driver you will ever see. Let's go talk to Ned Jarrett about that for just a moment.
He is certainly a hard charger, Barney, and it'll be interesting to see what A.J. Foyt does. You know, you were talking about his style of driving, which is normally flat out, and he is one that likes to lead. But I talked with A.J. this morning, and he said if Ungaius wants to go too hard, said I just might let him go. But at that particular time, A.J. didn't realize that there was $5,000 for the driver who leads the most laps here today. And that could make a difference in his thinking and then just his natural style of wanting to go to the front. Well, it'll be interesting to see if he does let Ungaius lead and how far, if indeed he does let Ungaius lead, how far he would let him get away. And I suspect it would not be very far.
Well, a lot of times a driver will tell you that we're going to do this, we're going to run such and such a pace, and once they drop the green, all that goes right out the window, and they take off the other direction.
Early this year, Danny Ungaius teamed with his car owner Ted Field and veteran endurance driver Hurley Haywood to win the 24 Hours of Daytona, Winston GT, and International Championship World Challenge of Drivers sports car race. And that was a very uncharacteristic role for Ungaius, and it had a lot of the press thinking that perhaps this was a different driver. Perhaps he had toned down his style and learned to pace himself, as he did drive a very slow and well, not slow, but a carefully controlled race with Hurley Haywood and Ted Field to win that prestigious international event. But once the Champ Car circuit got going, it was the old Ungaias again. Foot to the floor, belly to the ground, and look out, here I come. That has tended to break up some machinery, and that could have a bearing on A.J. Foyt's strategy this afternoon.
Well, Ungaias has not been 100% healthy in recent weeks. He crashed, of course, at Indianapolis in qualifying and practice runs up there, but he says he is back to full bore here. Now, what he'll do this afternoon is anybody's guess, except if you were a betting man, you would certainly bet that he will push it to the floor and leave it there all afternoon. That is the only type of racing that he knows. Healthy purse this afternoon, again, over $300,000 up for grabs for these USAC Champ Car drivers here at Pocono International Raceway this afternoon. Crowd continues to come in, and it looks like the grandstand is going to fill extremely well before they get underway. Drivers are still being cinched up in their cars. We are waiting the command to fire engines down on the grid as they are lined up 3 abreast here this afternoon.
And Barney, as they get the drivers in the cars and get all the safety paraphernalia hooked up, it's interesting to see the difference in the safety equipment that these drivers wear as to those who run the stock cars. These fellows have more safety equipment on. They have a fireproof garment around their neck and parts of their face. Of course, that's exposed to the wind, for one thing. Their helmets are a little bit different, although some of the NASCAR drivers wear in fact, most of them wear the full face helmet, but these seem to have a little bit more of a full face than some of the NASCAR drivers. And, of course, they are fitted into these cars just like an astronaut. There is no room for moving around in there, and each car is molded to the driver's body, whoever is going to drive that particular car.
Well, very shortly they should be giving the command to fire engines. All the drivers are now cinched up in their machines. Talking about Foyt, he's a man who's done it all, not only in Champ cars, but anything that has wheels. A.J. has raced it. He started his career back in 1953. He has winnings of more than $2.5 million in just the Champ car area and over $3 million in winnings total for the USAC division. Well, a momentary delay in the start of the Music 500 here this afternoon at Pocono International Raceway. The USAC officials are now on the speedway and checking to make sure it is a green and clear track before they turn them loose here this afternoon.
Where NASCAR has its support divisions to the Grand Nationals, the Late Model Sportsmen, the Modifieds, and the Grand Americans, as does USAC have its own support group for the championship cars. It's called the Mini Indy Division, heavily supported by the Robert Bosch Corporation and by Volkswagen. Just a few moments ago, Tony Bettenhausen beat Dennis Firestone and Pete Halsmer in these 4-cylinder powered open-wheel machines in a very exciting 100-kilometer race. And we'll have the entire results of that Mini Indy race later on our Simonized World Racing scoreboard, along with racing results from around the Northeast, the Southeast, and actually around the world.
Let's go down to Eli Gold. Very critical, that number one corner here this afternoon, and particularly on the early laps in the race when they drop the green. These cars carrying a full load of fuel as they dart and dive into that number one corner to jockey for positions in the early laps. And let's go down to Eli Gold for what it'll be like in turn one.
You know, the situation here, Barney, is an interesting one. We've talked about the comparisons between these USAC Champ cars and the Winston Cup Grand National stockers. Another factor we've got to bring up is drafting. Of course, nose to tail for the Winston Cup Brigade is nothing out of the ordinary on any super speedway. But right here in Pocono, with the cars being as sleek and as streamlined as they are, you're not going to see the very, very tight nose to tail formation on the tight draft. It's going to be somewhat of a staggered effect, simply being when the cars are nose to tail, the front car cuts through the air, and the rest of the air, that vacuum that is formed, goes over the top of the cars that are running directly behind it. Hence, that downward thrust that has to be placed on the rear spoiler and give the car somewhat of an adhesion to the racetrack, that effect is lost. So we'll be seeing here in the turn some of the cars darting in and out, not so much to break the draft or even to pass a car in this turn, but trying to find themselves a way to hold tight to the racetrack, because they've got to have the down push on the rear side of the car, and that's an effect they won't have if they go nose to tail single file.
Engines have now been fired on pit road as 25 of the Champ cars fire, getting ready to pull onto the speedway very shortly. They'll be coming out, and the report is they will take several warm-up laps because the temperature is in the 50s here at Pocono this afternoon. It is windy and extremely cool for this event. Last year, it was an interesting race here at Pocono. Always some great competition for the champ cars when they come here. There were 8 caution flags in the race last year for a total of 67 laps. Average speed for the winner, Al Unser, just over 142 miles an hour, and they had 23 lead changes among 8 drivers. And now the field beginning to pull onto the speedway as the pace car leads them off down into turn number 1. And Mike Joy, it looks like all the cars are away.
All 25 cars have fired and are away, Barney. These cars do not have self-starters. They use battery-powered electric starting rigs. So if a car should stall out on the course, that will probably bring out a yellow flag unless he can get it to a safe position. The cars do have clutches and full gearboxes, as do the stock cars, so they are able to start under their own power, although they get a good push and assist from the mechanics. Pit road is just now being cleared of starting rigs and paraphernalia and will be set for a go.
Row number 1 again is A.J. Foyt on the pole, Danny Ungaias in the center, Johnny Parsons on the outside as they work turn 1 in front of Eli Gold.
Of course, it's interesting for people who follow the Winston Cup Brigade on a regular basis to see them come barreling towards you 3 abreast on the start. That front row, it is full of veterans. A.J. Foyt, Danny Ungaias, and Johnny Parsons. These cars, as is the case in any form of auto racing, covering every color in the spectrum, from the bright orange to the bright yellow to the blue and to the red, and of course the omnipresent black and gold striping that we see so often around the Champ Car circuit. These racers here have got themselves quite an afternoon. It's a daring kind of racing, as you called it earlier, Barney Hall. And here this afternoon, turn number 1, the turns being so much of a critical factor in Pocono. We're looking for quite the exciting afternoon.
Field now working the Long Pond Straight, and the preliminary indication we now get from the USAC officials is there will be 3 laps, Mike Joy, before they cut them loose?
They say they'll take the green the 3rd time by, Barney, a parade lap and a pace lap. Apparently, because we're a bit late getting off, they are not going to extend the warm-up period for these cars, and the Jaguar pace car has them up in turn 2, just coming up on the vantage point of Dave Sutherland.
Of course, they will have completed this Long Pond straightaway, and it'll be their first chance once they get the green flag to begin to sort the field out a little bit. As in the mini Indy cars, they will be trying to jockey for position in the turns before they enter the turn, because there's really not a good 2-groove turn. You really have to line it up to come through here and then make your move once you come off it. 2 or 3 deep could be problems for the man on the outside.
As they leave turn number 2 and move up to the number 3 corner, let's go up to Bob Jenkins.
Well, the pace car taking the starting lineup very, very slowly now. I would assume that these 2 preliminary laps would be quite slow in order for the cars to get the oil heated up and for the tires to heat up so they can get good adhesion on the racetrack. In the front row, as you've indicated, Foyt, Ungaias, and Johnny Parsons. Going by me right now in the second row, Janet Guthrie. Also next to her will be Tom Bigelow and Larry Dixon in car number 80. Guthrie, we talked to her yesterday, and she's looking very much forward to this race. There has never been a driver, I think, as disappointed as Janet Guthrie was when she had to drop out with just a couple of laps in the Indianapolis 500. She believed very strongly that she had the equipment that would allow her to win that race. She dropped out very early, was disappointed. She hopes for better luck here this afternoon.
She feels she's in the best ride she's had on the Champ Car circuit since she's been driving it as they come down out of turn number 4, 3 abreast. And again, the indication is 3 laps before the green, so they will have 2 more to go as they come across the stripe this time. Front row, all the talent in the world in the USAC division with Foyt on the pole, Danny Ungaias in the center, and Johnny Parsons on that outside.
And already Dick Simon has brought his Volstead Offie onto pit road. Let's check in with Ned Jarrett and see if he can determine what the problem would be.
The car was running as it came by our position here in the pits, Mike Joy, but there's something wrong with it. We assume the crew goes to work on it. We'll check on it and be right back with you.
So Dick Simon, who has pitted his car, the only car out of the 25-car starting field to dive into the pits on this pace lap as they ease back into turn number 1. Field will take 3 warm-up laps, and the temperature, as we told you, in case you just joined our broadcast, is in the mid-50s this afternoon. A very strong wind blowing here at the Speedway, and it is cold.
That will affect the wings on these cars, Barney. They depend on the wing for downforce in the turn. The 2 front dive planes and the big, huge rear wing that sticks out well beyond the rear wheels and the transmission transaxle. And these rear wings have big side plates on them. That's to help the car in stability on the straight. If the car should start to wag to one side, side planes act sort of as a rudder to bring the car back into a straight line. But a stiff wind, especially going into the turn, would tend to cock the car and want to get it a bit out of shape. They'll have to be careful of that.
field now back in the south end of the speedway in front of Eli Gold, and they are still quite a bit of separation as those rows of three kind of work their way around the track to warm the engines. Pace car leading them up that Long Pond Straight. The record for a 500-mile race here at Pocono, Pennsylvania, 156.701 miles an hour, set by Johnny Rutherford back in 1974. Last year, there were 3 cars in the lead lap here at Pocono at the finish. And A.J. Foyt, who starts on the pole here today, Foyt is a 2-time winner of this event, and he feels like he can pull it off again here this afternoon. But whether you can nurse one of these cars 500 miles, it's extremely difficult, particularly on this racetrack. From pace car, still on the speedway, the light is remaining on, and indicating they will take one more lap before they turn them loose this afternoon in the Music 500. Very impressive field here this afternoon, 25 cars strong. They are all on the speedway. Ned Jarrett, Dick Simon just ducked in and out of the pits. It looked to be minor, whatever the problem was on the car.
Yes, it was, Barney. He stayed in for just a few seconds. They made some slight adjustment on the car. He went right back out to his position in the field.
So Simon is pulled back onto the speedway as the front row crosses the start-finish line. Pole winner A.J. Foyt puts his finger in the air, indicating to the drivers behind they will go green next time by. So the field begins to bunch up here at Pocono this afternoon under cloudy skies and chilly temperatures. We're expecting quite an exciting race all afternoon. Danny Ungaius, who starts in the number 2 position. He sat on the pole an incredible 8 times last year and led every race he ran. He's quite a race driver, and it's going to be interesting to see what he does. As the field works back in front of Eli Gold, it looks like they're bunching very tightly down in front of your position.
Indeed, they are beginning to close in. The cars that have been weaving back and forth to heat the tire rubber now trying to settle down just a bit as that pace car works its way by, and the field is close behind. Of course, exiting this number 1 turn, we've been talking about the Long Pond straightaway, named for Long Pond, Pennsylvania, a quaint town just up the road a piece from Pocono International Raceway. This afternoon, the weather might be cold, the clouds might be present, but that spirit in the infield, similar to any other racetrack you'd frequent, the carnival atmosphere, maybe a few more blankets and parkas evident, more so than certainly we'll see next week or so in Daytona. But the fans here set for exciting racing. They're having a good time.
Field is now in that Long Pond straightaway. They began to tighten it up ever so much more, getting ready for the start this time around. They are about 2 miles right now away from the start-finish line, and the green flag to send them on their way in the Music 500 here at Pocono, Pennsylvania. As they approach Dave Sutherland, let's take a final check in Turn 2.
Well, Turn 2 is free and clear here, Barney, but several dozen spectators have gone through the fence from the infield and the retaining barrier and have been standing in the exit area of Turn number 1 at trackside. Each time the fields take a parade lap. Now, whether that's going to have an effect on the start, I can't tell you. They're still sort of meandering back to where they're supposed to be as the infield crews are trying very hard to get them back there to safety behind the barriers. The turn itself, 750 feet in radius and an 8-degree bank, will be one of the trickier turns for the drivers as they begin competition here in about 1 more lap or less.
Well, this strange set of circumstances just described by Dave Sutherland, word from USAC is that they plan to bring the cars back onto pit road this time to deal with the crowd problem on the back straightaway, the Long Pond Straight, and as soon as that is cleared up, we will be set for a start. But the word from USAC scoring is they will bring the cars back onto pit road this time by.
Indeed, here in turn number 1 also, Mike, we point out right now we see a good dozen, maybe 2 dozen fans who are right now being herded back by the security force here at PIR, and they're being returned to their area that's safely fenced in for them. But there are indeed some people who are not supposed to be out meandering and walking around the apron, the track apron, and they're being herded back to safety.
So the USAC officials very safety conscious, not only with their drivers but with the spectators as they're moving everyone back into the infield as they were against some of the retaining walls down in the infield portion of this track here at Pocono this afternoon. And indeed that is the case because the pace car is now leading the field down onto pit road while the security marshals try to get the spectators back into the safety areas here at Pocono.
Strange set of circumstances, but of course safety must be the primary concern. And as Eli Gold pointed out, there are track marshals on the field right now. The crews are coming out to meet the cars. The Jaguar safety car has brought them into pit road. All 25 of the starters coming around and are now on pit road, pulling down toward their respective pits. They will keep the cars in line in starting grid position. They will not go to their regular pit positions, and we'll await word from USAC officials as to when the cars will get back out onto the racetrack.
So again, there will be a momentary delay here at Pocono, Pennsylvania, and the start of the Music 500 this afternoon. So while we are waiting to see when they will turn them loose, let's take a moment and talk about Daytona International Speedway, which is where the stock cars will be moving to on July 4th for the Firecracker 400. Kyle Petty will be making his racing debut in Winston Cup down there this time. Richard feels like he's ready to cut his teeth with the Grand National Division and some of the best in the business. We had a chance to talk to him up at Michigan last weekend, Richard Petty, and I asked Richard, how do you feel about Kyle racing at Daytona?
Well, really, after he ran Charlotte, I was really down in the dumps about it, but then going to Riverside, I thought he did a good job at Riverside, and I think he learned a whole lot at Riverside because there's so much going and coming out there that, even though you're not running no 190 mile an hour, you're still running pretty good speeds. You can run off the track and you can get in trouble right quick. And he did a real good job from that standpoint. I think that, even after he won Daytona, he realized that, that he had a lot to learn, but he didn't maybe know that he had as much to learn as what he did. So, he's got a couple more races between now and Daytona to run, and I think that just any kind of experience at all is going to really help him. And, I've got my anxious moments about him running Daytona with all the good drivers and all the closeness. When in the ARCA race, there was just 3 or 4 cars that run close. Now he's talking about running 15 or 20 close. From that standpoint, I'm going to be real anxious about it. But, he's going to have to learn it sometime, and if he thinks he's ready, we're going to try him.
Well, that's the voice of Richard Petty, and of course his son Kyle will be making his debut at Daytona International Speedway for the Firecracker 400 on July 4th. Stopping by to chat with us a moment here in the booth. Again, let's update you on the situation here at Pocono real quickly. The field has been called back to pit road as there are several spectators who have moved into unauthorized areas here at Pocono Raceway this afternoon, out against some of the retaining walls, and the USAC Speedway officials now are moving them back into the infield area. Jerry Garrett, the Associated Press racing writer who covers just about all types of events all around the country. Jerry, your thoughts on today's Music 500?
Well, Barney, I just came from talking to Dick King, the president of USAC, about what this situation is going to mean, having to red flag the race before it actually gets underway. And the officials are all very concerned, having watched the Gabriel 400 on television yesterday, and the incident that happened there in the pit area, and there were some people in unauthorized places. And they're concerned about an incident like that happening again, so they're going to stop this thing until they can be sure the crowd is under control and back out of the area.
Safety is a prime factor, very definitely, not only in USAC and NASCAR, but most of the racing divisions around the world. And they are moving the spectators back. The safety officials are still on the track. There were some down in turn 1 area and also over in turn number 2. Jerry, while we have you a moment, let's talk a little bit about A.J. Foyt and Danny Ongais. You've watched these two knockheads all last year on the Champ Car Trail and on a couple of the races this year. How will it go this afternoon between these two?
Well, these two guys are very good friends, and I don't know if that's a well-known fact or not, but they love to race together and they have a good time on and off the track. And last year in the IROC race at Michigan, they were both racing together. And, between them, it was just a two-man race, and they were out there having a good time till Danny spun out. And, they love to race side by side, and I figure that's the way the race will go as long as they're both up to that.
Your impressions of Danny Ongais. He's a thrilling race driver. He brings the crowd to their feet time after time throughout the afternoon, and we brought out earlier today that he also sometimes thrills the other competitors out there with some of the moves he makes on the racetrack.
Well, he's totally unpredictable. He's committed just to getting around the racetrack the fastest way that he can, and if, whatever line that happens to be, he'll go there. And that isn't always the accepted way to do it in this type of racing.
Have you ever wondered what he would be like in a stock car?
I asked him that question one time, and he'd be delighted to try it. And I would imagine that he'd attack it the same way that he's attacked Indianapolis car racing and also the other forms of sports car racing.
We also had a chance to talk with A.J. Foyt here this week, and there has been a notable change in Foyt. I think just about everybody in the garage area can see it. He's more accessible to the fans. We mentioned this early when we came on the air this afternoon. He's a lot looser and a lot freer. Why do you think that is?
Well, A.J. feels like he's had a very full career, and the fans and the people who supported the sport have been responsible for that. And maybe at this time in his career he's taking a look at that and returning those feelings accordingly.
Any predictions from yourself as to how you think this race will go and who might win it today?
Well, if Mr. Ongais, Mr. Foyt keep going, it should be a heck of a race between those two guys. But beyond that, it's anybody's race.
Should be a head-to-heads battle. Mike Joy.
Jerry, you follow these champ cars pretty closely throughout the year, and I know you spent most of the month at Indianapolis. The USAC rule that restricts the amount of manifold boost pressure to the turbocharger that power the engines in these cars, they've restricted, I believe, now to 50 inches, the idea being to increase the longevity of the engines and also to lower the cost of racing. Has this helped? Has it provided better competition on the USAC championship trail?
Well, the USAC people feel like it is, and they use the race that they had at Milwaukee 2 weeks ago as an example. They had, I think, the top 10 qualifiers were only separated by 0.7 of a second, and on a mile track with Indianapolis cars, that is pretty impressive. And Foyt mentioned earlier this week that with these rules, he's been able to do most of the season with, I believe it was 2 engines, and that's a lot less than just about anybody has been able to do 2 races.
We have 6 different types of engines entered in the field, starting, of course, with the turbo 4-cylinder offies and right through the experimental AMC stock block engines. Has the lowered boost pressures enhanced the development of alternative types of engines to the Cosworth and the Offie?
Well, it seems so, Mike. They started out with an idea of having an equivalency formula for the various kinds of engines that they've got out here, V8 stock blocks and the 4-cylinder Offies and different things like this, and the V8 Cosworths. And everybody's got a certain number of inches they can run, and just what the USAC people thought would be equal for everybody is what they've been allowed to have. And so far it seems to work out pretty well.
Is the manifold boost pressure restriction, or the pop-off valve, is this the complementary to, say, NASCAR's restrictor plate to equalize competition?
Well, I think you could compare it. They're 2 completely different things, and they apply to 2 completely different areas of the engine, but the intent is the same.
Quickly, to bring you abreast of the situation here at Pocono, Pennsylvania, there has been a hold on the Music 500 this afternoon for the champ cars. Some of the spectators had moved into unauthorized positions around the track. The USAC officials, feeling it was unsafe to start the race with that situation, have brought the cars back onto pit road, and that is where we stand now. From Pocono International Raceway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company. Well, here at Pocono International Raceway, the Music 500 still continues to be in a hold. We're talking with Associated Press writer Jerry Garrett. Jerry, you just brought out an interesting point.
Well, Barney, the cold weather here this morning has caused some special problems for these drivers in warming up their cars, and they asked for and received permission for an extra parade lap. So they've had 3 laps in their cars already. And once they get underway here again, they're going to take another parade lap and another pace lap to get them warmed back up again. And these are very fragile, very sensitive engines, and they need this to get the oil flowing through the engines and get the temperature up in them. So what this means is before the race ever starts, they're going to have 5 laps completed already, and that's 5 laps less fuel. It's going to be 5 laps sooner they're going to be making their pit stops. This could change quite a bit of strategy.
It can indeed that. And Ned Jarrett, I think, may be making his way down pit road to talk with one of the crew chiefs about that. And Ned Jarrett, if you're on the set, as quickly as you get that information, we'd like you to pass it along to us. We are still in a hole.
Marty, we're down on pit road right now. They've shut the engines off on all the cars. We're trying to find one of the top crew chiefs to see what effect it might have, the stopping. And then, of course, I'm sure they will have to make their pit stops a little bit earlier than they anticipated.
Okay, that's the word from Ned Jarrett. We'll keep abreast of that situation.
The word from USAC is that when the field refires engines, they will take 1 parade lap, 1 pace lap, and then get the green. So it'll be the 3rd time around.
Let's see how the situation is as far as the crowd being moved out of those unauthorized areas we were talking about down in front of Eli Gold.
It's all clear out here now, Barney. The people who do remain rimming that retaining wall have all been checked for proper credentials, and they do belong where they are. Those who had intruded on this unauthorized spot, at least as far as those people were concerned, they have been returned to the infield area. So it's all clear in this end of the speedway.
Dave Sutherland, what about the area you mentioned just a moment ago?
Things look very fine here, Barney. The people in turn number 2 had not encroached on the edge of the track quite as much. They'd only gone up to the retaining wall, and they've all been cleared out of that free zone between the retaining wall and the fence that encloses the infield area, and they've all gone back to their blankets and tents and their campers, and are waiting for the start of the race.
So that's the situation here at Pocono, Pennsylvania this afternoon. A lengthy delay in getting the start of the Music 500 underway this afternoon at the track with 25 cars strong. They've been brought back to the pits. They shut the engines down a moment ago. Jerry Garrett just brought out a good point that already they will have used up almost 5 laps of fuel before they put them under green here this afternoon. Mike Joy.
Jerry, let's talk for a minute about Howdy Holmes, the Rookie of the Year at Indy. In fact, the only rookie to actually qualify for and make the race. Even though he made a strong performance at Indy, he's come up through the ranks of Formula Car and Super V racing, and it looks as if he could certainly be one of USAC's stars of the future.
Well, that's right, Mike. He was the second highest finishing USAC driver at Indy, and he does have a very good chance to win here today if his car finishes.
Howdy Holmes looked awfully good in practice. He's been a very impressive driver ever since he came on the scene, posted a 7th-place finish up at Indianapolis a couple of weeks ago, and he should run extremely well here today and finish very near the front if his equipment does not give him a problem.
The field is refired on pit road. The crew chiefs are standing, those with their arms in the air, signifying that their machine is fired and ready to roll out. A quick look down pit road indicates that most all the machines are fired and ready to go. Let's see if Ned Jarrett is on the line. Ned apparently still making his way up and down the pit road, checking for last-minute information on how this stoppage will affect the teams in their run in this Music 500 this afternoon.
So it looks like as the field begins to roll down pit road and pull back out of the speedway, the indication that you said just a moment ago, they will take a couple of laps before they turn them loose.
One car is late in firing. That's George Snyder. Snyder driving the Hopkins Racing Lightning, one of the few cars in the field with the Drake V8. This is an engine designed from the ground up specifically for racing. It's one of the first, I believe, Jerry, you can bear this out, it's one of the first full competition designed V8 engines to hit Indianapolis kart racing in a long time.
Yes, it is, Mike. It's an engine that's been on the drawing board for many years, but due to changes in various rules over the recent couple of seasons, this is an idea that seems to have come alive, and if they can ever get the bugs out of it, it does have tremendous horsepower potential.
The engine ran 200 miles at Ontario, California. It has yet to complete a 500-mile race. They are still attending to it. The engine has not fired, and they are rolling Snyder's car back on pit road.
Because we don't know what's really going on.
So there's trouble on George Snyder's car on pit road as the crew will try to get him back out there to fall in the field as they get ready for green here. The indication is they will take a couple of laps before they turn them loose here this afternoon. Temperature is extremely cool at Pocono International Raceway. Quite a wind blowing here this afternoon as the field is now moving just past Eli Gold.
Barney, before Eli comes on, I'm in the pits with Jim Gilmore, of course, the sponsor of the A.J. Foyt car. Jim, do you feel that having to come back in and shut the engines down will have any effect on the cars?
Well, I would certainly hope not. Maybe some fuel was used, but other than that, I wouldn't think it would have any effect, no.
Well, it would mean, though, you'd have to make your scheduled pit stop a few laps earlier.
Well, it would just depend. If there's yellow or not, you just don't quite know at this particular time.
Thank you very much. Now back to network control.
They have George Snyder's car rolled back to his pit position up against the pit wall. They've reconnected the remote starter unit and are just now removing the engine cover. That is not a good sign, Barney.
So a lot of trouble for George Snyder here. That if he does not make it back into the field, that means we'll be starting 24 cars in the Music 500. Field now working in front of Dave Sutherland.
And as they work their way by, I noticed that Danny and Gaius just sort of picked it up just a little bit and took it wide, one groove from where most everybody will be running as they come through the track here. Maybe he's got something in mind, and the sun is beginning to break out in this turn.
Well, the sun has broken out, but it is certainly not warmed up a bit here at Pocono International Raceway. The field now begins to bunch up rather tightly in the few front rows up in front of Bob Jenkins at turn 3.
Yeah, the front row looks real good at this point with Foyt, Ungaius, and Johnny Parsons in real good shape. We did notice a puff of smoke come from one of the cars as it came down the short straightaway. We believe that was Cliff Husel in car number 29. We'll keep our eye on that car here in the early stages of the race.
Well, we were talking to Cliff Husel yesterday. He's an impressive young driver, the Canadian youngster who is here this afternoon in the field. And I asked Cliff yesterday, is this track very difficult to set up for?
It is a little bit difficult for sure because of the 3 turns, and each one of them is different. Each turn is different, so you got to kind of get in between and hit them all right at the same time.
Getting ready for the start of the Music 500 this afternoon, and the drivers are anxious. The safety car has dived onto pit road as the field begins to bunch tightly and head up to turn number 3 in the position of Bob Jenkins.
Well, you always wonder what's going through the mind of the driver at this point, just a few feet away from the start of the race. There isn't a true race fan who can't get just a little bit excited seeing these tremendous cars lined up, 3 abreast, ready to come down for a tremendous start into the first lap of a 200-lap race here at Pocono International Raceway.
And it doesn't look like George Snyder is going to be able to take the green. He's still in the pits, and he might be the victim of having to come back in the pits. The car loaded up on him. They're changing the spark plugs on it now, but it doesn't look like he'll get to start with the green about to come down.
Here comes the field out of turn number 3, getting ready to move down to the start-finish line. Front row, A.J. Foyt, Danny Ungaius, and Johnny Parsons. They hold it down to about 120 miles an hour. They are 200 yards away. Green flag. And the Music 500 is underway as Parsons dives to the outside and Foyt drops back to third position as they jockey up in turn number 1 in Eli Gold.
A.J. being kicked back as Larry Dixon takes third running order. They come by the first time. It's Ungaius, Johnny Parsons, then Dixon, A.J. Foyt, Bigelow, Janet Guthrie dropping 6 positions on the start. It's going to be Ungaius going down that Long Pond straightaway. He leads Parsons by 3 car lengths.
Ungaius continues his lead with Parsons trying to do some headhunting as they turn off the wall and head down into turn number 2. Ungaius has a car-length lead on Parsons, and they're pulling away from the third-place car as they head down the short straight.
And it looks like that Parsons is beginning to pull into the rear end of Ungaius just a bit as they come by me right now. It is Danny Ungaius, Johnny Parsons second, Larry Dixon is third, A.J. Foyt in fourth position.
Here they come out of turn 3, back to the stripe. Ungaius will lead the first lap of the Music 500 here at Pocono. Parsons is second. Dixon rides in third position. Foyt is fourth as they work turn 1.
Dixon trying to look and make a bid for second place on Parsons. Can't do so. Ungaius continues to lengthen the advantage. Parsons second. Hickson third. Running fourth is A.J. Foyt. Bigelow running fifth. And running sixth is Howdy Holmes. They work the Long Pond straightaway, and still Ungaius flexing the muscles.
Ungaius continues to stretch out his lead as Parsons chases it. Janet Guthrie just went by a while ago. She's in trouble and heading into the pits.
Indeed, Janet Guthrie passing by us just a few seconds ago. She is headed for the pit road. It looks like that the same problem that occurred at the Indianapolis 500 is here at Pocono to Guthrie, an early car into the pit. Ungaius still leading with Parsons second as they head down the main straightaway.
Just about 20 car lengths separating first and second position on Danny Ungaius, the only place the Hawaiian-born youngster knows to run as he heads back into turn number 1, and he stretches his interval a little bit on Johnny Parsons.
And of course we talked about Guthrie earlier. She lost 6 positions right off the start. Right now it's going to be single file, plenty of running room between the top cars. Joining that front pack is John Martin, the Scientific Drilling Controls automobile. Right now Ungaius shows a 4-car lane plate over Parsons. They head to turn 2.
As they come toward turn 2, it looks like Parsons is gaining ground on Ungaius as they dive into the turn. He's picked up a car length and now another car length as they head down the short straightaway toward Bob.
We noticed that Parsons is able to pull up on Ungaius as they come off of that second turn in the past few laps. Now Parsons is right on the tail of Danny Ungaius. Larry Dixon hanging in there at third. Then it's A.J. Foyt, Tom Bigelow, and John Martin.
Average speed on that first lap, 171.973 miles an hour. Across the stripe, Ungaius, Parsons, Dixon, A.J. Foyt. And Foyt may be pacing himself in the early laps. The front 5 head back into turn number 1 as Janet Guthrie is pulling back onto the speedway.
Indeed, Guthrie and the Texaco Star goes by as your leaders close in. Parsons again trying to narrow the gap between himself and your race leader, Danny Ungaius. Right now, it's going to be 7 cars running among the top. Ungaius in first. Running 7th is John Martin.
As Janet Guthrie goes by us, now here comes Danny Ungaius with Parsons. They're holding the same. Martin is moving up a little bit, but not enough to be significant.
Some good competition here for the first 2 positions as Ungaius and Parsons battle it out. Then about 12 car lengths back is Larry Dixon. About 10 car lengths back of him is A.J. Foyt as they head for the straightaway again.
Ungaius is strong on the straightaways, but in that tunnel turn, Parsons is able to close every single lap. It's about 15 car lengths the lead that Danny Ungaius enjoys. About another 20 car lengths back to third spot. They're back in front of Eli Gold.
Ungaius right now barreling down in the rear car of Janet Guthrie. Ungaius sweeps side of Guthrie, trying to find the running room and goes underneath her. Johnny Parsons running a bit higher on the racetrack as Ungaius going through. We have smoke showing from behind car of Cliff Fusel, the Canadian driver, puffing rather significantly through turn number 1.
Now Ungaius and Parsons dive past Janet Guthrie and head on down the third straightaway, and they are flying now.
There is certainly no car dominating this race here in the early stages as Ungaius and Parsons are right together on the racetrack. Janet Guthrie is being lapped as they go by us right now.
Field heads out of turn 3 and back across the stripe, and as expected, they're chasing Danny Ungaius, the driver from Costa Mesa, California right now as they swing across. No change in that front 5. Leader Ungaius riding in second right now as they head off down into turn number 1 in front of Eli Gold.
Battle now is to third place. A.J. Foyt goes way down low on the racetrack. He uses race traffic and Janet Guthrie effectively to cut off the attack of Larry Dixon. Your leader midway down the long pond. It's still on Gaius. 7 car lanes over Parsons.
A.J. Foyt now beginning to move a little bit faster down the straightaway as 2 more cars go 2 abreast. There are 3 abreast coming into the second turn with Janet Guthrie on the outside. It appears to be Tom Bigelow moving into 4th now.
And still Danny and Gaius with the lead as they go by me here in turn number 3. And Gaius very smoothly through the turn, but right behind him is Johnny Parsons. Then it's A.J. Foyt and Tom Bigelow moving into the 4th position.
Front twosome began to pull away from A.J. Foyt, who is in 3rd position, and the speed begins to escalate on the second lap around, just a little over 174 miles an hour. They're back in 1.
Right now, your leader's trying to close on the 60 car of Tony Bettenhausen. He's riding shotgun on the field, and he's going to be going a lap down in the long pond straightaway. A.J. Foyt followed by the rest of the pack. Hickson trying to close in. No surprises to the turn. Everybody diving and taking the short way around down low. They're back to 2.
Ungaya still charging away from the field. He's got a good margin on Parsons, and now many car lengths back. It's A.J. Foyt, followed by Tom Bigelow and Dixon.
We have seen Johnny Parsons drop out of the races very early in the couple of USAC races that have been run this year, but he's looking very strong as he's right behind Danny and Gaius now in 2nd position.
Ungaius comes out of the number 3 corner, back across the line, and he is flying at Pocono this afternoon, trying to get away from Johnny Parsons. He can't do it. He's about 20 car lengths ahead, and Parsons is hanging right on his rear deck as they head down to turn 1.
Cars handling so very, very well in turn number 1. Not the single slight of a push as everybody takes the low side. Ungaius and Parsons long gone before A.J. Foyt comes whisking through with Bigelow. Your leaders work the long pond straight again. Parsons trying to flex the muscles in turn 2.
Parsons is not having much luck, although it does appear to gain a little bit more. The second turn bump is not doing much to set the cars off as Parsons quickly closes on Ungaius.
Smoke again in turn number 1 from the Cliff Husel automobile.
Once again, Parsons is able to pull right up on the tail of Danny and Gaius off of that second turn. They're by me now, and it's still Ungaius and Parsons battling for the lead.
And Barney Hall, the situation with Janet Guthrie's car is that the wheel had not seated to its regular position. It caused a vibration, so they had to come back in and put on a new wheel and a new nut.
Parsons is trying to take the lead away from Danny Ungaius as they head up to turn 2.
Parsons is on the outside, Ungaius on the inside. They're side by side in the turn 2. Parsons has the lead by 2 car lengths as they exit turn number 2.
The problem was there was a lot of slower cars being lapped here in turn number 3 and on the main straightaway last time around. That's the reason that Johnny Parsons was able to get by Ungaius. They go by me right now. It's still Parsons with a slight advantage, but Ungaius takes to the inside side and tries to pass.
Parsons shuts him off as they come out of that number 3 corner and maintains the lead by about 3 car lengths. Let's go to Ned Jarrett.
The first casualty of the race was George Snyder. George, after you had to stop and go back out, it wouldn't fire. You know what was wrong?
Well, Ned, evidently something was leaking water somewhere into the cylinders, and when we tried to restart it, hydraulic a couple cylinders, it was full of water.
Do you think having to come back into the pits under the red flag had anything to do with it?
Well, I don't believe it would have filled the cylinders up. It probably would have blown the water out through the exhaust or something, and we'd have had to come in probably pretty early.
Had to be a little disappointing here that early.
Sure it was.
Well, better luck to you next time.
Thank you.
So that's the voice of George Snyder, who has problems with the Music 500 here at Pocono, Pennsylvania this afternoon. Johnny Parsons and Danny Ungaius square off on the speedway for the lead. Here they come up into turn number 3, getting ready to come back to the stripe. Parsons making a magnificent run in the early going here this afternoon. Anytime you outrun, what a maneuver he made coming out of that number 3 corner. Dive down between one of the lapped automobiles and shuts Ungaius down again as they head back into 1, but Ungaius wants the lead.
Indeed, Ungaius sees some of his own medicine being thrown right back at him. They go diving through the turns. Parsons 5 car lengths over Ungaius. That was a gutsy move by Parsons. He worked by the number 90 automobile earlier and took the advantage. They worked down the long pond straightaway. Ungaius trying to close to a 2 car length deficit.
He is about that far away now as they come into the turn. Parsons taking a higher groove that Ungaius. The wind is affecting him a little bit as they get a bit shaky coming into the turn, and about 6.5 seconds behind him is Foyt in 3rd.
Parsons has no cars in front of him right now. It's a clear shot for him as he moves through the 3rd turn here. And Gaius is still right behind, but Johnny Parsons doing well here in the early stages of the Pocono 500.
At the 10-lap rundown, Danny Ungaius was your leader, with Johnny Parsons in 2nd. A.J. Foyt was 3rd. 4th spot was Tom Bigelow. Running 5th, Larry Dixon. 6th spot to John Martin. In 7th position, Roger McCluskey. The 8th place car is Sheldon Kinzer. Running 9th, Gary Bettenhausen, and in 10th position, the rookie driver, Howdy Holmes.
Good racing still for the lead. Parsons finds the hot breath of Danny Ungaius, just literally chewing him up in that long pond straight as they head back to Dave Sutherland.
It's still Parsons. He has a good 2-car length lead, approaches the turn very high this time, drops down across it, and Ungaius looks to have lost a car length on him.
You'll recall at the Indianapolis 500, we had a car dominating at this point. Allens are well out in front. That is not the case here this afternoon. There is considerable difference between the 2nd and 3rd place car. That is Danny Ungaius and A.J. Foyt, but the battle for the lead is tremendous right now.
Here's Ungaius diving down to the inside at the start-finish line. He had room for a moment, but again, Parsons just punches the button and pulls him by 3 car lengths back in turn 1.
The sun again breaking through the heavy overcast of the Poconos as Parsons works by race traffic. That's the Weiss automobile. Ungaius closing again. Ungaius handling well, exiting turn number 1. He closes to a 2-car length, make it a 1-car length deficit. They work the long pond straightaway. 7-car length, or I should say 7 seconds back now is the A.J. Foyt automobile. He runs in 3rd.
There's still no change as Parsons continues to motor ahead. Ungaius does not appear to be charging as hard or catching him. Foyt is just approaching and entering turn number 2 now.
We noticed Janet Guthrie back on the racetrack and running well. Apparently that wheel situation that put her into the pits early has corrected itself. Janet running well as Parsons and Ungaius go by me right now, headed for the straightaway.
A fierce battle for the lead. Danny Ungaius has closed it to 1 car length. The advantage of Johnny Parsons. Parsons stretches out just a bit on the front straightaway. The big equalizer for Parsons so far this afternoon has been turn 2. That area of the racetrack has been completely repaved. The bump that plagued the drivers in past years has been completely eliminated. And through that corner, Parsons has found a line that allows him to pull 2 or 3 car lengths on Ungaius every time through that second turn. They're about 3 car lengths apart down the back straightaway, the Long Pond straightaway, and entering turn number 2, Parsons just takes off like a rocket and stretches to 5, 6 car lengths, his advantage on Danny Ungaius. A.J. Foyt appears to be playing a waiting game at this point. He's in a comfortable 3rd position. He's about 8 seconds behind the lead duo that continues to battle now into turn number 3, a 120-degree turn. Ungaius goes right to the inside and steals the lead from Parsons. Parsons shuffles his car and runs down on the pit road. Ungaius is alone with the lead.
Ungaius shuffles back into the number 1 corner, and Parsons is in the pits. Now, whether this probably would not be a regular scheduled pit stop. For an observation on that, Ned Jarrett.
They should be able to run a little further on fuel. However, they're going to the right side to change tires and are filling it up with fuel while they're making this pit stop, Barney. They should have been able to go about 25 laps in competition. He's away and running.
One of the mechanics inside the cockpit of the car, as they took on fuel, they took a look at the tires but turned him loose. They did not change any tires on the machine. So it's going to be a costly pit stop. And diving on the pit road right now in car number 30, Dana Carter pits his machine. So it looks like we may see some early pit stops in the Music 500. So this has put Ungaius back out front all by himself as he works his way around the speedway. 17 laps have now been completed. And Ned Jarrett, we speculated that they would make their first pit stop.
We thought they would go 25 to 30 laps, Barney. They get a little less than 2 miles to the gallon, but the fact that they had to run those extra laps under caution, I'm sure, or before the green actually fell, I'm sure that they would want to come in and not take any chances of running out.
The battle for second spot is heated up down at turn number 1. Larry Dixon applying the pressure to A.J. Foyt. They come out of the first turn. There's about 10 car lengths between them. And now the 4th place car, which becomes Tom Bigelow after the pit stop by Parsons, are right in a good, strong group of cars tightening up as they go to Dave Sutherland.
A.J. Foyt is gaining ground a little bit on Ungaius, Dixon, and...
We've got problems in turn number 1. The 27 of Bob Harkey has come to rest on the infield grass. Harkey scampering out of the car. He's okay, but the car is on the grass inside of turn number 1.
And the first caution of the day is being displayed in the field here at Pocono, Pennsylvania, this afternoon at the Pocono International Raceway in the Music 500.
Barney Hall, the timing of this caution period is just about optimum for these cars to make their first round of pit stops.
Well, it worked out almost ideal for them. For further observation on that and some of the pit stops that have been made by the front runners, let's go to Ned Jarrett.
Well, we checked with Johnny Parsons' crew, and they said the stop that he'd made under green just 1 lap before this caution came out was a routine pit stop, perhaps a little bit earlier than they normally would have stopped, but again, because they ran several extra pace laps, they didn't want to take any chances. Now, it does give the other front runners, or all the cars actually, an opportunity to come in and make their pit stops under caution, of which they are all doing. They're checking the tires. Most of them are just checking the tires, not changing tires, but filling it up with the fuel.
So just a routine fuel stop for most of these machines here this afternoon in the Music 500 at Pocono, Pennsylvania. It's been a good race thus far. We're 20 laps into the 200-lap event. A delay on the start this afternoon under kind of overcast and cool temperatures here at the track. Some of the fans had moved out of the infield area into some positions that were a danger to the cars and themselves also this afternoon. So the USAC officials brought the entire field back onto pit road, parked them momentarily. Took about 10 minutes to move everybody back into the infield. So we are finally underway this afternoon here at Pocono, Pennsylvania, in one of the good races that we've seen here with the Champ cars. On Gaius, who's had his hands full with Johnny Parsons, Mike Joy, and this youngster just will not let him go. Usually, if Gaius gets out front, he'll set such a blistering pace, nobody will even try to stay with him in the early going.
The difference, Barney, is the second turn. In qualifying, Gaius ran a rather conventional line through there. Later on in the day, A.J. Foyt found a new way to run turn number 2 and took the pole position away. Parsons must have been doing his homework because he seems to be running that kind of line. And Dave Sutherland, that looks to be at your position where Parsons is making up most of his time on Gaius.
That's absolutely true, Mike. He is definitely making up good ground as he comes through there. Foyt doesn't seem to be doing anything spectacular through the turns. After Parsons had pitted, he did seem to pick up some ground on Danny and Gaius for a time being before the caution came out, though.
As the field comes across the stripe, caution car leads them down into turn number 1. The first caution of the day. It came out on lap number 17 when Bob Harkey put the car down on the grass in front of Eli Gold. And I think they now should have moved that car out of the area. Let's go back to Eli Gold for an update.
That's right. It's all clear now, Barney. The car is working its way. We look way across the track with the binoculars towards turn 3, and the car is now making its way down that short north straightaway, and they're heading back to the garage. It wasn't the extensive repair, just got the tow truck, and away they went.
So that's a report from turn 1. Very shortly, we should be getting the indication that they'll be going back to green for the Music 500 here at Pocono, Pennsylvania this afternoon. Next stop on the Winston Cup Tour, Mike Joy, will be down in your hometown of Daytona Beach, Florida for the Firecracker 400.
Well, as Daytona Public Relations Director Ron Mead says, it's a week of sun, sand, and speed. It all starts on Sunday, July 1st, with pole position qualifying for the 21st Annual Firecracker 400. That's followed up by the second annual 6 Hours of Daytona race for the IMSA radial sedan cars. And then midnight, July 3rd, we kick off the nation's biggest birthday celebration with the running of the Paul Revere 250 for the Winston GT machines. Then at 10 a.m. on the 4th of July, the Firecracker 400, 21st annual edition, and the Daytona 500 rematch. Donnie Allison, Cale Yarborough, for Daytona 500 winner Richard Petty, Darrell Waltrip, they'll all be there for the second or third biggest race on the NASCAR Grand National Circuit. That's where we head next week.
Well, there were 30-car drafts down there in February for the Daytona 500 that no one will ever forget the finish on that one. They thought the Richard Petty, David Pearson finish a few years ago that brought so millions of fans to Daytona to see that fabulous place where they race. And then, of course, the finish in February, and Cale Yarborough and Donnie Allison slamming together time after time down the back chute, and Richard Petty went on to win that one. So Daytona is where Speed Weeks this year brought everybody back, and they'll all be heading back down that way, of course, next week for the Firecracker 400. We're under caution here at Pocono, Pennsylvania this afternoon in the Music 500. 21 laps are now complete. Mike Joy.
The 20-lap rundown comes to us, Barney, during the caution period. At that time, leader Danny Ungaius had pitted, and Tom Bigelow was being shown as the lead car, with rookie Howdy Holmes in the second position, John Martin riding third. During the rash of pit stops, Danny Ungaius was shown in the fourth position, with Johnny Parsons fifth, A.J. Foyt riding sixth, Larry Dixon in seventh, Roger McCluskey in the eighth position, followed by Phil Threshy and veteran Dick Simon. That, of course, is reshuffled during the pit stops. We remain under caution, but it looks like we're just about set to get back under green.
Well, we had an indication from timing and scoring a moment ago that Janet Guthrie did lose a couple of laps on that pit stop that she made, an unscheduled stop a little bit later. Ned Jarrett.
And that stop was for a wheel that had not synchronized the way that it was supposed to, and they had to change that wheel. Of course, that came under the green. We have one car that's had a bit of a problem getting the hose that they use to fill the fuel tank, getting it uncoupled. That was Tony Bittenhausen. They've been working on it, and he did lose considerable time in the pits, but I think they have it squared away now.
A good run for John Martin here this afternoon, who started back in 8th position and had moved up to 5th spot just before this caution flag came out a moment ago. And it looks like we're getting ready to go back to green, and we'll find out where he's running on the speedway. Here comes safety car diving down on the apron of the track as the field comes up to full bore out of the number 3 corner, going back to green in the Music 500. Leader will be Ongaias as they come screaming out of that third turn, and 4 cars are bunched tightly as they head down the start-finish line. Out front, Ongaias leads. Second is Parsons. Third right now is Foyt, and fourth is Dixon. They head back into turn 1.
As Ongaias flexes the muscles here, the battle shaping up. Could be for second place. Foyt looking to dive close to Parsons, but it's going to be Parsons running second, Foyt going third, Dixon going fourth, Tom Bigelow running fifth. Ongaias again very quickly makes some room. A.J. Foyt, a challenge for Parsons for second place.
Foyt is running on the inside beside Parsons as he enters turn number 2. He dives low, and it's going to be Parsons holding him off. He took a better line, and he has second as they head down the short straight.
With this caution period, all the cars are bunched tightly now and renew the duel. It's still Danny Ongaias at this point, but Johnny Parsons is right behind. Even closer than that to Parsons is A.J. Foyt running in third position.
As they come screaming out of that number 3 corner and across the line, Ongaias trying to put a lot of daylight between himself and second place car Parsons. They head back into the number 1 corner. The battle right now is for the number 2 spot. Foyt goes after it in turn 1.
A.J. trying to make a move. Parsons kicks high, then cuts down low, and Foyt is relegated again to third. Dixon running fourth, Bigelow running fifth. The leaders work their way down the long pond straightaway. Again a challenge by Foyt on Parsons midway down the backstretch.
They are side by side as Ongaias leads it. It looks like Foyt may have the advantage this time if he can get his line through there. He has done it. A.J. Foyt has gone to the inside and taken over second from Parsons, but Parsons is just inches off his rear.
A tremendous battle shaping up here for second place as Danny Ongaias continues to lead. Phil Threshy in one of the stock blocks going very slowly in front of us. Foyt is now in second place. Then it's Parsons, Larry Dixon.
Out of the number 3 corner and back across the stripe in the Music 500 at Pocono, Pennsylvania. Ongaias sails across the start-finish line. Foyt up to the number 2 spot. Parsons has fallen back to third. Dixon is fourth as they head back into turn number 1.
Now will A.J. try and close on Ongaias? They love to race together, or will A.J. hold back? Right now, he trails by about 5 car lengths to Danny Ongaias. They work the long pond straightaway. Working slowly through us, it's going to be the Bettenhausen automobile. That number 60 car, which has had problems. Tony having his tough time in the pits this afternoon.
Ongaias is through the turn as he eats up one lap car. Foyt about 3 cars back. Parsons is losing ground on him as Dixon closes on Parsons now as they head down. He is on Parsons' bumper.
Yeah, A.J. Foyt seems to be pulling away now from Johnny Parsons in third position. Ongaias still with the lead. Jerry Carl is the slow car between the leader, Danny Ongaias, and second place, A.J. Foyt.
So a little separation beginning to build between the first 3 spots here at Pocono, with the leader, Ongaias. Foyt riding second, and third is Parsons. And one of the best races we have seen here this afternoon. It looks like there's been a lead change up in turn 3.
A.J. Foyt has the lead. We're also noticing Johnny Parsons dropping back. He's now, I believe, running in 5th or 6th position, but Foyt is your leader.
So A.J. Foyt, who stroked it a little bit in the early going this afternoon, suddenly decides he wants to run out front as he pulls away from Ongaias down in turn 1.
Last couple of times through, A.J. tried to pass here in turn 1, but Ongaias shut the door. Ongaias running second, then Dixon, followed by Roger McCluskey as they work their way down the long pond straightaway. Ongaias down to a 2-car length deficit to Foyt as they head to turn 2.
Foyt took the lead over the last time through this turn. He found his groove. He's now opened it up to 3 car lengths as he begins to pull away from Danny Ongaias. And now, moving into third, it is Roger McCluskey.
That battle for third position shaping up well here, but Foyt continues to lead. Going by me right now, Danny Ongaias about 4 car lengths behind. Then we have Roger McCluskey moving into third position, then Larry Dixon and Johnny Parsons. A good ride so far for Roger McCluskey.
Good battle for first and second, and also a super good battle going on right now for third, fourth, and fifth position as they jockey it around and switch positions heading off to Eli Gold.
Your leaders through turn number 1 as they go by. It's 3 car lanes for A.J. Foyt over Ongaias. Good running room now for McCluskey. He goes down low using some race traffic, sweeps a little bit more of an advantage between himself and Dixon. Then running fifth is going to be Johnny Parsons. He closes on to the rear wing of that number 80 Hickson car.
A.J. Foyt has a little race traffic to negotiate here in turn number 2, but he's getting through fine. McCluskey running in third, then Parsons is fourth with Dixon right on his wing.
And we wonder whether Johnny Parsons is having some kind of problem or whether he's just simply sitting back and waiting for the time to come to move up. He has dropped back sharply, though, in the last few laps.
I think that is the case, that he might have just moved back a little bit. I just checked with crew chief Mike Devon, and he says they are having no problems. He's just riding with the wave.
So the front twosome work the number 1 turn area. Now they have opened up a healthy separation on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place car right now. Roger McCluskey maintaining that 3rd spot, and there may be a change in that one in front of Eli Gold.
As McCluskey works in 3rd, it's a battle as Parsons trying to go wide on Dixon, and Dixon sweeps right back underneath him. Now those two continue to shuffle for that 4th and 5th running position. They work the long pond straightaway.
Right now, it doesn't appear as though anyone's going to make any changes as they come through this turn. McCluskey's all by himself in 3rd, Dixon 4th, Parsons 5th, as they go by and head down the short straightaway.
And Foyt has a car to pass here in the 3rd turn. It's Phil Threshy. We'll see if he makes the move. Probably will dart to the inside. That is the situation as they go down the straightaway. Foyt now moving around the slower car of Phil Threshy.
The 30-lap rundown shows A.J. Foyt your leader. Danny Ungaius in 2nd. Riding 3rd at that time, Roger McCluskey. In the 4th spot, Tony Bettenhausen. In 5th, it's Johnny Parsons. Riding 6th, Sheldon Kinzer. The 7th position belongs to Gary Bettenhausen. 8th to John Martin. Showing 9th is Tom Bigelow. And running 10th is rookie Howdy Holmes.
And Mike Joy, the first caution came out because Bob Harkey had a problem. He's with us. Bob, what happened over there?
I think we shucked the ring gear and pinion in the rear end. The engine seems to be all right, but you can put it in gear and turn it, and it turns just like it's out of gear.
Bob, looked like the car was going pretty good for you today.
The little AMC was running pretty good. I was hoping we could get a whole race on it so we could learn a lot of information from it,
Well, we're sorry to see you have that tough luck, but better luck next time.
I'll be back again and try it again, Ed.
Hey, that's Bob Harkey.
So 32 laps are now complete in the 200-lap Music 500 here at Pocono International Raceway this afternoon. Good battle going all the way back through the field. A.J. Foyt continues to set the pace right now. On Gaius a moment ago, who just looked like he was going to pull off and run away from everybody, has fallen back into the field a little bit as he rides in 2nd position. We talked to one of the drivers who's running in the top 10 this afternoon, John Martin, about what it takes to finish here at Pocono. Do you have to pace yourself to finish?
I don't think so. With the power that we're running now, everybody will run pretty much flat out from start to finish.
Well, that seems to be the case here this afternoon at the Speedway.
Jerry Garrett, AP Autosports editor, is back in the booth with us, and having watched the Champ cars a number of times this year, he has an interesting observation on the tactics and strategy of Johnny Parsons.
Well, Mike, a couple of years ago, the qualifying was rained out here, and they drew for positions, and Johnny Parsons drew the pole, and he took a lot of kidding about, you didn't earn the pole, you're not really the pole sitter, and so forth. But so maybe he has something he feels like he has to prove here at this track. And that early display that he put on of driving, I think, while it was dramatic, has cost him something in fuel. He had to come in a lot earlier than the rest of the leaders. And he has got a
Jerry, he's just slowing down right now, heading off into turn number 1, and Johnny Parsons comes out of the throttle, and there may be some trouble on that car. Let's go to Eli Gold.
As Parsons comes by us, he is out of harm's way, low on the racetrack. We look by, the tires seem to be in decent shape, but Parsons now works it down the long pond straightaway, and a tough break for the man as he takes it down out of anybody's way. But he is indeed just coasting and limping down the back chute.
And here in turn number 3, a problem with the car of Tony Bettenhausen. The left rear wheel has come partially off of that car. He has been able to drive it into the pit area, but the tire is partially off of that race car.
That machine is now on pit road. So a tough break for Johnny Parsons here this afternoon. And Jerry Garrett, he seems to be one of the most dedicated drivers on this Champ Car circuit.
Yes, he's also a very talented driver. He's lived in the shadow of his father, Johnny Parsons, who won the 1950 Indianapolis 500. He's got a lot of ability and a lot to show, and I think once they get the bugs worked out of this car, he'll be able to show it. But right now, this car has proved to be a very fragile car, and I think it's only finished one race in the last couple of years.
Well, that's a tough break for him because he put on a tremendous display in the early laps, dueling with first Ungaius and then Foyt, and put the car out front, led several laps, and now it has encountered problems, and it may be through for the day.
Barney, it's interesting to note here, exiting turn number 1, Roger McCluskey closing consistently on Ungaius, exiting the number 1 corner, where then Ungaius shows the way down the long pond straightaway and reassumes that healthy edge. But indeed, McCluskey either handling exceptionally well or Ungaius encountering problems here in this first corner.
We've been slowed by the caution flag early on in the race, but For the first 10 laps, quite a battle that led to a new record average speed. 176.232 miles per hour was the 10-lap average that broke the track record set by Mario Andretti that had held up all the way back to 1974.
So here is Parsons pulling his car onto pit road, and Ned Jarrett, our pit reporter, will be standing by momentarily and hopefully can get a word and find out what the problem is on that car and whether they're going to try to get him back into competition or whether he is through for the day. A.J. Foyt continues to ride out front. Danny Ongaias maintaining the second spot, and Roger McCluskey, one of the durable veterans in this business, hanging on to the number 3 position as the field works around Pocono's 2.5-mile raceway here this afternoon. Cool temperatures at the track. In fact, it was extremely cool when they started the race this afternoon. We were delayed a little bit to get things underway. Right now, here's the leader across the stripe heading back into turn number 1, and the interval begins to shorten a little bit between first and second position, Eli Gold.
Indeed it does, and right now, as we were talking about McCluskey making his move, he sweeps by Danny Ongaias, this time going through turn number 1. So McCluskey working it well, but Ongaias closes. They are side by side for second place. Ongaias on the inside, McCluskey near the outside retaining wall, and McCluskey shows the way to turn 2.
McCluskey has been flying this afternoon. As he comes into the turn, he definitely has a 4 or 5 car length advantage on Danny Ongaias as they head down the short straightaway and try to catch up to A.J. Foyt.
We've been tremendously impressed with the performance of Roger McCluskey here in the early stages of this race. He started in 10th position, but is already up into second and challenging A.J. Foyt for the lead.
Jerry Garrett, does McCluskey's run this afternoon surprise you?
No, it does not, Mike. Roger McCluskey is one guy you could say he knows how to drive this track. In 1974, he had a 40-second lead on the white flag lap and ran out of gas and lost that race to A.J. Foyt. So he's a guy who can win here if the car will finish.
He's been a hard-luck driver almost all of his career. He's led almost every race at one time or another that he's been in, but he's had more than his share of problems on the Champ Car circuit. At Pocono International Raceway, 38 laps are now complete in the Music 500. Let's go to Ned Jarrett.
And one of the early leaders was Johnny Parsons. Johnny, you had to park it. What happened?
We dropped the valve. We've had trouble throughout the season, but not really a valve problem. Felt real good and it started slowing down there. A couple laps before I had to back out of it all the way. We experienced a little handling problem with the track getting oily. I made the adjustments in the cockpit with a weight jacker, and we started catching them again, and then we dropped the valve.
Had to be pretty disappointing as well as that car was running for you.
Yes, it was, Ned. We've run pretty respectable all the time. I've been with the Lindsey Hopkins racing team, and it looked like our day there for a little bit, and we were really pumped up for it. Just unfortunate that we've had a season like we have.
Well, we're sorry to see you out of the race. Better luck next time.
Thank you, Ned.
42 laps into the Music 500. Your leader is Roger McCluskey. A.J. Foyt rides in second. Danny Ongaias currently showing in the third position. Lightning Larry Dixon is in fourth with fifth place, occupied by Sheldon Kinzer. Sitting in sixth now is John Martin. And Barney Hall, you had a few observations, or rather, Jerry Garrett had an observation on the car that Martin's driving this afternoon.
Mike, I believe that car was formerly owned by Peter Revson, the late Peter Revson, who holds the track record at Pocono, set in 1973. It's one of the oldest track records on the circuit at this time, and that is a good car.
We talked to him yesterday, and he had high hopes for a very strong finish, at least in the top 5 here this afternoon. Martin, a very likable driver from California. He's run this track quite a bit in the stock cars up here, and at one time I think he dueled for the lead here with Richard Petty in one of those.
Well, Martin's very serious about this race. His pit crew spent most of the afternoon changing tires in the garage yesterday and practicing their pit stops, so they aren't kidding about their chances today.
I talked with him about drafting and how critical it was here, and this is what John Martin had to say.
Well, yeah, it's not as much with the Indy cars as it is about every other type of car, but yeah, you can tag along and get a good draft on this long straightaway in the front.
Well, he's not tagging along with anybody right now as he continues to work his way to the front of the pack. The leader continues to be McCluskey. Super run for him this afternoon. He's just across the start-finish line. Now, Foyt is in second position. He is about 15 car lengths behind as the battle continues to be a good one for the lead. They're back to Eli Gold.
As they work by race traffic, it's going to be McCluskey and then A.J. Foyt. Foyt and McCluskey take the identical low line through turn number 1. A bit higher for Danny Ongaias. He is indeed having problems here in turn number 1. He can't quite adhere as low down the racetrack as can McCluskey and Foyt. Your leaders are back in turn 2.
McCluskey continues to lead A.J. Foyt through the turn with a 3 or 4 car advantage. Ongaias is charging to catch them, and a man who's been picking them off very quietly further back in the pack has been Howdy Holmes. He's running behind Sheldon Kinzer, although he seems to have dropped out of the picture momentarily.
This is anybody's race at this point, no question about it. No car dominating as McCluskey leads with Foyt second and Ungaius third.
As they flash across the start-finish line, the interval begins to stretch a little bit, Mike Joy.
0.8 of a second. A.J. Foyt staying right in contention. And, Barney, I think even at this point in the race, fuel mileage must be a consideration for these drivers, whether or not to go out and run for the lead or sit and hold off. There is $5,000 at stake from True Value Hardware Stores, the Pace Setter Award, to the driver that leads the most laps. And perhaps Roger McCluskey is mindful of that as he leads this Music 500.
With 46 laps being posted on the scoreboard here at Pocono this afternoon, here is one car diving out of pit road with quite a bit of smoke flying out of the automobile, and that would be car number 29, the driver, Cliff Husel, the Canadian youngster, and some problems on his car. Let's go to Ned Jarrett.
Barney, the engine was running as he came by our pit position here. He was revving it up, but he did show a lot of smoke as he came on the pit road. We'll check him out and get back with you.
And here comes a rash of pit stops right now, and it looks like some of the leaders will be making regular scheduled pit stops. Ungaius is on pit road, Foyt pits, and so does McCluskey. The top three positions are making a pit stop, and Ned, this should be a regular scheduled stop.
Yes, it would be a regular pit stop for them, Barney. They did not change tires when they were in before. It'll be interesting to see if they only take on fuel this time around, as the car that was smoking earlier came in. Apparently that was a regular pit stop for him because he's back out in the running. However, he did show some smoke as he went out to pit road.
Indeed, Cliff Husel smoking again, as he has been consistently here going through turn number one.
Well, it looked like they did change tires. Outside rubber for car number 25, Danny Ungaius. No change on Foyt's car, I don't believe, and I don't think they changed on the other car.
No, only a right rear tire for Danny Ungaius was the only tire change among the front four drivers who all pitted on the same lap. And, Barney, I think that's a little rare to see all four drivers bunch into the pits at once under the green.
Well, they took advantage of it in a hurry. They all jumped in, made quick pit stops. They have pulled back onto the speedway, and this is the first pit stop that they have made this afternoon under the green. That first one came under caution this afternoon. Let's go back to Ned Jarrett for any further observations on these pit stops.
It's interesting, Barney, when you compare these to the stock cars, they always change tires every time they come into the pits because new tires will run faster than old tires. I checked with A.J. Foyt and Danny Ungaius and some of the fellows this morning, and they say it's not nearly as critical on these cars because of the difference in the weight. Other cars coming into the pits now for their regular pit stops, but we will not see nearly as much tire changing here this afternoon as fans who are accustomed to watching and hearing about stock cars.
Howdy Holmes, who had worked his way up to fifth place, is one of the cars on pit road, as is Tom Bigelow, who ran in the front five in the early going. Bigelow is being pushed away, and they are also changing a right rear tire on the Howdy Holmes automobile.
Strategy is a big part in champ car racing on the USAC circuit every year. You don't see the real close racing like you do in NASCAR, where there's 10, 15, and 20 car drafts all day, but it's just as exciting a race to watch here this afternoon. After that rash of pit stops a moment ago, 48 laps are now complete in the Music 500 here at Pocono. The temperature continues to be extremely cool, and as the cars work their way out of the corner, A.J. Foyt looked to be the first of that front threesome to get back on the speedway, and here comes Foyt across the stripe. He is not pacing himself now at this stage of the race, and since he took the lead a little bit earlier today, he has been running full bore most of the afternoon.
And here's the difference where a great pit crew can make the difference for you, as we've often seen in Grand National Racing. The Jim Gilmore team got Foyt in and out of the pits the quickest. They did not change tires, and that enabled him to gain the lead when the cars got back up to full song.
And exiting turn number one, Ungaius looks to be setting up McCluskey for a battle and a challenge for second place.
Foyt is pulling well ahead of them now as McCluskey battles to keep Ungaius behind him. Is about 2 car lengths as they come off the turn, and it looks like McCluskey's going to be successful.
Some of the slower cars being lapped here as they head for the third turn. Jim McElreath, this car immediately ahead of A.J. Foyt, but it's still McCluskey with a slight advantage over Ungaius.
Foyt having to work some of the lap traffic and backs out of the throttle for a moment, and as he does, that second place car, McCluskey, chops it down to about 6 car lengths, so they head back into turn number one, a battle coming up for the lead.
All right, as Roger McCluskey tries to make a look, it's A.J. Foyt diving down low. He comes up on the rear of that car number 29 and it tries to make a move as Foyt goes way down low. He holds tight. Going up high is McCluskey, so Ungaius takes the low side, and Ungaius looks to grab second place as they head to turn two.
Foyt is side by side with the lapped car right now as they come into the second turn. He's taking a very low line, and McCluskey gets trapped behind the slower car, and Gaius is third behind him.
Some real good racing going on here right now with the battle for second place at this moment. The second place cars now, McCluskey and Ungaius trying to get by Jim McElreath. but it's still Foyt, McCluskey, and Gaius now making the pass coming off of 3.
And now out of the race is Dana Carter. Dana, what happened to your car?
We broke a piston out there.
Was it running pretty good for you?
Yeah, we were running about 14th. We got messed up on that one pit stop there, so we lost that lap there, but we were still running about 14th.
Well, we're sorry to see you out of the race so early.
Yeah, so am I.
Janet Guthrie has just pitted her machine and takes on a couple of tires on the car, and they put her back onto the speedway again. A tough break for this lady from New York City, who is such a dedicated race driver. She had qualified fourth for the Music 500 here this afternoon, then lost a couple of laps in the pits. She's been trying to make up some of that ground, but as she goes back onto the speedway, she loses even more distance to the leader right now, A.J. Foyt. McCluskey still in second position. Riding third will be Ongaius, and now they're indicating in fourth position would be Howdy Holmes, so that's a good run for this rookie driver, and in fifth position showing is Larry Dixon.
Holmes was fifth when he came onto pit road. He made a very fast pit stop, although changing a tire, got out quickly, and that's enabled him to be right there. Heading for turn 1, Danny Ongaius runs for the second spot.
Indeed, Ongaius taking the low side of the racetrack. They've got 16 degrees of banking to play with. McCluskey turns it in. He's got spot number 3 as Ongaius appropriates number 2. A.J. Foyt, meanwhile, continuing to sprint away. He's got a comfortable lead midway down the Long Pond straightaway. Ongaius running second. McCluskey going third.
And Gaius ensuring that he has enough racetrack to hold his position as McCluskey begins to fall back. McCluskey may have a problem as Howdy Holmes, who's been charging all afternoon, is gaining slowly on him too.
We have been noticing Howdy Holmes for the past few laps doing an excellent job out there. As they go by me, it's A.J. Foyt, then Ongaius, Roger McCluskey, and Howdy Holmes, and then is Larry Dixon.
They are indicating right now, the USAC scoring, that the front 5 are still in the same lap of competition. We are 52 laps into the 200-lap race this afternoon, the Music 500. From Pocono International Raceway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company. Back at Pocono, Pennsylvania, at the Pocono International Raceway, and the Music 500 for the champ cars this afternoon of USAC. 54 laps are now complete. Mike Joy.
The 50-lap rundown, Barney, 125 miles, showed A.J. Foyt as the leader. With car number 44, Roger McCluskey riding in second. Danny Ongaius was third. Howdy Holmes, a rookie driver, an impressive fourth place showing to this point, with Larry Dixon in fifth. Sixth to Billy Vukovic. Seventh went to Gary Bettenhausen. Eighth place occupied by Tom Bigelow. And at the 50-lap mark, it was John Martin riding in the ninth position.
Well, that's the way they're running at Pocono this afternoon, with 54 laps now showing completed in the Music 500. It's been a good race all afternoon, a battle up front among at least 4 or 5 cars, and the front 5 are still in the same lap of competition. Some of the top contenders have had problems here this afternoon. Janet Guthrie, after one of the best qualifying runs she has ever posted in USAC competition, has had problems, has lost 2 laps. She is still on the racetrack and running strong. She made a pit stop just a moment ago. And Ned Jarrett, it looks like we have had one car in the pits a long time up here. We're trying to get a number on that machine. Do you know anything about it?
No, we don't, Barney. We'll check it out and see what the problem is. It has been in the pits for quite a while.
The crew is gathered around the machine. It's difficult to see a number here in the tower. We'll find out who the car is and hopefully what the problem is on that machine.
Howdy Holmes has moved into third position, going around Roger McCluskey as they head for the straightaway.
Heading out of that number 3 corner and back to the stripe. Holmes, this young rookie driver, continues to show well here this afternoon as they head back down to Eli Gold.
And meanwhile, Ongaius now all of a sudden handling as much better than A.J. Foyt is. And Ongaius takes a lower groove and now closes to a 3, maybe 4 car length deficit. They work the Long Pond straightaway, and Ongaius trying to close behind A.J. Foyt.
Ongaius charging one more time as Foyt's taking a fairly low line through the turn. Ongaius falling right through the same line as they head down the straightaway. And McCluskey is dropping off as Holmes begins to move in, and Dixon's going to be challenging McCluskey very soon.
And A.J. Foyt with about now only about a 1.5 car length lead over Danny Ongaius, but Howdy Holmes continues to move in on the tail of Danny Ongaius.
Things are heating up here this afternoon for the lead. A.J. Foyt. Ongaius goes charging after him again. He wants the lead, and he will not be content to run in that second position. He heads after him down in front of Eli Gold in turn 1.
This time Foyt has the comfortable balls, but again Ongaius goes down below that yellow restriction line. He tries to make up some desperate time. Howdy Holmes runs unmolested. He's in third. Running fourth is McCluskey, and he's getting a challenge from Larry Dixon, who's running fifth.
As they come down this Long Pond straightaway, looks like Larry Dixon is going to challenge him for that spot. They're running nearly side by side as they enter turn number 2. Dixon just about a half a car length. I take that, yes. McCluskey is holding him off as Dixon even runs down below the stripe to try to gain some ground.
Al LaQuasto brings the 86 car slipping around. A local man out of Easton, Pennsylvania, seems to be getting back up to racing speed now. But LaQuasto had some problems going through number 1 corner.
And there appears to be some trouble on Roger McCluskey's car. He has fallen way off the pace and dropped back in the field. Here he comes across the start-finish line, running in 3rd position, but he slowed a great deal a moment ago as he headed off into turn number 1. They're back to Eli Gold.
And A.J. Foyt, Danny Ungaius, and Howdy Holmes. The battle now in front of us for 4th place. McCluskey, a car length, now a half car length. Now no advantage at all to Dixon, who draws alongside. Side by side, Dixon steps on the button, turns up the wick, and he has spot number 4.
As Foyt leads Ungaius and Holmes through the 2nd turn, it's Dixon and McCluskey side by side. Dixon has a half a car length. He's got the 4th spot as they come out of the 2nd turn and head down the straightaway now as McCluskey loses a car length.
The first 5 cars running very closely together here on the racetrack. It's Foyt and Ungaius, then Howdy Holmes, then the battle between Larry Dixon and Roger McCluskey.
Healthy separation between 2nd and 3rd position right now, but it's a close one for the lead. As they head back into turn number 1, they continue to pull away from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars. And remember, the front 5 are in the same lap of competition here this afternoon. Eli Gold.
A.J. Foyt closing in now in the Janet Guthrie automobile. Once the car gets going, Guthrie is running well, but she's had her share of problems trying to close as Ungaius, but this time Foyt seems to flex the muscles in front of Dave Sutherland.
Foyt is trying to go underneath Janet Guthrie, and I think he's going to do it as they come off the turn. Ungaius quickly closes on both of them. Apparently, Foyt had to slow up some to get by Janet.
Let's see how they do here in the 3rd turn. Foyt gets around Guthrie. Now, Danny Ungaius also gets around Guthrie, so the first 2 cars are together on the racetrack.
So this will put Janet Guthrie at least 3 laps down to the front runners this afternoon, and across the stripe, it's Foyt by 5 car lengths over Danny Ungaius.
Also showing a lap down is rookie Howdy Holmes. Apparently, Barney, he got caught a lap down when he made that pit stop under green. So he is right now on the trail of the leaders, but trying to unlap himself. Let's update you quickly on cars out of the race. George Snyder, first machine out of the event after 17 laps with a cracked engine block. Bob Harkey, the Volstead Enterprises car, was the 2nd car to fall by the wayside, 24th finishing position, also with engine failure. The Weiss automobile, Frank Weiss, the First National Bank of Peru entry, went out after 18 laps with a broken exhaust header. The number 16 automobile, or rather 50, Johnny Parsons, is out of the race in the Hopkins Racing entry with a burned piston. And Dana Carter's Molly Mate McLaren is out with a broken cylinder block. 20 cars left in contention with 60 laps completed here in this Music 500.
So A.J. Foyt right now continues to show the way, and he will not crack the throttle for Danny Ungaius, who is one of the hardest chargers on the USAC circuit. He's about 4 car lengths back of Foyt as they head off into turn number 1. We had a chance to talk with A.J. at great length yesterday in the garage area, and I told him that his phenomenal success this year. He's finished every race he's run, and I asked him why all of a sudden everything seems to be working so good for the team.
I don't know, Barney. Through the years, it's just like Richard Petty and I. People always laugh. It seems like Richard has a good year, I have a good year. And they says that at Indy when I run second, and Dale, works with Richard, said, well, it looks like we're going to run second today. In the year I won in 77, Richard won the 600 there at Charlotte. So it seemed like our years, mine and Richard's, have all run in cycles. When I have a good year, he has a good year, we both have good years.
The voice of A.J. Foyt comparing his career to Richard Petty. He's had everything his way this year. He started on the pole 3 times. He's went on to win those 3 races. He started on the pole here at Pocono, and he said yesterday if he doesn't have any problems, he feels like he can make it 4 victories on the Champ Car Trail this year. Right
Danny
now,
Ungaius in turn number 1 is now a mere 3 car lengths behind A.J. Foyt as Foyt got caught up in some race traffic, and Ungaius now closing the gap to 2 car lengths as they head to turn 2.
There's definitely race traffic for Foyt to contend with. One on the inside, one on the outside. He is running behind Vukovic right now and slowing up. Ungaius is right on his wing. They're coming off the 2nd turn, and they cannot get past Vukovic. They are slowing up considerably, and now they're getting Holmes on their tail, too, and he's going to go inside someone.
Well, let's see what they do here in the 3rd turn. Foyt gets around Billy Vukovic. Ungaius does not at this point. Now he does, moving off of the third turn, so both cars safely past the slower car.
Traffic became a problem for the two front runners. A.J. Foyt had to get out of the throttle a little bit over in turn number 3, but right now that traffic has also slowed down on Gaius, and he has the biggest separation we've seen in a long time down in turn 1.
Indeed the case, and now Howdy Holmes closing in behind Danny Ungaius, trying to put a little pressure on there. But Ungaius, who all of a sudden handles so well in turn number 1, he again sweeps high off the number 1 corner and challenges one more time for A.J. Foyt's lead.
Well, A.J. Foyt is managing to hold on to that lead. In fact, he's probably got 5 car lengths on Ungaius now. Howdy Holmes still trying to get himself out of that lap-down situation. And Dixon is well ahead of McCluskey, who is trapped behind a slower car as well. He doesn't seem to be handling badly. The car doesn't sound badly. Maybe he's just pacing himself.
So far in this race, we've noticed that the cars are doing a tremendous amount of passing here in the third corner, as the cars can move either to the inside or the outside and get around slower traffic.
Half a second lead for A.J. Foyt as they shuffle off down into the first turn. Howdy Holmes 1 lap behind. He is trailing the 2 leaders and currently is shown in the 10th position, desperately trying to get back on the lead lap. Sitting in third is Larry Dixon within striking distance. In the 4th position, Roger McCluskey. Sitting 5th is Gary Bettenhausen at the 60-lap rundown. In the 7th position, Tom Bigelow. Sitting 8th is Sheldon Kinzer, and 9th is Cliff Husel.
The second caution flag of the afternoon has been displayed to the field. It came out on lap number 65 when Dick Simon's car stalled on the grass just between turns 1 and 2, and it has allowed most of the front runners to pit. And Ned Jarrett, I think they've all been in and taken advantage of this caution.
Yes, they have, Barney, and many of them are changing tires now that had not changed tires on earlier pit stops. They, of course, have gone about a third of the way through this race now and taking advantage of this slowdown period to change those tires and make any adjustments that they might need.
MRN Broadcasting will be back on the air Wednesday, July 4th on most of these same stations across the country to bring you the action of the 21st Annual Firecracker 400. That's the Daytona 500 rematch with all the NASCAR Winston Cup stars Wednesday, July 4th. Race time is 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We invite you to tune with us then. Then the NASCAR Winston Cuppers head off to Nashville, Tennessee for the Nashville 420 on Saturday night, July the 14th. The next day, we'll be on the air in Brooklyn, Michigan, broadcasting the Norton 200 championship car race at Brooklyn, Michigan on July the 15th. Then with the NASCAR Winston Cup trail heads for Pocono, Pennsylvania, right here for the Coca-Cola 500 on Sunday, July the 29th. We'll be broadcasting that race on MRN along with the Talladega 500 on Sunday, August 5th from the world's fastest speedway at Talladega, Alabama.
So that is the schedule for the Winston Cup drivers, and most of Motor Racing Network's schedule will have many of those broadcasts on Motor Racing Network. We are under caution here at Pocono, Pennsylvania this afternoon. 68 laps are being shown on the board. This is the second caution flag of the day for the USAC Champ Car drivers. First one came out on lap number 17 when Bob Harkey spilled his car on the grass down in turn number 1, stalled there and brought out the first caution, and this one being brought out on Dick Simon's automobile over in turn number 2 when it also came to rest out on the apron of the track. So the caution flag should not be too lengthy as the wreckers have moved over to move Dick Simon's car back out of the speedway area. We had a chance to talk with Neil Bonnet up at Michigan last weekend while we were talking about Daytona International Speedway for the Firecracker 400. The big news in the racing world just a few weeks ago was the split with David Pearson with the Wood Brothers of Stewart, Virginia, the team that had been so successful for some 7 years, but all of a sudden they just didn't seem to have it anymore, and they felt it would be better if they went their separate ways, which they did. Neil Bonnet, totally unexpectedly, was named to drive the Wood Brothers Purelator car. That car will be the defending champion in the Firecracker race, and we asked Neil over there last weekend. He must be awfully happy going to Daytona in the Wood Brothers car.
Yeah, you know what really got me pumped up about going to Daytona was the car ran so good at Talladega. The thing was just unbelievable up there how strong it would run, and Leonard just said he's putting a lot of emphasis on going to Daytona to try to run good down there, and I'm sure looking forward to it.
68 laps are down here at Pocono, Pennsylvania. We are still under caution, and it looks like we may be going back to a green maybe next time around. Mike Joy?
This has been a bit surprising, Barney. It's one of the most competitive Pocono USAC 500s that we have seen here in the years we've been following the Champ Car circuit for Motor Racing Network. Dick Simon appears to be out of the race. The wrecker is going to his attention right now. We asked him earlier, something that surprised us is seeing these cars draft. We had thought with the big wing areas on these cars that the turbulence would not allow them to draft too well. Simon says that's not so.
No question, if you can stand to keep your head on your shoulders as you're doing the drafting, I'll have to admit that in these type of cars with the wings the way they are, it does cause an awful lot of turbulence. But after you've drafted a little bit, you get used to it and you kind of let your head move freely, and it doesn't bother you too much. But at first, somebody like a rookie coming in does have perhaps a drafting disadvantage because it does shake your head, and it can make you a little nervous. But after you get over that, you can draft, definitely. I've gained as much as 300 RPM drafting the cars, but you always enter the corner with perhaps your left wing, left front wing, out into the air, so the fans can watch that. And as they see somebody drafting somebody down the straightaway, usually just before they go into the turn, you will make sure as a driver that you have one wing or the other into the air, because if you don't, your car will pick up a severe push, which means the car won't turn, and you could get into serious troubles.
Next week here, we'll see next month, we'll see the NASCAR Winston Cup cars draft just bumper to bumper. We asked Simon, how close can you draft with these cars?
I've scraped the name Goodyear off the front of my car about 3 or 4 times on other people getting too close. So, in fact, one of the races in Michigan, I did that on the warm-up lap. And it was when we thought we had a green flag coming down, and we all took off, and it wasn't a green flag. So I had to come in and make sure the front end was all right. But that's happened quite a bit.
Well, they're getting ready to go back to green on the 69th lap here at Pocono, Pennsylvania this afternoon of the Music 500 for the Champ Cars of USAC. Here they come up into turn number 3 as the safety car dives onto pit road. They come barreling down out of that corner, the leader being indicated as Danny Ongaias. Larry Dixon rides in second position. Foyt is showing in third place, and McCluskey will be the fourth place car. And here they come up to full bore out of the number 3 corner and head across the stripe and back into turn number 1. Ongaias about 20 car lengths ahead of Dixon as they work turn 1.
As Danny Ongaias has the comfortable bulge here, it's Dixon's job to try and make up some room, and he looks in the rear view and sees A.J. Foyt. Dixon moves up on the rear of the Cliff Fusel car. Dixon trying to pass him on the inside and does. So now it's going to be clear sailing, trying to chase down Danny Ongaias. But meanwhile, as Dixon has his hands full with Fusel, A.J. Foyt now a chance to close the gap as the battle for second place begins.
Dixon has to drop back in behind Fusel in the turn. He was not able to get by him. Foyt gaining some ground on him. And then Roger McCluskey is running behind Foyt in fourth place now.
It's still a good race as we have 4 or 5 cars running fairly closely together. Ongaias with a fairly comfortable lead now. Larry Dixon is second, and A.J. Foyt is third as Dixon tries to go around Fusel now down the straightaway.
Healthy margin for the leader right now, and Ongaias. A lot of breathing room as he comes across the stripe, but Foyt right now is locked up in traffic back there as he battles with Larry Dixon for the number 2 spot. He puts a move on him in turn 1.
The challenge for second place. A.J. goes down low on Dixon, turns it hard and has the spot. Good driving by A.J. Foyt. He just dives it down low off the entrance to turn number 1 and picks off the second running order. Dixon now a 2-car length deficit to A.J. Foyt. Dixon is running third, and everybody sets sail to chase down the black car of Danny Ongaias.
Danny Ongaias charging like he did at the beginning of the race. A.J. Foyt appears to be a bit faster. Dixon falling off the pace. McCluskey would like to catch up at this point. Holmes still wants to unlap himself.
A wheel has come off one of the machines down pit road and crashes into the retaining wall just in front of the scoreboard. We're trying to get a number on that car. The wheel flew off just as he came onto pit road. It's Dick Simon's car, number 17, wheel flying off that machine. And here come the leaders across the stripe. Ongaias, and that interval begins to dwindle a little bit between himself and A.J. Foyt. Mike Joy.
Dick Simon did a great job of bringing the car down on a 3-point stance all the way down pit road. He kept it away from the wall and brought the car to a safe, controlled stop in his pit area. They're trying to make repairs to it right now.
A.J. Foyt really charging into the number 1 turn. As a matter of fact, car got a bit bobbly on him, but he pulled it back in nicely, and he continues to chase down Ongaias. That narrowing gap continues to close.
Dixon is staying with him as they come into the turn. In fact, Dixon is not too far off the rear wing of A.J. Foyt, perhaps 2 car lengths, and gaining as he heads down the back straightaway as they both close in on the leader.
1, 2, 3 here in the third turn. It's Ungaius, Boyd, and Dixon, but trouble has again beset Janet Guthrie. She was moving very slowly by here last time and is now in the pit area.
Well, they're trying to push her car down to the pits. It didn't have any power at all, and they're pushing Janet Guthrie back into her pit area to do some more work on the car and hopefully put her back into the competition this afternoon. This lady from New York has really had her problems.
Ungaius again has company in turn number 1. AJ trying to go to the cellar on Ungaius, and Danny cuts him off effectively. It's going to be Dixon trying to set sail again. He's 7 car lengths behind AJ. It's single file down the long pond straightaway. Ungaius and AJ Foyt and Dixon, they head to turn 2.
They jockey for position, and it's going to be Ungaius holding the line as AJ drops just a bit lower, and Dixon drops even lower still to stay with him, and he's gaining again as they go by.
And it's Dixon now moving right in on A.J. Foyt here in the third turn. He moves to the inside but can't get around A.J. Foyt. Dixon has to drop back into third position as Ungaius continues to lead.
Vicious crash down in turn number 1, and it appears to be car number 58, and if that is the case, it will be Eldon Rasmussen. Let's go down to Eli Gold.
Barney Hall, the car came through to the apex of the turn. It crunched the retaining wall directly below our broadcasting position. As a matter of fact, the photographers, along with myself up here, being scattered by flying debris. The car pretty well disintegrating as those parts that are built to break away indeed did so. The car now sits up against the outside retaining wall at the exit of turn number 1. Safety crews were there almost before the car came to a stop. Good work by the Pocono crew, but right now the concerns for the driver as the medical crew is on the scene. Back to the tower.
So a crash in turn number 1. Eldon Rasmussen, who started shotgun position on the field, started in last position. Number 25 has crashed in turn number 1. A vicious crash. The car almost disintegrating itself as he ground into the concrete wall right in front of Eli Gold. The safety crews are there. Let's go back for an update on that accident.
Right now, the safety crews continue to work, and right up here, Barney Hall, is as much as we are working so close to the racetrack here in Pocono, we have got some souvenirs up here as the car hit the wall directly below our broadcasting location. The wing came flying off. The wing intact is sitting and now being retrieved by some of the track workers, but there are splinter pieces of sheet metal that have come and graced our broadcast location here topside. The ambulance is on the scene as the workers right now pull the remaining pieces of sheet metal off the tub section of the car. The driver is still sitting in the car. Problems, of course, here as the car did not continue a turn. The car entered the high side of turn number 1 right here at the apex where we're located and then went directly into the turn. Then the long slide began, bumping twice up against the wall and then finally shutting down. So the concern here as the orange and yellow clad track safety workers, they're on the scene picking up debris. The medical crew clad in the regular white, they're on the scene trying to attend to the driver who still remains in the automobile.
And meanwhile in the pits, John Martin has had to park his automobile. John, what happened?
Well, it looks like we galled a piston, and she started smoking, so we just had to quit.
Had a few problems, had some unscheduled pit stops because of that?
No, we were searching to see what our maximum fuel mileage could be, and so we could race at the end, right to the last gallon.
Well, it's too bad you won't be there to see how that would have been.
Yeah, sure is.
Thank you very much, John Martin. Better luck next time.
The report from the USAC observers is that the rear wing on Eldon Rasmussen's car appeared to separate from the machine before it impacted the wall. The wings are so critical to the handling of these cars that he appeared to lose the wing, and that sent the car into a violent spin into the first turn retaining wall.
Here in the corner, the safety crews still picking up what are seemingly hundreds or thousands of little pieces of debris. Of course, getting the car up into the marbles, some of the little pebbles have been spewed all along the racetrack, but indeed, as the car hit, we said the wing is sitting intact, but the sheet metal pretty well came off in little splintering pieces, some flying as high as our location up here, others littering the racetrack, and still Eldon Rasmussen, who started shotgun on the field here this afternoon, still sitting in the race car as attention continues to him at the exit of turn number 1.
78 laps on the board in the Music 500 this afternoon, and Mike Joy can update us as to how they're running under this third caution flag of the day.
A.J. Foyt is the leader under caution, Barney, with Danny Ungaius in the second position. Larry Dixon rides third with the fourth spot, Roger McCluskey, and in fifth on the lead lap is Tom Bigelow. One lap behind in sixth position is Gary Bettenhausen. Seventh to the rookie Howdy Holmes. Eighth slot to Cliff Husel. Sitting in ninth is Jim McElreath, and 10th would be Sheldon Kinzer. 11th position is Phil Threshy. They are all 1 lap behind the leader. 2 laps down, in 12th position, is a car driven by Jerry Carl. And 13th position, 3 laps off the pace, is Billy Vukovic.
So with 78 laps complete, that is the way they're running here at Pocono as they continue to work in the area of the crash down in turn number 1. Let's go back to Eli Gold.
Well, Barney, after the car hit the wall, the sheet metal pretty well blew right off and disintegrated. There were about 3 pieces of sheet metal remaining on the car at that point, the 2 wing supports on either side of the rear end of the automobile, and 1 piece of sheet metal near the right front. That right front piece, of course, has been pulled off by the safety crew while those wing supports remain in place. Driver Eldon Rasmussen is still in the automobile. Right now, the stay dry has been applied to the racetrack as far as taking care of all the fluids that have leaked out from the race car as it came to a rest on the outside of turn number 1. Eldon Rasmussen now being removed from the automobile. The stretcher is on the scene. The medical crew, as we said earlier, along with the safety vehicles, they took a pretty good view of things because they were all sitting right in the exit corner, and the car had just about come to a stop when the safety crew was on the scene. So good work again. We must commend the crew for being there. And now, of course, a concern for Eldon Rasmussen as they begin to take him out of the car, put him on a stretcher, and, of course, a trip to the hospital here.
We mentioned at the top of the broadcast that we have 10 different types of race car chassis in this race and 6 different engine configurations. The Cosworth V8 engines are currently in the first 4 positions. Foyt, Ongais, Larry Dixon, and Roger McCluskey with the Cosworth. The first Offenhauser in the field is being driven by 5th place Tom Bigelow. The Parnelli chassis of Foyt and Ongais occupying the first 2 positions. Dixon's car is a Penske in 3rd, and Lola's in 4th and 5th slot for McCluskey and Tom Bigelow.
Well, Ned Jarrett had dispatched himself a moment ago to the garage area, hoping to get a word with Janet Guthrie. They had pushed her car back into the garage. Let's see if we can check in with him.
Barney, we're standing by outside their garage area. They're trying to determine exactly what went wrong. They're not sure if it was something in the gearbox or the engine. We will be talking with Janet very shortly.
Here in turn number 1, Rasmussen is now in the ambulance, and the attendants are in the van along with him. The doors are being shut, and Eldon Rasmussen will be whisked away for medical attention. As far as what remains of the automobile, there is not a whole lot. The wrecker is on the scene. There is, of course, the body shell. The basic tub of the automobile is what remains. Now, as the safety crews begin to clear out, the cars that come by are slowing down to let the ambulance get through, as Eldon Rasmussen is being taken now under the care of the medical officials for a good check.
Barney, back in the garage area, Janet Guthrie, I think they've just learned what happened to the car, Janet.
Well, Ned, it was the clutch, I'm afraid.
Looked like the car was going well. We know that it was going well because you qualified so well, but the problems started right off.
I tell you, Ned, I must not live right. I just really mustn't live right. Something was wrong with the rear wheel at the beginning of the race. About crashed everybody down there in the first turn. Anyway, we got that fixed. And then we had a little problem with the engine coming out of the turns, wasn't running quite right. I don't really know why at this point, but in any event, like I say, there's this little black cloud follows me around, I think.
Well, I know that you had your hopes so high that you could even possibly win this race here today, and it has to be very disappointing to be sitting on the sidelines now.
Well, it was even more disappointing to get off to such a bad start after qualifying so well. As I've said, this Texaco Star is the best equipment I've ever had, and that's racing. I mean, these things do happen.
Well, Janet's been around long enough, and she's had her disappointments, and another big one here today.
Well, a tough break. She is a very dedicated race driver, and I think she's earned the respect of everybody in this business, not only in the Champ Car division, but also in the stock cars of NASCAR. The 6th-place car has elected to pit at this time. Number 98, Gary Bettenhausen, has pitted his machine. He is on pit road. I think a special call will go out, Mike Joy, to Howdy Holmes this afternoon. What a splendid job he has been doing of maintaining a position in the top 10 all afternoon. He's from Ann Arbor, Michigan. He's 32 years old, stands just 5'4", but all the drivers in the garage will tell you that when he cinches up a seatbelt, he becomes a giant in one of these cars.
Here, as at Indianapolis, Howdy Holmes has done quite a job. He has come up through the ranks of open-wheeled racing. The Sports Car Club of America has a series they call Formula Ford. It's intended as a budget racing series, and it's their most popular class, and that's where Howdy got started. He's come along quite well. He's run the mini Indy series of both USAC and SCCA road racing, and now making his first year in championship car racing, and he really looks to be one of the up-and-coming young lions of this circuit.
Well, I think also a call will go out to USAC this afternoon. Of course, they have changed their rules some this year, and the same boost on the car all the way through the event has increased the competition considerably. It has made the cars last a lot longer. We talked to Dick Simon about that yesterday. Most of the drivers seem to like it. And we asked Dick if lowering the boost pressure would change his driving style.
Well, I think it allows, with a little less boost pressure, it allows you to do more if you're driving in the turns now than we used to. You more or less aren't entering the turn quite as fast, and therefore you can set up differently. You can enter higher, you can enter lower, you can enter in the middle. You can take a lot of different lines now with the entrance speed being reduced as it is. I noticed AJ, for instance, gained 3 miles an hour on his qualifying run by taking a total new line just before qualifying, going into 1 and through 2. And I noticed a couple of others did the same thing. I've basically, in my practice, found that out. I could take a very high entrance, which can be extremely risky if you're coming in at, say, 215 miles an hour, but coming in at about 200. It changes things quite a bit, even though it's only maybe 15 miles an hour difference, or say 195, whatever the differential is. It does allow the driver enough safety to go ahead and bring it in high and make a lot of changes in the turn. I think you can look forward to a lot of wheel-to-wheel racing and side-by-side.
The voice of Dick Simon talking about how they'll be running here today at Pocono International Raceway. Dick Simon is a very interesting fellow. He's quite an engineer. He's come up with several innovations in the car. He builds a lot of his own cars, and he's quite a race driver here this afternoon. He's had some problems in the event, but hopefully he will have success the rest of the season. We're waiting word from the USAC officials on the condition of the driver that has brought out the third caution flag this afternoon down in turn number 1, Eldon Rasmussen, who crashed there. The safety crews continue to work in that area. For a progress report on how they're coming along, let's go back to Eli Gold.
Well, Barney, exiting turn number 1, the point where the automobile came to a final rest, the cleanup crews are there with stay dry by the pound, and they are making sure that all the fluid debris is taken care of. Those other track workers, clad in the bright orange, were walking below us where the car initially hit the wall. And again, we saw an interesting reaction as the sheet metal pretty well splintered, pieces flying up to us, and many of the light blue specks still visible on the race course. Again, when the car got up into the marbles, it kicked out some of the pebbles and the rocks. So those two are being picked up by the safety crew. We shouldn't be all that much longer. They're now disposing of the excess speedy dry exiting the first turn, and we should be underway before much longer.
It has been quite a weekend here at Pocono for this Music 500, a great music festival here yesterday. Several top recording acts and a big open-air concert out in the Pocono infield. And it has been quite a race this afternoon as well. We're 81 laps into the Music 500. A.J. Foyt is your leader. Danny Ungaius is second. They have run that way for about the last 30 laps since Johnny Parsons fell by the wayside. Sitting in third now is Larry Dixon, many-time USAC sprint car champ, who's enjoyed success at Indianapolis and all along the circuit. Sitting in fourth spot now is Roger McCluskey, who was one of the early race leaders. And in fifth, still on the same lap as the leader, is Tom Bigelow. In the sixth position, Gary Bettenhausen, who just made a pit stop under caution, and now Barney Hall, all the leaders have come on pit road.
Let's see if Ned Jarrett is in position. We'll check in with him.
Barney, they're coming back in to top off those fuel tanks because they've made quite a few laps around here during this caution period, so they take this opportunity to come back in and top those fuel tanks off so they can go a full run.
We'll be getting back to green very shortly. The report from Eli Gold, the safety crews are still in that area, but they have apparently finished most of their work down in turn number 1 with 82 laps being completed on the board.
Right now, Barney, they're just checking the security of the retaining wall. They're seems to be one of the head men for the security crew checking the wall at the apex of the turn, just about not 50 feet away from us, and again directly below us, where the car made its first 2 rather vicious impacts with the wall, and that seems to be okay as the crew member now trots his way down the 16-degree banking. Everything else is clear now. Everybody loading up into the trucks at the exit of turn 1, and we should be set to go.
So that is the word from turn number 1. It looks like we'll have a couple of more laps under caution before they cut them loose again and go back to green.
Let's take a look at upcoming races on the MRN Broadcasting Company. On Wednesday, July 4th, we'll be at the world's most famous beach in Daytona International Speedway, the birthplace of speed, to bring you all the action of the 21st annual Firecracker 400 on most of these same stations. Then Sunday, July 15th, we're back with the Champ Cars at Brooklyn, Michigan, and Michigan International Speedway, and the running of the Norton 200. July 29th, we're back here at Pocono, here in the Pocono Mountains of Pennsylvania, for the Coca-Cola 500, a NASCAR Winston Cup Grand National race. The following weekend, Sunday, August 5th, the Talladega 500, the world's fastest auto race at the world's fastest speedway in Talladega, Alabama. 10 different races and 10 different winners. Who will be number 11th on Sunday, August 5th? We'll bring you all that action on MRN. Sunday, August 19th is the Champion Sparkplug 400 at Brooklyn Hills, Michigan. September 16th, the Delaware 500 at Dover, Delaware. Sunday, September 23rd, back to the short track that thinks it's a super speedway, Clay Earl's beautiful facility in Martinsville, Virginia, for the running of the Old Dominion 500. To Charlotte, North Carolina on October 7th with the Napa National 500. October 28th, the Modified Sportsman Go. Back in Martinsville, that's the Cardinal 500. And we'll close out our broadcast season Sunday, November 18th with the Times 500 at Ontario, California. Plan to join us on many of these MRN Broadcasting Company broadcasts in your area. Write your stations, let them know that you enjoy hearing the races on MRN.
Here they come out of turn number 3, going back to green at the Music 500 at Pocono. The leader will be A.J. Foyt. On Gaius will ride second, just inches off the rear wing of that machine as he heads back into turn 1.
Howdy Holmes running well, seems to try and get himself back on the lap of the leaders. Can't quite do so as A.J. Foyt and Ungaius take the low side and sweep right through turn number 1. Going down low as well, the 44 car of McCluskey running nicely. The 80 automobile of Larry Dixon continues to show well as your leaders work down the long climb.
A.J. Foyt and Danny Ungaius are really doing a number as they come into the second turn. Foyt goes in high, drops down to the apron. Ungaius takes a higher line, and it's Roger McCluskey running in third with Dixon, trying to make up some ground.
And now all 4 of those cars running right together on the racetrack. A.J. Foyt is your leader as they come into turn number 3. There is Danny Ungaius. There is Roger McCluskey and Larry Dixon.
2 of the best in the business go at it for the lead here at Pocono at the Music 500. Foyt is out front. Ungaius is second. He has lost a little ground, perhaps 7, 8 car lengths. McCluskey rides in third spot. Dixon is your 4th place car as they work turn 1.
As we check the handling through the first corner, again, everybody down low near that yellow retaining line. First and second, still A.J. Foyt and Danny Ungaius trying to work themselves through traffic again. McCluskey and Dixon, your leaders, continue to work down the Long Pond straightaway. Ungaius trying to close on A.J. Foyt as they head to 2.
A.J. Foyt stays off the wall just a little bit, but then runs down low on that line he's picked up. Ungaius a little bit wider. Now it looks to be McCluskey not gaining the ground he should. We've got trouble right here in front of us. One car into the wall, 2 cars into the wall. One of them is the number 97. That belongs to Phil Threshy, and the other one is the number 38 for Jerry Carl. We'll be back with an update in a moment.
Again, caution is on the speedway, and this will be the 4th one of the afternoon as caution is being displayed at the field of the Music 500. There has been a crash in turn number 2. 1 car has tagged into the wall. Let's go back for an update on that accident. It appeared to be car number 97, Phil Threshy, one of the machines involved in it. The report also that car number 38, Jerry Carl's machine, was involved in the accident, as the safety crews are immediately on the scene, pulling out of the speedway as they go directly to the car that is pinned against the wall. And let's go to Dave Sutherland and see if he can bring us up to date as to what's happening in that turn 2 area.
Okay, both drivers are out of the cars now. Phil Threshy did a fine job of backing that car into the wall as he spun right in front of our broadcast booth here. The skid marks start just at the entrance to the second turn. Also up there, Jerry Carl in the 38 bounced into the wall wing first and rolled down into the middle of the banking. They're bringing the hook over to take his car off now. The safety crews are scurrying around the car to clean up the debris. Both drivers are far away from their cars and both got out under their own power. And, in fact, I think have both gone well away from the scene of the accident, may even be over some of the safety trucks out of the danger that something just might happen with the cars. Neither one are really seriously damaged, particularly Carl's car. Threshy's rear end is bent. The left rear tire is bent up. The wing is not too badly damaged. It's something that certainly won't be extremely hard to repair, but they're definitely out of action for the day.
One of the hazards of open wheel racing, as in these Indianapolis Champ cars, is you get 2 cars and they get their wheels together and they start flying all over the racetrack, as they did at Dave Sutherland's position. The 2 vehicles were just diving low into the second turn, appeared to make contact, and then it was a short trip up to that half-inch thick boilerplate retaining wall in turn 2. We talked to Dick Simon earlier this weekend, and we asked him if the open wheels on the cars are a distraction.
No, in fact, I love the open front wheels because you can see exactly what you're doing right to the nth of an inch. I raced in super modifieds, and they were open wheels, and then I went to sports cars, And with the sporty cars, I had a tendency to always have a body man needed after each race because I managed to use other people as backstops.
They used the wall as a backstop just a few minutes ago. Let's update you on cars out of the race. Finishing in 20th position will be Eldon Rasmussen, who brought out the caution on lap 75 with that crash in his Scientific Drilling Controls RAS car. 19th position today will go to Janet Guthrie. A disappointing day for Miss Guthrie in the Texaco Star. A broken clutch after 67 laps. John Martin's drive in the Scientific Drilling Controls machine ended with a burned piston on lap number 67. Up until this caution, Barney, 17 cars still running.
Shame that Martin had to go out, and so had Janet after a super qualifying run, and Martin having a good day here had been showing in the top 10 most of the afternoon. There has been nothing but praise for the Speedway officials and what they have done to the tunnel turn, better known as turn number 2 or the tunnel turn here at Pocono. There used to be a dip or a little bump in the corner. That has been changed. They have resurfaced that entire area. And I talked with A.J. Foyt about that yesterday and how much better it was in turn number 2.
No, they did a fine job. They redone all the racetrack. It's real smooth. It's probably better than it's ever been since I've been here. Dr. Mattiola, he did a fine job.
Well, they've been making some daring maneuvers in that area all afternoon, as they have in turn number 3. And in fact, that's where most of the passing has been occurring here today, is over in turn number 2 and 3. For an update on how they're doing over in the turn 2 area, where the fourth caution flag of the day has been brought out a moment ago, let's go to Dave Sutherland.
Well, they've already hauled away the Jerry Carl car. That one is on the hook and on its way to the infield. They're still just starting to pick up Phil Threshy's car now. It's mostly time to put down the Speedy Dry to absorb some moisture, which apparently was dumped at the starting point of the accident and carried itself all the way up to the wall from Threshy's automobile. It would appear as though they're going to be cleared away here in just a few minutes as soon as they've gotten the leftover moisture from the wrecked Threshy racer. Then they'll be ready to go. They're towing him off now, and I think we'll be clear here very shortly.
So that's the word from turn number 2. This is the fourth caution flag. And again, it came out on lap number 87. We are 88 laps into the event, 12 laps from the halfway mark. 200 laps will make up the Music 500 this afternoon here at Pocono. The two cars again involved in that crash in turn number 2, Phil Threshy in 97 and Jerry Carl.
Good news on Eldon Rasmussen, who crashed heavily down in turn number 1. He is in the infield hospital. He is conscious. He's up and talking to the doctors. They fear he may have injured his ankle, but other than that, he is all right. That is certainly good news.
A lot of things have happened. We've had 4 caution flags this afternoon, but aside from that, there has been some of the best racing I think we've ever seen on the USAC Champ Trail. We don't do or see that many races. We go to Michigan a couple of times a year and watch the cars run there, and we see them run here frequently at Pocono. But Mike Joy, it has been a thriller up front, 3 and 4 cars running for the lead in the same lap all day.
It's been very competitive, Barney Hall. Right now we're showing 5 cars on the lead lap. And it is one of the most competitive Champ Car races they've had here at Pocono in the history of this USAC 500. I don't think we've seen all there is from A.J. Foyt or Danny Ungaius. Both drivers have run hard and run fast, but they seem to be in a strategy, in a waiting game, perhaps thinking out the fuel mileage right now. And I think the only driver that we saw all he had was Johnny Parsons in turn 2, where he had that tremendous speed through the bottom of the corner. And he was running about the same way A.J. Foyt was when he qualified for the pole. Foyt has not made that kind of move in turn 2 yet this afternoon.
Well, he's been pacing himself a little bit here this afternoon. He said earlier this morning that depending on the pace that Ungaius set, if he jumped into the lead and was running a little bit quicker than he felt like his equipment would stand, that he might back out of it a little bit and kind of stroke a little bit, although A.J. is far from being known as a stroker. As a matter of fact, we talked to Jim Gilmore, who's been a friend of Foyt's for some 17 years and sponsors his racing efforts. And I asked Jim yesterday if he felt that A.J. had mellowed a little bit as a driver.
I wouldn't say necessarily that A.J. is mellowed. I think it's a case of A.J. knowing exactly what he's doing and having a clear mind when he gets in his car, knowing that the equipment and car is in perfect shape, and the confident feeling that a winner only has.
So thoughts of Jim Gilmore, A.J.'s sponsor on the machine this afternoon, and he thinks that Foyt right now is probably more competitive than he's ever been in his career. And I think all the drivers here today, or in any division when Foyt races, will say the same thing. When he goes on the racetrack, he becomes the Incredible Hulk, as we mentioned earlier in our broadcast. He will run the wheels off anything that he straps himself into.
He's always a force to be reckoned with, as is Danny Ungaius, the 1-2 combination right now. But Foyt seems to be a bit more predictable than does Ungaius. In fact, Barney, he reminds me a little bit of David Pearson in NASCAR Grand National Racing. He has become quite a strategist and doesn't always run the car flat out all day long.
He's a thinking race driver. He always has been for a long time. He's not an emotional race driver in the sense that if things happen on the racetrack that might make you mad or upset a little bit, he just pushes it right out of his mind and does what has to be done to win the race. And that's the only kind of an attitude a driver can have and be a consistent winner. Talking about Ungaias this afternoon, he's hanging on to the second position right now. He and A.J. have been anywhere from inches apart to about 20 car lengths, the biggest separation through the field most of the afternoon for first, second, and third. Ungaias came on the scene like gangbusters when he did. He's one of the most exciting drivers I've ever seen cinch up a seatbelt in any kind of racing. He just literally runs the car to death, so to speak. If it won't run out front, he doesn't even want to be in the contest.
One of the best tests of his capabilities came in the 24 Hours of Daytona back in February, where he teamed with Hurley Haywood and Ted Field to win that event. When necessary, Ungaias would carve through traffic that included cars some 50 miles an hour slower on top speed than his turbo Porsche. But he could also maintain a pace, which is something we hadn't seen him do to that point, and they won the 24 hours handily, setting a new record in the process.
He's an interesting race driver. Ned Jarrett's had some time to talk with him in the past couple of years, and I think Ned got to know him fairly well. He's done some interviews with him. Ned, he's not a foolish race driver. A lot of people think he takes chances, but Ungaias knows his own ability.
I think that's the key, Barney. He knows his capability and drives accordingly, and as most any top athlete in the country has, that is a lot of confidence. He has, and he has to be able to go out there and perform the way that he does. And knowing what he can do and what the limits are and then drive accordingly is really the mark of a good athlete. And he's a real fine gentleman to know once you learn to know him. He's not too talkative, really, but if you have something to talk to him about or do an interview with him, well, certainly he'll oblige, but he doesn't waste words.
He's a very hard person to get to know, as you said, but once he kind of loosens up to you, he's a very interesting person to talk to, and he is one whale of a race driver. Mike Joy.
It's been a competitive race with 13 lead changes among 7 different drivers. To update you on a few situations, Dick Simon is back in the race. Some 15 laps ago, we had Simon coming down the pit road on 3 wheels. They fitted a new wheel to that race car, and he is back in the race at this time. The 90-lap rundown at 225 miles and an average speed of 133.015 miles per hour. Under caution, A.J. Foyt is your leader. Danny Ungaias in the second position. Sitting third is Roger McCluskey. Fourth, Larry Dixon. Fifth, Tom Bigelow, all on the lead lap. 1 lap in arrears in sixth position is Sheldon Kinser. In seventh, it's Cliff Husel, whose car had been smoking a bit earlier on, but remains very competitive. Seventh to Jim McElreath. The veteran driver, McElreath, is in eighth. Ninth to rookie Howdy Holmes. In 10th, Gary Bettenhausen. They are all 1 lap behind. In the 11th position is Billy Vukovic, who is 3 laps in arrears.
And that's the way they're running at Pocono, Pennsylvania this afternoon in the Music 500 with 91 laps showing on the board. And it looks like they've completed most of the cleanup work in turn number 2. Dave Sutherland, we should be getting a green shortly.
They are completely clear now. You can probably see from your location this tan stripe that goes across the turn. Apparently, Threshy blew an engine as he was going into the turn, and it carried him all the way across the turn, almost to 750 feet into the wall. Also, one thing we forgot to mention was that Tom Bigelow just skinned by in that crash. He was getting a little bit squirrely as he got caught in the oil and nearly made contact with the cars that were spinning into the wall.
Bigelow has made a good run this afternoon also. He's been hanging in the top 5 and 6 positions most of the day. Right now, we're getting ready to go back to green shortly. We are still under caution. This is the 4th one of the day. The first caution flag came out for Bob Harkey when he put the car down on the grass and stalled in turn number 1 on lap 17. Second caution flag came onto the field in lap number 65 when Dick Simon, also his car, came to rest on the grass. He's been in and out of the garage area, and as Mike Joy just reported, he is now back in competition after losing a great number of laps for repairs on that car. Our third caution flag of the day came out on lap number 75. Most vicious crash we've seen in a long time down in turn number 1 on Eldon Rasmussen's car. And Mike Joy, again, we might repeat what you just said a moment ago about the condition of the driver.
Rasmussen was removed from the car unconscious, Barney, and taken to the infield hospital. He is now fully conscious. He's sitting up and talking to the doctors in the hospital. They believe he has an ankle injury. It's a bit unspecified to the extent of the damage, but he is up and appears to be okay. The pace car is on the short straightaway, and it is stretching out the field. It looks like we're set to go back to green.
Pace car is picking up speed. The light is out. He'll be diving on a pit road, and as we go back to green on the 92nd lap this afternoon, the leader will be A.J. Foyt. Danny Ungaias will be in the second spot. Riding third is Roger McCluskey, and in fourth position in car number 80 is Larry Dixon, and here they come up through the throttle. as they come sailing down out of the number 3 corner. Green flag displayed to the field. Foyt tries to pull away from Ongais. No way. Ongais hangs in there, closes it down to 2 car lengths as they head up into turn 1.
You might say Danny on the gas right here as he steps on it and tries to stay apace with A.J. Foyt. Those two do pull away from McCluskey and Dixon, however, as the top 2 cars, A.J. Foyt now showing a 3-car length lead over Danny Ongais. It's going to be McCluskey, a car length lead over Dixon. They work the long pond.
A pair of battles coming down the long pond into turn number 2 with Foyt and Ongais. Foyt will have an easy lead going through the turn, but it's Dixon going underneath McCluskey as they come through the turn, and Dixon has the 3rd spot as they blast down the short straightaway.
There is a distance between Ongais and second and the 3rd place car, but he and A.J. Foyt going right together here on the racetrack. Larry Dixon, the man in a hurry right now as he heads for Danny Ongais in 3rd place. Dixon running well.
Dixon trying to catch the front twosome, but Ongais wants the lead. He's alongside of A.J. Foyt. Wheel to wheel, they cross the start-finish line and dive back into turn 1.
Turn 1's not been the place to pass. Whoever has the lead seems to cut off the 2nd place runner. That's what happens here. Both cars dive off the high side and run low through 1 and 2. It's A.J. Foyt, a car length of an advantage over Ongais, but Danny takes the low side. Ongais steps on the button. They are now side by side as they work down the long pond straightaway. Dixon is closing, but the battle for the lead is in turn 2.
That battle continues now as A.J. Foyt holds off Danny Ongais. Dixon right on their bumper, and here are on their wing, and following him is McCluskey, who is losing ground as it appears though Dixon's challenging.
The first 3 cars are in a good race. Here is Larry Dixon, and he takes over 2nd place. Dixon got around Ongais on the inside. Dixon is running 2nd to Foyt.
Oh, the phone. Larry Dixon must have just taken Danny Ongais' breath on the move he put on him coming into the number 3 corner. He scoots around, moves up into the number 2 spot, and sets his sights on the leader, A.J. Foyt, as they head back to 1.
At this point, though, A.J. Foyt flexing the muscles. He has a comfortable advantage, but here comes Dixon, cuts down that advantage through turn number 1. Dixon out handling A.J. Foyt, exiting the number 1 corner, but Foyt shows the muscle down the long pond straightaway. It's Foyt, along with Dixon, Danny Ongais, and the Roger McCluskey automobile. They run 1 through 4.
No doubt this race will be decided by the checkered flag as we see Foyt trying to run away from Dixon, and Dixon picked up some more ground. He's going to the inside of A.J. Foyt as they come to turn 3.
This is as good a USAC racing as we've seen in many years. Larry Dixon puts the move on Foyt, and Larry Dixon is moving into 1st place ahead of A.J. Foyt.
This is one you have to see to believe. Here they come out of the number 3 corner, and Dixon put a move on Foyt just like he did on Ongais the last time around, scooted right to the bottom of the racetrack, and now leads Foyt by 5 car lengths down in turn 1.
And right now, A.J. makes no move, but here he dives low, but so does Dixon. Both cars, now all 3 with Ongais. They handle well. They're low along that restraining line. Out of turn number 1, it's going to be the advantage for Dixon. He's got 6 car lengths over A.J. Foyt, another 7 back to Ongais in 3rd.
Larry Dixon is definitely flying now as they approach turn number 2. Will A.J. Foyt be able to find his own shortcut and gain ground? No. Dixon picks up more yardage as they head down the straightaway.
Larry Dixon finished in 4th position at Milwaukee, so he certainly is a well-known and capable driver. He is leading this Pocono on 500 at this point, ahead of A.J. Foyt and Danny Ongais.
Well, here they come across the line, and the separation continues to build as Dixon has really turned the wick up on his machine. He is out front. Foyt rides 2nd, and in 3rd position right now is car number 25 of Danny Ongais. Pocono International Raceway coming around to complete 100 of the 200-lap event halfway home as they cross the start-finish line. This time, Larry Dixon setting a blistering pace all of a sudden as he is swung around Ongais and Foyt and heads back into the number 1 corner. In the booth with us again, Jerry Garrett. You have a little history on him and probably on this car.
Well, Larry's been a very successful sprint car driver over the years, as Mike has noted. He's never had a really good championship car ride, but now he does have one. This is a car that he bought from the Roger Penske racing team, and if this particular car didn't itself win the race, it at least has finished very well here. I think this is the car that Tom Sneva drove to victory here 2 years ago.
We've got problems on the Sheldon Kinzer automobile. It shows a goodly number of puffs of smoke exiting turn number 1 and now coasts easily down the long pond straightaway.
No caution on the speedway as that machine is slowing down, heading out of turn number 1 and up to turn number 2, but we'll keep our eye on that car to see if it should stall on the grass and bring out a caution. Meanwhile, the front threesome string across the line again and head back into turn number 1. Dixon showing the way. Now, last year in this particular race, he started 14th. He finished 5th. He was 4 laps off the pace, but he likes this racetrack and he drives it well. And right now, he is showing Ongais and Foyt the way to get through turn 1.
Indeed, as they work their way through the turn, the concentration is on the part of Ongayas, who makes up some ground on A.J. Foyt, and then loses that advantage down the Long Pond straightaway.
Dixon's coming into the turn now, and he's going right through some of the oil that was coming out from underneath the car of Kinzer earlier. There is a stream of oil all the way around the inside apron where they've been running in this turn.
And as Jerry noted, Larry Dixon, until most recently, had won more USAC sprint car races than any other driver. Tom Bigelow now holds that distinction. Dixon showing the way in champ cars here this afternoon.
Dixon across the stripe, and about 8.8 seconds, about 0.88 seconds separating first and second position as he is pulling away a little bit from A.J. Foyt here this afternoon. Now, whether Foyt's just pacing himself, he seems to have most of the day, although Foyt has led a great number of laps of this event. Jerry Garrett, again, you see most of the USAC champ races around the country. This has to be one of the best ones we've seen.
This is very good racing, Barney. It's seldom that you get these cars running this close together, because when they do run this close together, there's tremendous turbulence for the driver that's following, and it's very hard to drive. But these fellows are certainly up to the task today.
Well, Jerry, it looks like at this juncture in the race, with the 4 caution periods that we've had thus far, the drivers are tending to hit the foot a little more, and they can be a little more reckless in regard to the gas or fuel mileage.
Well, I think that they've been able to stabilize their fuel situation. They know exactly what they can get away with at this point, so they've wound it up just that far and plan to run it that hard to the finish. I think also they're getting a little more...
trouble in turn 3.
A vicious crash in turn number 3 as one car has careened into the wall and slammed up into that corner as the safety trucks head up into the vicinity and a cloud of smoke on that machine. Let's go up quickly to Bob Jenkins and see if he can pick up the number or driver on the car.
Well, we are unable to get a definite confirmation here on who it is. We can tell you it is one of the Armstrong mold cars, and it appears from our vantage point to be Roger McCluskey. We believe that to be the situation. There are skid marks along in front of me here, and there appear to be pieces of tire so as to indicate that possibly a tire let go on that car. It did slide considerably and hit the wall and the outer retaining wall with the left side of the car. We are quite a distance away from it, but we now see Roger McCluskey climbing out of the car on his own power and appears to be okay. The driver involved, Roger McCluskey, car 44.
Well, the safety crews are immediately on the scene, and what a tough break for Roger McCluskey if that is the car that has crashed up in turn number 3. Slammed into the wall, bounced back out of the middle of the speedway, and about half the field dived underneath him, came off that corner, no other contact with any other car.
The indication is that McCluskey blew a left rear tire, and that sent his car into the wall, caroming off it, and there was a lot of traffic bearing down on him quickly, but it looked up in turn 3, Bob Jenkins, as if everybody got through without incident.
Yes, it did appear that way from where I am, and again, I am quite a distance from it. But some good driving by several of the competitors here this afternoon in avoiding that spinning car of Roger McCluskey's. The safety crews are now on the scene. There is a lot of shredded tire here in front of me, stretching from just about in front of me, clear down to where the car has come to rest. And the crews are moving out on the speedway right now to pick up those little pieces of tire. But again, Roger McCluskey is walking around now. We see him out of the car and walking on his own power, still has the helmet on, and is looking at the left rear tire as to indicate that that's where the problem originally occurred with his vehicle.
And just about everybody has taken advantage of this caution period to come in and refuel, and those that need a tire change are doing that now. Here with us in the pit area is Phil Threshy, who had a problem not too long ago. Phil, what happened when you went into turn 3?
Well, the motor let go on me, and it oiled up the rear tires, and the car just spun in its own oil.
Gave you a wild, sensational moment there for a little bit.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried there for a minute, but I got the car almost stopped before I just touched the wall, and I saw Jerry Carl spinning, and I was concerned about him, but he missed me, and, well, everything's pretty well set right now. Everything's okay. Nobody's hurt, so.
Well, for the fans back home, it's obvious that you are okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
Now back to network control.
Jerry Garrett was just commenting on the tire problems that this particular team that Roger McCluskey drives for us had this afternoon.
Yes, Mike, Jana Guthrie is a member of this team. She had a problem right there at the start of the race with the right rear tires, we remember. And also Howdy Holmes, who's running very strongly, has dropped back because of a tire problem that he had in the pits that cost him a very long pit stop earlier.
Larry Dixon leads the Music 500 under caution. Dixon, 41 years old, a veteran of sprint car racing. He's won the USAC Sprint Car Championship three times, 1968, 1970, and 1975. He has also been runner-up 2 years and has 43 sprint car wins to rank second to Tom Bigelow on the all-time list. He's been here twice before. He started dead last in 1976, worked his way up to an 11th finish, was black flagged out of the event at that point, and in 1978, he started 14th, finished in the 5th position, completing 196 laps.
From Pocono International Raceway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
We are under caution here at Pocono, Pennsylvania, in the Music 500, 106 laps complete, just past the halfway mark.
And Mike Joy, they've just brought the Roger McCluskey car down pit road, and it does not look like it made too strong a contact with anything. In fact, one of his crew members just ran by here with a tire and said, we're going to put the tire on and try to get him back in the race.
It looked as if he took quite a vicious cut into the wall, but there does not appear to be a great deal of damage to the left rear suspension. Let's bring you up to date on the field at 100 laps, halfway through the Music 500. The leader, Larry Dixon. In second position, A.J. Foyt. Danny Ungaius running third. Roger McCluskey was fourth at 100 laps. Of course, the caution has come out, and his car has been into the wall and is now on pit road. The fifth-place car at the 100-lap rundown, Tom Bigelow. He's been on the lead lap all day doing a fine job. 1 lap down in sixth position was Sheldon Kinser. In seventh position, the rookie driver, Howdy Holmes. In eighth would be Jim McElreath. Ninth, Cliff Husel. And 10th, Gary Bettenhausen. All those cars 1 lap in arrears. 4 laps off the pace would be Bill Vukovich in the 11th position. 12th to Jerry Sneva. 13th, after a lengthy pit stop to replace an errant right front wheel, would be Dick Simon. Riding 14th would be Al LaQuesto. Shown in 15th, but now out of the race, is Phil Threshy. And showing 16th at 100 laps was Jerry Carl. Both of those cars involved in a wreck that put them out of the race. Still running then is car number 60. That is Tony Bettenhausen, and he would take up the 15th position. The following cars are out of the race at the halfway point. John Martin, Janet Guthrie, Eldon Rasmussen, Johnny Parsons, Dana Pancho Carter, Frank Weiss, the car of Bob Harkey, and first car out of the race did not complete a lap, and that was George Snyder.
Add to that Sheldon Kinser, who had just pushed his car into the garage area with an engine problem.
Well, there have been 14 lead changes among 7 drivers thus far in the Music 500 here at Pocono International Raceway this afternoon. 107 laps are complete of the 200-lap event, the Music 500, for the Indianapolis Champ cars this afternoon of the USAC divisions. It's been a good race, and Jerry Garrett, who is here with us again, on the Dixon car. You say this is a Penske car.
Yes, this is one of the Penske Cosworths that's been patterned after the Penske Formula One car, and it won in this configuration the national championship 2 years in a row, and it has won quite a few races and been very successful. Now, the year that Sneva finished first here, Mario Andretti also finished second in an identical car, so it's pretty likely that Larry Dixon's got one of those 2 cars right now.
Well, he's making a splendid run at it this afternoon. Right now, he's been showing A.J. Foyt and Danny Ungaius his rear wing for about the last 10 or 12 laps. He made 2 just hair-raising moves up in turn number 3 in front of Bob Jenkins to get the lead. He dived underneath Ungaius, then came flying under Foyt right in the middle of the corner, and that'll kind of take your breath, Bob Jenkins.
Well, it certainly will, and I think there's very little doubt as to how that car is handling. He seems to be able to go high or low, at least here in the third turn, and accomplish a pass at any point on the racetrack. We expect to go green here in just a very short time. However, we see that there are some crews out on the straightaway between here and this second turn putting down some oil dry. So apparently someone has scattered some oil on the track over there in that area. The area down here where McCluskey had the problem is all clear. There was very little to clean up in that situation except for some shredded tire. The crews are away from that position, but they are working now in the area of the North Straightaway, trying to put some oil dry down and get the moisture up from the track.
And that perhaps came from the Sheldon Kinser car, which had an engine problem we just reported a few minutes ago.
That is absolutely true. Kinser dropped that. He actually started that around the first midway down the Long Pond straightaway and had dropped a considerable amount of it all the way through the apron in turn 2 and down the backstretch, and it was smoking and almost literally pouring out of the back of his automobile.
We had reported they were going to try to get the Roger McCluskey car back in the race. Right now they're attempting to take the car into the garage area. They have that wheel back on it, but there appears to be some damage to one of the radiators on the car and perhaps some other damage to that left rear, and so now they're taking it to the garage area.
We have a little bit of a delay for something on the track in turn one. It seems that here in the Pocono Mountains, there's quite a lot of wildlife, and that includes more than just the race cars. There is a groundhog lapping through the first turn area, and that's holding us up under caution here just for a moment. Among the top five, there are 4 different chassis riding in the top 5. Of course, A.J. Foyt and Daddy Ungaius both in the Parnellis with Cosworth power. Larry Dixon, as Jerry Garrett pointed out, in a Penske chassis. Also powered by Cosworth, a Lola for the 4th place car, driven by Tom Bigelow. That's a Lola chassis, and the first of the 4-cylinder Offenhauser engines in the field. 5th place is Howdy Holmes. Holmes driving a Wildcat chassis with a DGS engine, the Drake Goosen Sparks. That's a derivative of the Offenhauser. And Jerry, how many different forms of the 4-cylinder turbo Offie that it seems like has been around forever are currently running in USAC racing?
Well, as you say, this engine has been around for many years. It started out back in the 30s, actually, and what we're running now today is basically the same kind of engine.
Jerry Garrett, let me interrupt you for just a second. Roger McCluskey has just come by our pit position here. Roger, what went wrong when you went into turn 3?
I think the left rear radiator support had broken and let the radiator kind of fall back, and it cut the left rear tire down. The tire came apart.
You had the car really going good today?
It was running good. I didn't have it going good. It was running good.
Well, you must have feel that you had a good shot at winning this thing.
I sure did. I'd kind of like to get that one that owes me here.
Well, we're sorry to see you have that tough luck.
Thank you. We'll be back next year.
Yeah, that's Roger McCluskey. He's out of it now.
That is a tough break for one of the best guys in the business who can really drive a race car and was proving it this afternoon. He made some great moves to work his way to the front, but he has now had tire trouble up in turn number 3, and the car has gone back to the garage area. We're still under caution here at Pocono International Raceway in the Music 500, coming up on 110 laps the next time by. No indication yet as when they will be going back to green, but it should be shortly.
We've spoken a lot about Howdy Holmes today as one of the young rookies coming up on the circuit. Another rookie enjoying his baptism by fire is young Kyle Petty, who will be making his first NASCAR Winston Cup Grand National start in the July 4th Firecracker 400 at Daytona. We have a report from Caraway Speedway that as part of his baptism by fire, Kyle got a little bit burned in the middle of the field last night. We'll have that report as part of our Simonized World Racing Scoreboard later on in this broadcast.
Mike Joy, I have Jerry Carl here in the pits. Jerry was involved in one of the accidents a little bit earlier. I guess you were a victim of circumstances up there when you went into turn 3 and threshed an engine?
Well, I guess you could call it that. Phil lost the motor all of a sudden, and of course wasn't much he could do. He was trying to hang on to his own, but I was running pretty high through 2. I'd been running high all day, and I come in hard. I was catching Threshy pretty fast, and by the time I seen the puff of smoke, I backed off and tried to get under him, but I was already in the oil. Of course, he started to oil before I seen the smoke, and she just went sideways, and there was no way I could collect it.
Gave you some anxious moments there for a little bit.
Well, I thought I was going to make it. If I had been about 3 feet wider there, I think I'd have got through. All we did really is tore the wing off it. The car's okay, and it was running pretty good. We goofed there on that first pit stop. I came in on a green because of the earlier problem we had where we ran that extra 3 laps. I decided to stop at lap 18 to make sure I wouldn't run out of fuel. And, of course, I pulled in on lap 18, and a lap later the yellow went on. So, of course, that put us a lap down right from the beginning. And otherwise, we'd have been in the top 5 all day.
Hey, that's Jerry Carl. Jerry, we're sorry to see you have that tough luck here today. And you heard Roger McCluskey say that he'd like to get that one that it owes him here. And I've learned since then that Roger was leading one of the 500-milers here one time in the past and run out of fuel on the very last lap. So that's what he was talking about when he said that it owed him one.
Well, we're getting ready to go back to green in the Music 500 at Pocono, Pennsylvania. 110 laps complete on the board this afternoon. Leading is Larry Dixon. Riding second is A.J. Foyt. Third position belongs to Danny Ongaius. And in fourth spot right now is Tom Bigelow. And the latest rundown we had, those 4 cars are in the same lap. Here comes the safety car down on the apron of the track, heading for pit road, trying to get out of the way as they come up through the throttle in a hurry. And across the line, Dixon comes down about 25 car lengths ahead of A.J. Foyt. Ongaius about 15 car lengths back of Foyt as they head down into 1.
Dixon, anticipating the restart nicely, has the comfortable advantage. And again, we'll see probably a battle between Ongaius and A.J. Foyt before we'll see a battle between Foyt and Dixon, running fourth right now as they work their way through. They continue down the Long Pond straightaway. It's going to be Dixon showing the way. A.J. Foyt running second with Ongaius going third.
Well, now, A.J. Foyt has picked up a few of those car lengths that he lost to Dixon on the start, but not a whole lot of them. And then Gaius is just as far back as they head down the short straightaway. A.J. Foyt's going to need a couple of laps to get back up close to Dixon.
There's about a 5-car difference between Larry Dixon in front and A.J. Foyt in second, then about 4 cars between Foyt and Danny Ungaius, who's running third.
Well, they just opened the gate because Ungaius is closing on Foyt, and Foyt is closing on the leader, Dixon. They squeeze it up a little bit tighter as they come in the straightaway, about 10 car lengths now between those front 3 as they head back into 1.
Tom Bigelow continuing to run fourth on the same lap with the leaders. They work their way through the turn. It's going to be A.J. Foyt down to a 7-car length difference to Dixon, and it's going to be 12, make it 15 car lengths back to Danny Ungaius. Now midway down the Long Pond straightaway, A.J. Foyt flexing the muscles on that red automobile, and he challenges for the lead.
Now he has that margin cut to about 2 car lengths as they go through the second turn, and Dixon's trying to open it up as they head down the short straightaway. Ungaius is closing a bit on Foyt now.
Ungaius last year would get into the lead and run as hard as he could with reckless abandon. This year, that hasn't been the situation. Danny has been somewhat more relaxed out on the race course, hasn't gone for the lead. That's the situation now. He's resting comfortably in third.
Just about the same interval between the front 3 as they work the front straightaway back into the number 1 corner. Leader continues to be Dixon. Foyt is second. Ungaius is third, and riding in 4th position, Tom Bigelow.
They dive their way through turn number 1. It's going to be A.J. Foyt again, back 5 car lanes down. Everybody takes the low side through the turn. Now as they work the Long Pond straightaway again, A.J. Foyt trying to close on the leader, Dixon. They head to 2.
A.J. Foyt now looking to the inside of Dixon as they come into the second. A.J. Foyt has him and just flashes by him as he heads into the straightaway. He's pulling away by 2 or 3 car lengths, and he's on his way.
We have a new leader. It's A.J. Foyt as they come down here to the third turn. Larry Dixon now in second, but right on his tail is Danny Ungaius. We should have a tremendous battle for the lead here in just a few seconds.
As they swing out of turn number 3, Foyt out front pulls away from Dixon by 12 car lengths, and closing on Dixon right now is Ungaius as he falls back a little bit. That battle for the lead, it's a hot one up in turn 1.
As they work for the battle right now, shaping up, it's going to be Dixon watching in his rear view. He sees Ungaius closing on him. A.J. Foyt sprinting away. Ungaius thinks about going to the high side on Dixon, but Dixon flexing the muscle. He shows the way in spot number 2. A.J. Foyt showing larger differential now than he has all afternoon long as they head to the second turn.
Foyt obviously been cooling his heels as he now coasting coolly away from Dixon, and Ungaius is the one that's going to have to do the work now to catch up to that second position.
Well, you really wonder what A.J. Foyt has been doing if he could do what he's doing right now and strengthen his lead. That's what's going on right now, but we're just going to have to wait and see if Dixon and Ungaius aren't holding back for the moment to watch A.J. Foyt lead for the moment.
There seems to be an even dozen cars still in competition here in the Music 500. 114 laps are down on the board, complete of the 200 event this afternoon, as the front threesome kind of feel each other out back in front of Eli Gold.
The biting cold and the overcast conditions continuing, but right now that doesn't bother at all Danny Ungaius or Dixon. They've got a battle going for second place. Dixon has second. Ungaius is 5 car lengths back as A.J. Foyt sprints off away over the horizon. That second place battle heating up in front of Dave Sutherland.
It certainly is, and now Ungaius is closing within just a couple car lengths of Dixon and trying to nestle in behind him as they head for turn number 3.
We'll watch him here in 3. Foyt has a comfortable lead. Ungaius tries to go to the inside and pass Larry Dixon, but can't. He backs off and heads out of turn 3 down the straightaway.
Foyt gets a little breathing room here at Pocono right now, perhaps a 2-second advantage as they cross the stripe. Dixon, however, finds Ungaius still riding on his rear wing as they head back into turn number 1. Not much separation between those two.
The Music 500 of Pocono, 116 laps into the record book. It's been a race like nobody predicted. A.J. Foyt and Danny Ungaius with a surprising charge from Larry Dixon here on the 2.5-mile tri-oval at Pocono, Pennsylvania. We've come off a rash of caution periods. 5 cautions have slowed the field thus far, but they're back under green now. Racing hot and heavy, Foyt has taken the lead and has a 2.5-second advantage as they flash by the start-finish line once more. A tight draft for second spot. Larry Dixon's blue, yellow, and orange striped white racer pursued by the black Interscope Panasonic machine of Danny Ungaius towards Eli Gold in turn 1.
And Ungaius peels off. He has second place going down low on Dixon, and Danny Ungaius now setting his sights on A.J. Foyt. Dixon being left in the wake of Ungaius as Danny flexed the muscles of the 25 automobile and takes it down the Long Pond straightaway. Good driving by Ungaius. He's in second.
A.J. Foyt comfortably going through the turn in the line he's wanted to have. Ongais now opening up the margin. He's going to put on a charge for A.J. Foyt. You can believe it, the way these fellows have been swapping places all afternoon long. It is far from being over.
A.J. Foyt with a comfortable lead now. He lengthens it out, but Danny Ongais is aware of the situation and charging as he tries to close that distance between himself and Foyt, the leader.
Well, Mike Joy, one thing that might be happening here is I think we have the thickest cloud cover right now that we've had all afternoon. They don't have to worry so much about fuel since they've run so many laps under caution, so now they can turn it on, and thinking that they could get some rain from these thicker clouds, they are really turning it on, trying to get away from each other.
Well, Foyt right now has a healthy separation as he continues to pull away from that second-place car as they work the Long Pond straightaway. And we talked to A.J. yesterday that this must be quite a difficult racetrack to set up for with 3 distinct turns, but he has found the key, and I asked him about that.
It really is, Barney. It seems like you got to be handling here good all day, and it seems like, it's very hard on engines for some reason. Now, I can't say, the last couple of years I broke engines. Like year before last, I ran right to the lead 190 laps, 10 laps ago, and you think if you can run that far in a race, it naturally 10 laps is nothing, but it broke, and I fell clean out of the lead to 8th. But like I say, it's a racetrack kind of like Milwaukee. You got to be working and running good all day.
He is working and running good all day here this afternoon. A.J. Foyt, who currently enjoys the lead in the Music 500 here at Pocono. 119 laps are now complete. Foyt out front, Ongais riding second. And Ongais begins to build himself a little interval between the third-place car right now, Larry Dixon. Leader heading over to Dave Sutherland in turn 2.
A.J. Foyt is comfortably ahead of Ongais, who looks to be charging a little bit harder. And one thing I've noticed as they enter the second turn, most all the cars show a little bit of instability. They are apparently bucking some wind, which is blowing directly down that straightaway.
Here in turn number 3, Foyt is coming up on a slower car, that being Al LaQuasto. He will be able to move around that car down the straightaway, and Gaius is closing in on A.J. Foyt.
Well, a moment ago, traffic made the difference in the lead. It was changed a couple of times when they ran up on some lapped automobiles and had to back out of the throttle for the moment. That situation didn't materialize this time as they head back to Eli Gold.
Let's call it 6 car lanes. Now make it 4 as Ongais shows the termination off the number 1 corner. It's down the back straightaway, and it's not going to be much longer before we have a challenge for the lead. Ongais now 5 car lanes behind Foyt.
Ongais coming out of nowhere all of a sudden is up on the apron. He's diving into the turn and pulling away down the straightaway and trying to close that margin even more quickly now as he moves into turn number 3.
Larry Dixon is dropping back considerably, but still is in a rather competitive position. But right now our battle is between A.J. Foyt in front and Danny Ongais right behind him.
Ongais closes up to the rear wing of A.J. Foyt. The interval is but 4 car lengths of the start-finish line. Ongais continues to charge and hunt Foyt down in turn number 1.
Grab your hats and overcoats. We're going to have a challenge here as Ongais tries to go down low, but Foyt shuts the door. Coming off the number 1 corner, Ongais looks there to the high side, but that's where A.J. Foyt dominates, and Foyt now puts some distance between himself and Ongais after Ongais closed nicely through the turn. They head to 2.
They're going to have to deal with a little bit of race traffic as they come up behind Jerry Sneva, but Foyt slows up a bit as he approaches Sneva, and Ongais takes advantage of it and rockets off the turn.
We should see some passing here as they come into the third turn. Both Ongais and Foyt get around Jerry Sneva. Now they have Bill Vukovic to contend with. And we'll watch him come off the corner. It appears that Foyt will go high and Ongais low. Watch him on the straightaway.
Lap car on the way. Ongais, bottom of the racetrack. Does he get the lead? No. A.J. Foyt holds on by a car length.
Well, here at Pocono Raceway, Ongais just can't stand it any longer as he chomps away on the rear wing of A.J. Foyt. He's been there within just inches, but every time they hit the straightaway, Foyt pulls him by about 4 or 5 car lengths. Let's go down to Ned Jarrett.
What we thought was an unscheduled pit stop for the 4th place runner, car number 43, Tom Bigelow, his crew says was a routine pit stop. They checked all of the tires, filled it up with fuel. He's back in the running, but now he finds himself a lap down.
Leader has just left turn number 1, A.J. Foyt. Ongais has been trailing him around the speedway since we went back to green moments ago. He's been there a couple of times right underneath him on the outside. He's run up on some of the lapped automobiles, tried to catch him in that way, and no way he can get around Foyt right now as they work turn 3 and Bob Jenkins.
We had anticipated the duel between A.J. Foyt and Danny Ungaius. We have not been disappointed. That's the situation right now as Foyt leads Ungaius down the straightaway.
Ungaius is strong in turn number 3. He can shut it down to about 2 car lengths, but once they hit the straightaway again, it's Foyt. He pulls him 5, 6, 7 car lengths, but in the corners, Ungaius can catch him, but he can't get around him. He's back to Eli Gold.
So too the case here in number 1 as Ungaius cuts it down to a 3 car length differential, but now again off the turn, A.J. Foyt flexes and away he goes. So Danny Ungaius has the mastery in turn areas, but it's A.J. Foyt the muscle down the stretch.
He continues to muscle his way down the stretch, and Ungaius has to rely on his handling as he comes through this second turn. He's made up a good margin each time he comes down there. He handles better and comes out with a much better bite. He gains some more ground as he heads down toward third turn.
It's still the same. Foyt leading Ungaius, but Ungaius closing in now. Again goes to the inside. In fact, almost gets off the racetrack. Can't get around Foyt, however.
Again, Ungaius tries to put a bit on Foyt out of turn number 3, and he can get within 2 to 3 car lengths, and that is as close as he can get him. As they come down the straightaway again, Foyt stretches his lead by 5 car lengths, and Eli Gold, I don't think he's going to be able to do anything with him unless he does it in the corners.
Well, Ungaius tries to go even lower than A.J. Foyt, but of course, Ungaius, he's going to run out of racetrack down low because A.J. in his own right is running low. Here in turn number 1, they've not used this area for passing. They use this turn to set up an action down the 3,000-foot Long Pond straightaway.
Then they come into the second turn, and they go way, way low, down below the lines. They use the 2 yellow stripes as their racing surface, and there's no room for anyone to go below them as they head down the straightaway again, and it's Ungaius closing the margin there.
And again, Ungaius way down on the inside for a couple of times there. The left wheel's actually off of the racetrack down in the grass, but he can't get around Foyt.
That third turn is the sharpest on the racetrack, and sometimes you have to cut it into the grass to get it around the turn. Danny Ungaius took on a tire early on the first pit stop. He went for a right rear tire, and we'll have Ned Jarrett check with the Gilmore crew and see if tire wear has been a problem for Foyt this afternoon. Ungaius is able to close in the corners. His car seems to be handling a bit better, but down the straightaway, Foyt is able to stretch out a couple of car lengths. It's a tenuous advantage at best as they head for Dave Sutherland. About 8 car lengths separate the leaders.
This might be the time for surprise. They're coming up on Dick Simon. It's now the Gilmore car down low. It's Ungaius trying to go lower, but he can't do it, but he closes again to about a car length. He moves to the inside of the track, and then he moves back out.
Let's see what they do here in 3. Neither car is going to be able to get around Dick Simon. They'll have to wait till they come off the corner and onto the straightaway to do that. Foyt still leading at this point.
Here comes Ungaius. He looked low, then sprinted up high. Bottom of the racetrack. He dives down again as Foyt goes underneath the lap car of Dick Simon. Danny Ungaius is right down on the bottom of the racetrack heading for turn 1.
They go side by side. Can Ungaius cut it down? No. A.J. Foyt looks to cut it and close the door. A.J. saw Ungaius coming. They work up on some race traffic, and the race traffic is down low. Everybody clears out. A.J. Foyt looks now. Here comes out Ungaius. Danny is alongside on his left, and Ungaius on the inside makes a challenge for the lead.
They were momentarily 3 wide as they lapped 1 car. Ungaius is right on the outside left side wing, and he's down low. He's challenging to the inside with a lap car right in between them. He's going to try for it.
And that lap car is well to the inside, no problem, but Ungaius just cannot do it. Foyt with the advantage here in turn number 3 as they head out of the corner and into the straightaway.
One of the best champ races ever at Pocono International Raceway is unfolding in front of thousands of race fans this afternoon. Foyt again by just 2 car lengths as they cross the stripe. Ungaius just will not give it up. He hounds him back into turn number 1.
But of course, A.J.'s the veteran. He knows where Ungaius likes to go, down low, and A.J. stays right with him and again shuts the door. Ungaius predictably closes to a 2 car length differential, but A.J. Foyt this time, he tries to spread but can't do it. Ungaius shows some muscle down the Long Pond straightaway, and A.J. Foyt's got a visitor into turn number 2.
A.J. Foyt opened it up to about 3 car lengths, but Ungaius just wants to snuggle in behind him. If he can do it, he's coming closer and closer every time as he takes a lower line coming out of the turn and getting a better bite.
Well, now the question is, does Ungaius want to lead? I suppose he does because each lap pays a little bit of prize money, yet he is unable to do so right now. Foyt maintaining the lead.
Good battle for the lead all afternoon. Since they dropped the green flag earlier today, it's been that way here in the Music 500 at Pocono. The third place car continues to be Larry Dixon in car number 80, and he is almost a straightaway back of the front twosome right now. Those 3 cars are in the lead lap. Then riding in 4th position would be car number 46, Howdy Holmes, a young rookie driver, and what a showing he has made, Mike Joy, here today.
fine job all afternoon, Barney Hall. He's been in the front 5 just about all day. He's had good, fast pit stops that's enabled him to keep within a lap of the leader. It's a contrast in styles on the racetrack. Ungaius makes up time in the corners. Foyt lengthens it out on the straightaways. But how much does Danny Ungaius have? He is not accustomed to running second, as that low-slung, black, jet black, dark, menacing-looking race car, the Panasonic Interscope Parnelli, chases down the bright red Houston, Texas entry for A.J. Foyt. They are 4 car lengths apart at the start-finish line, and that gap just does not seem to change. Maybe a car length or 2 in the corners and open right back up in the straights.
Foyt had said yesterday that he might just pace himself if Ungaius set a blistering pace and let him go. That has not been the case. A.J. has probably led more laps here this afternoon than any race driver as he leads him out of the number 1 corner this time. 12 cars still running on the racetrack. We have lost 13 of the starting 25. We had a chance to talk to one of the drivers in the field, Jerry Sneva, about the attrition rate here at Pocono. And we asked him what was the major cause of breakdown for the champ cars on this racetrack.
Oh, I suppose little suspension parts will break, or wing adjustments seem to get out of kilter, or even break wing struts and body pieces and stuff like that run into problems with the bumps and stuff.
We have seen quite a bit of that this afternoon. Here's Foyt across the line, puts another lap on the scoreboard. 132 laps are now complete of the 200-lap Music 500 here at Pocono Raceway. They swing back into the number 1 corner, and Ungaius, he can't do anything with A.J. Foyt, Eli.
Not at all. Of course, Ungaius has to go the short way around, but A.J. is handling equally well. Ungaius might be thinking, can I try and take him to the high side in turn number 1? But that's not been the way. Ungaius says stay down low and go the short route.
The second and third place cars have pitted, making routine pit stops. Ungaius and Dixon both pitted. Let's go to Ned Jarrett.
And also Howdy Holmes has made a pit stop. Ungaius and Holmes took on right side tires. This is the first time that we have seen the front runners take on at least 2 tires. Ungaius took on 1 tire earlier when he made a stop under the green. The others had taken on their tires during caution periods.
So we're waiting now for A.J. Foyt to appear on pit road to make a routine pit stop, probably for fuel. And it'll be interesting to see if Foyt changes tires on his machine.
In the Music 500 at Pocono, a green flag pit stop has given the lead to the flying Hawaiian, Danny Ungaius. Had a faster pit stop than A.J. Foyt, who was just in, and Ungaius now leads. For a report on Foyt's pit stop, let's go to Ned Jarrett.
It was for fuel only. They checked all the tires, but Ungaius did take on 2 tires, but yet made it out of the pits quicker, and as a result, the lead.
In those last 10 laps run under green, before the rash of pit stops, Foyt has been averaging an incredible 175.839 miles per hour. That is within 7 miles per hour of qualifying speed. He is just burning up the racetrack, but now it is Ungaius with a comfortable lead who goes to work. He has perhaps half a straightaway lead over Foyt down in front of Eli Gold.
Danny Ungaius, of course, right now has no one to look forward to in front or in back. AJ is a good distance back, and Ungaius does not waver at all. He keeps it down, standing on it hard, and takes that similar low line and then out towards the outside retaining wall as he heads to turn 2.
Ungaius, of course, is a hard charger. He won't do anything but go fast. That's the only speed he's got on his throttle, and A.J. Foyt's going to have to go faster if he's going to catch him, because there's at least a 7 or 8 second margin between the two right now as Foyt enters turn 2.
And once again, the difference is in the pit stops. Ungaius with apparently a better pit stop than Foyt. He is, as you say, with about an 8-second lead now, and is going to be very tough to catch here in the late stages.
Now it is Ungaius that plays the rabbit to Foyt's hound as A.J. Foyt tries to make up lost ground. Yesterday, Barney Hall asked A.J. if there was one place at Pocono that was perhaps easier to pass.
Well, I think there's 2 places you can really pass good, and that's coming off on the main straightaway or going into 1 is probably your best places to pass, and sometimes on the backside you can pass draft fire.
Foyt has a bit of ground to make up now on leader Danny Ungaius. The Panasonic Interscope Racing Team, Parnelli, Cosworth powered. Both these cars with almost identical chassis. They are Parnelli chassis, developed by Parnelli Jones Racing Team, and the Cosworth V8 engine powers both of the lead cars. Larry Dixon remains in 3rd spot, still doing a fine job this afternoon, and the 4th place car is on pit road.
In the pits right now, Gary Bettenhausen, who's been hanging in there in the top 6 all afternoon. He's made 1 unscheduled stop that we know of, and he has pitted his car again. Let's go to Ned Jarrett to see if there is a problem on that car.
They're spending a little bit of extra time in the pits. He's away now and running, but they must have had some sort of a problem with it, Barney, either getting the hose unconnected or something, but he is away and running now.
So the 4th place car is back on the speedway, Gary Bettenhausen. Danny Ongais has inherited the lead here after that pit stop. 139 laps are now complete.
And he has opened up a 9-second lead on A.J. Foyt. Foyt caught a bit slow in getting out of the pits. These cars use a dry brake fueling system where the fuel hose that comes off of the raised tank, the fuel is gravity fed into the fuel tanks on these cars. It's a direct connection hookup that has to be uncoupled, and you've got to be sure it's uncoupled before you can start your car down pit road. Lloyd Ruby lost the Indy 500 one year when his car took off from his pit stop without having that fuel tank uncoupled and cost him the victory. So they're being extra cautious here, especially at this late stage in the race, to make sure that doesn't happen.
There are 60 laps remaining in the Music 500 here at Pocono, Pennsylvania this afternoon. Leader Danny Ongais right now has about a 9-second advantage after that last rash of pit stops. Ongais started on the pole here last year, and he led the first 15 laps. He lost the transmission on lap 130, and he ended up finishing 19th in that race. He's never won here at Pocono, but he was kind of optimistic this morning, even though he's not very talkative, as Ned Jarrett pointed out a little bit earlier. He did say that he felt like he had an excellent chance to win this race today, and he felt like it would come down to himself and Foyt.
Well, their car has been finishing races. They have the durability they need, and perhaps a big key to that durability is in Danny's throttle foot. He has been known as a car breaker. He dispelled that, as we talked about earlier, in the 24 Hours of Daytona this year. Perhaps he has learned to pace himself just a bit. Right now, the pace is a torrid one. As Ongais heads down towards turn number 1, we got a smoke coming out of one car on the front straightaway. Cause for concern, but that's Cliff Husel, who's been blowing a bit of smoke throughout the afternoon. A.J. Foyt shuffles off down into the first turn in pursuit.
Of course, it's interesting to talk about A.J. Foyt. He said so much about passing off the main straightaway going into turn number 1. As, of course, the history has proven today, that's not been the case, because turn number 1 has been used primarily to set up action down the Long Pond straightaway.
Of course, Danny Ongais is setting a blistering pace. As we said, he went by us a long time ago, and A.J. Foyt hasn't gotten here yet, and Larry Dixon seems to be on the move. I wonder whether Foyt is schooling his heels, whether he figures he's going to concede to Ongais, or whether he's unaware of the fact that Dixon could catch him if he really turns it up a little bit more.
Here comes Danny Ongais across the stripe as we await A.J. Foyt. Foyt just now shuffling through turn number 3. Has a lot of ground to make up. The interval has lengthened. Ongais is pulling away from A.J. Foyt. Ongais down in the first turn. Here comes Foyt to the start-finish line, and it stands at 15 seconds. The lead for Danny Ongais and the Interscope Racing Team Parnelli.
Front 3 cars are in the lead lap now. Out front is Ongais. Foyt rides second. Larry Dixon is third. Still maintaining 4th position in car number 43, although he is a lap off the pace, is Tom Bigelow. And the 5th place car is Howdy Holmes, this young rookie driver who has made such a spectacular showing here this afternoon. Janet Guthrie, who has had her problems here today, finally retired the car. They worked on it 2 or 3 different times, put it back into the race, and we had a chance to talk to her yesterday about her aspirations as a race driver, and did she finally feel that she had been accepted as a driver and not just a woman?
Well, I don't think the whole job is done yet. Of course, back in 1976, what you heard was women can't do it. Women are going to endanger our lives and so forth. We don't hear that anymore because it would be a rather difficult position to maintain at this point. However, what you do hear is, well, a woman's never going to win a race, and that's a great deal more subtle and harder to fight, and the result is you don't get the rides and you don't get the sponsorship. You know, I wish very much that I were driving Grand National this year. I'm not. I don't have a ride. I don't have a sponsor. And that's the hard part, and all I can say is I'm still working on it. I believe I can win. If I didn't think I could win, I wouldn't be playing this game.
The voice of Janet Guthrie, who has now retired her car here at Pocono after starting in 4th position in a good qualifying run. Let's update you as to how they're running. 143 laps are complete in the Music 500.
Danny Ongais enjoys a 15-second lead over A.J. Foyt in the Music 500. Larry Dixon is third. He appears to be closing, although slightly on A.J. Foyt for the 2nd position. Those 3 cars are on the lead lap. Driving a credible 4th place right now is Tom Bigelow with rookie Howdy Holmes in the 5th position. They are both 1 lap off the lead pace. In 6th and 2 laps down is Cliff Husel, whose car was showing puffs of smoke and has been for a good part of the afternoon. In 7th, also 2 laps down, is Gary Bettenhausen. 8th place right now is Jim McElreath, also 2 laps in arrears. 6 laps down is the 9th place car. That's Jerry Sneva. In 10th, would be Billy Vukovic, 7 laps off the pace and 8 laps down after losing a wheel early. But now back in the hunt is Dick Simon in 11th position.
With 144 laps complete, the biggest breathing room anyone has had today in the Music 500 belongs to Danny Ongais from Costa Mesa, California. He paced himself here today, although we saw him charge A.J. Foyt for some 30 or 40 laps. Tried him on the inside, outside, in the corners, anywhere he could get around. He just couldn't do anything with him. But after that last round of pit stops, it has been all Danny Ongais. With 145 laps complete, Ned Jarrett, I think they would make at least 2 more pit stops before it's over.
I think they will, Barney. It would cut them awfully close to make it on one more because they've only been going about 25 laps, and since they've run 5 or 6, perhaps as many as 10 laps since they made that last pit stop, I'll say yes, they will have to make at least 2 more.
So A.J. Foyt has his work cut out for him here this afternoon. They lost some ground on that last round of pit stops. Ongais continues to show at least 8, maybe 9 seconds ahead of Foyt. In third position is Larry Dixon, holding on to 4th place. Now, the first 3 cars still are in the same lap. But in 4th position, in car number 43, Tom Bigelow, he is a lap off the pace. And the rookie driver, Howdy Holmes, showing in 5th spot. He is also a lap down to the front threesome. A.J. Foyt, USAC National Driving Champion in 1960, 61, 63, 64, 67, and 75. Foyt has done it all in the world of racing, but right now he's trying to overhaul Danny Ongais in the Music 500. One car is slowing down heading up to turn number 2, and Dave Sutherland, let's see if we can pick up who that is.
Barney Hall exiting.
Danny Ongais is coasting by this position here now, and Foyt has just passed him. Ongais is coasting. Someone said he sounded bad before we came back on, and apparently Foyt was just counting on him breaking his machine because that's what's happened. He is running on the apron, and Foyt now has the lead again.
Let's back it up to turn number 1 as Ongais exited the turn this current lap. The car sounded as though it was missing. It sputtered rather noticeably. A giant pop, and then Ongais turned it down and it coasted the rest of the way.
What a tough break for Danny Ongais. He punches the button on his machine just as hard as it will run all day. He will give you your money's worth when you put him in a race car. But apparently he has pushed it just a little too hard here at Pocono this afternoon in the Music 500. So A.J. Foyt has now moved into the lead. Sitting on pit road and very dejected has to be Danny Ongais. Let's go down to Ned Jarrett. Well, apparently Ned may be making his way over to that crew to find out they have parked the car on pit road. They may try to get him back into the race, although it appears that he is still in the race car. We'll wait for a report from our pit reporter, Ned Jarrett, in just a moment. With 149 laps complete here, coming up on 150, A.J. Foyt has moved into the lead. Larry Dixon now rides in 2nd spot.
As we were watching Ongais coast around the racetrack, Tony Bettenhausen's car came to a slow roll at the entrance of pit road. They did bring it onto pit road, and they were pushing Bettenhausen down to his pit. And it looks like that is the end of the day for Ongais. He's being rolled backwards on pit road. Let's see if Ned Jarrett is checked in.
He is out of the car, and they have not determined what is wrong with him, but he is definitely out of the car. They're pushing it to the garage area.
So what a tough break for one of the hardest competitors in this business in anything he gets into to compete right now. And Danny Ongais, after a super run here in the Music 500, will call it a day at 150 laps as they're taking the car back to the garage area. 50 laps remain in the Music 500 this afternoon, and right now it is A.J. Foyt leading. Larry Dixon is 2nd. Those are the only 2 cars in the lead lap. Moving up to 3rd spot now is Tom Bigelow in car number 43, and into 4th position and continuing to move up toward the front is the rookie driver, Howdy Holmes.
Foyt's lead is a tenuous one. Larry Dixon has now closed to about 7 seconds behind the lead car. Before we broke for commercial, there was a 9 to 10 second advantage. So Dixon appears to have turned the wick up. Perhaps he sees victory inside. He's run a strong race all afternoon, and when he had the lead, he really ran for it, Barney.
Well, that car is capable of winning, as you heard from several people this afternoon that we had talked to about the machine. It is one of Roger Penske's car, very capable of winning, and he may just be pacing himself. There's still a considerable distance to go here this afternoon in the Music 500. A.J. Foyt is the leader. Foyt has been loose all week. He's been very happy this season, very approachable by the press and the fans and people in the garage area. I asked him yesterday, I talked to Foyt, and I asked him if it's still as much fun on the racetrack. We'll probably get that tape going a little bit later because I think you'll find Foyt's answer quite interesting here this afternoon. 152 laps are complete. Foyt is out front, Dixon riding 2nd. Those 2 cars in the lead lap. So A.J. Foyt right now having everything his way here at Pocono this afternoon.
And now the 3rd place car is in trouble. with Tom Bigelow coasting by me here in the third turn. Without power, Bigelow headed for the pit area.
So attrition begins to be the story here at Pocono this afternoon. Here's Bigelow's car down on the apron of the track, limping home, trying to get it onto pit road as the leader, A.J. Foyt, comes sailing out of that number 3 corner and across the stripe to complete 153 laps. And that car continues to just work flawlessly here this afternoon. Mike Joy.
The 150-lap rundown showing A.J. Foyt in the lead and Larry Dixon on the lead lap. 1 lap in arrears is the third-place car. That is Tom Bigelow rolling down pit road right now. In fourth, Howdy Holmes, also 1 lap off the pace. Holmes will now take over the third position. Shown at fifth position in the 150-lap rundown, that would be Cliff Husel, 2 laps behind, as are the sixth-place car, Gary Bettenhausen, and seventh place, Jim McElree. Showing eighth, 6 laps off the pace, is Jerry Sneva. In ninth position, 7 laps in arrears, would be Billy Vukovic, and in the 10th slot would be Dick Simons, 8 laps down.
So attrition continues to take cars out of the competition here this afternoon at Pocono International Raceway with 153 laps completed. Jerry Sneva, we ask him how tough is it to run all day on this racetrack. Foyt comes sailing around the speedway. No problems on his car all day long. He's had a little trouble on that pit stop last time around, and he lost some ground to Danny Ongais. Since that time, Ongais has gone by the wayside and taken the car back to the garage area and out of competition here this afternoon. Pitting his car, number 17, Dick Simon.
Tom Bigelow just coasted into the pits. He apparently ran out of fuel, and he coasted in, and they do have the car refueled and restarted, and he's back out in the running now.
Well,
on the Danny Ongais situation, they think something happened to the engine. It just quit. They don't know what the problem is.
So that's the word from Ned Jarrett on Danny Ongais' car. It has gone back to the garage area, but good news right now for Bigelow as he has gone back into the competition after a strong run here this afternoon. Leader continues to be A.J. Foyt. No problems on that car. And down in turn number 1, Eli Gold, it looks like A.J. has played a waiting game. Although he's run hard and led quite a bit of this race, he has also paced himself.
He has to. Of course, you talk about A.J. running against Danny Ongais. We all know what Ongais is apt to do. The unpredictability, the hard charger. A.J. has got, if nothing else, the experience. He obviously has the equipment to work with. And right now, with the opportunity that's showing to him, the laps are indeed counting down towards the finish. Dixon is challenging, but not overly so. Pretty much a stabilizing situation now as far as the interval between first and second place. So A.J. Foyt says, let's not push it all that much. So was Danny Ongais' engine running so very, very well, purring like a kitten until it expired. A.J. does not want to have the same thing happen to him.
Foyt comes across the stripe, heads back into turn number 1, just cruising down here in the front straightaway. And Ned Jarrett, we speculated a moment ago, or at least 15 or 20 laps ago, there would be at least 2 more pit stops.
Yes, that will be the case, Barney, at least for fuel. Foyt has got exceptionally good tire wear out of his car here this afternoon. He's only changed 2 tires on it, and that was during one of the caution periods.
So they certainly don't want to make a mistake now, any of the crews, and let A.J. run out of fuel. That has happened a couple of times up at Michigan International Speedway and the Norton 200. We've seen A.J. stretch the fuel a little bit far, gamble on it, and end up coasting down the back straightaway to lose the race. Foyt right now in command here at Pocono International Raceway with 156 laps complete in the Music 500. Mike Joy.
Larry Dixon right now running in second spot is about 8 seconds behind the leader, and Dixon could be headed for his biggest payday ever in USAC racing. He could close on Foyt perhaps running at this speed. He was considerably faster in lap times than he is right now, but he knows too that you have to finish. First place here is worth some $75,000. And that's what A.J. Foyt is in line for right now. But Larry Dixon, I think, can sniff a good point of that money, $35,000 to possible second-place payoff. And that is not a bad afternoon's work, Barney.
No, it will not be if he can hang in there. And he is far from being out of it for a shot for a win here this afternoon after one of the finest runs that we have seen him post in the races that we have seen on the Champ Car circuit. A.J. Foyt. He's out front with 157 laps now complete on the board.
We've got smoke showing from the number 46 car, Howdy Holmes, the rookie performer who's done so well. The engine seems to be puffing rather consistently this first time through, and it continues to belch white smoke as it works towards turn number 2.
He is still smoking. We're going to take a look underneath as he goes by to see if he's dropping any oil. Smoke is getting heavier, and he is definitely in trouble as it pours out of the header pipes.
Well, we were just beginning to pick him up now. Yeah, there is a considerable amount of smoke coming from that car of Howdy Holmes, who did such a tremendous job here so far in this race and did a tremendous job at Indianapolis. Howdy Holmes in trouble right now as he comes off of turn number 3, undoubtedly headed for pit road.
Well, what a bad break for Holmes, this young rookie driver who had posted a 7th-place finish at Indianapolis this year. He was the only rookie to make the field up there in the 1979 Indy 500. Here he is, diving onto pit road, whether they'll be able to get the car back into competition. He is signaling with his hands frantically to the crew. Let's go down to Ned Jarrett and see if they're going to get him back in the race.
The engine was running, but very poorly as he came by my position here, Barney, and that smoke continuing to come from it. And the crew is working on it. We'll find out what it is and report back to you.
Okay, they are now working on that machine. Earlier, we had talked to Jerry Sneva about the attrition rate here. An awful lot of cars seem to be in the garage area when the race is over. And I asked Jerry, how tough is it to run all day at Pocono?
Well, the racetrack's a little rough. It's probably one of the rougher racetracks we run on, and it's different, probably just a little harder on equipment, so you really have to be well prepared to start it. I suppose that, the roughness is what caused everybody to drop out.
Well, they have broken a few suspensions here today. We've had some problems on a couple of the wings on the car, and they've cut some tires up in turn number 3 and crashed in that vicinity. But right now, the attrition rate has put behind the wall more than half the field in the Music 500.
And Barney, Howdy Holmes has gotten out of his car. There's oil from underneath it, so it looks like it's terminal for him here today.
Well, what a tough break for this young rookie. He had moved himself into 3rd spot this afternoon, and should be on his way to a large payday this afternoon, and even a shot at a victory should A.J. or Dixon have any problems. We've just completed 160 laps of the Music 500 with 40 laps remaining here this afternoon. A.J. Foyt shows the way. He's just left the vicinity of turn number 1 and heads up to Dave Sutherland.
And he is really flying down through here. It's obvious he's opening the margin up on Dixon more and more as he goes along. For a while it looked like he was just laying back and taking it easy, but he seems to be pushing just a little bit harder now. Dixon is the full back straightaway away from him and is still pushing hard, but just not hard enough.
4th place car pitting at this time, car number 29, has pulled out of pit road. Cliff Husel, the Canadian driver, and he has made a strong run here this afternoon. He's dropped back out of the top 10 a couple of times, but he's always managed to put himself back up in the top 10. He is now showing in 4th position, just 2 laps off the pace.
And Barney, that car was just coasting as it came down pit road. Whether he was out of fuel or something else wrong, we'll have to check that out.
2nd place car, Ned Jarrett is pitting. Car number 80, Larry Dixon, is in the pits, and these should be routine stops.
Yes, for Dixon, definitely should be a scheduled pit stop for him for fuel.
So they continue to work on Dixon's car. They take a look at the tires, check him over, and he probably will make one more pit stop. Would not be able to go the distance here this afternoon. 2nd place machine, and A.J. Foyt is still on the racetrack now. Foyt and Dixon, the only 2 cars in the lead lap. Mike Joy.
Foyt has been getting incredible gas and tire mileage, Barney Hall. They have that figured out to a science. They are restricted, as we said at the top of the broadcast, to how much fuel they can have on hand in the pits to use during the race. Here comes Foyt past the start-finish line. He will lap Larry Dixon in the pits. Ned, it looks to be a lengthy pit stop on Dixon's car. Can you see what they're up to?
We thought it was a scheduled pit stop, Mike. From our vantage point here, we cannot tell what they are doing, but certainly longer than it should have taken to put in fuel.
So there could be some problems on the 2nd place car. A little lengthy stop for Larry Dixon's machine, but A.J. Foyt continues to have everything his way. Now remember, Foyt has already won 3 Champ Car races this year. He has finished 2nd in the Indy 500. Of the 4 races that have been run, he has won 3 and finished 2nd in the other. And he felt like he could win here today. We talked to his car owner yesterday, Jim Gilmore, and I asked Jim, how tough would it be for the team to post their 4th victory here today?
The equipment has a lot to do with that, but the driver, if he's an expert, and if the driver is as mechanically minded and has the capabilities that A.J. has, he also knows how to nurse the car at certain times of the race, when it's hot or cold or weather changes or certain things, and that can hold a car together also.
Foyt is not only a super good race driver, he is a super good engineer. He has built and maintained his own cars for many years. He knows how to put the engines together. He knows how to build the suspension, and he knows what he wants. And he's doing it here this afternoon. As he heads up into turn number 2, the car continues to work just flawlessly here at Pocono. He won the Indy 500 in 65. He won it in 69, in 74, and 75. He's done just about everything in the world of racing that a driver can do. He's won at Daytona, and he'll be going back down there next week or a couple of weeks from now, about 8 or 9 days, for the July 4th Firecracker 400 to try and post his third victory in that one. He's won the Firecracker race twice. We talked to him about that. We'll have his thoughts a little bit later in our broadcast on what he feels his chances will be of beating the best in NASCAR in the Firecracker 400.
One of our sponsors, Barney, Goody's Headache Powder, sponsors a $250 award at every race we broadcast for the driver who suffers the biggest headache during the week of qualifying, preparations, and the race. Here at this Music 500, our MRN broadcast crew does not have a vote, but Eli Gold, if you did, who would be your choice for the Goody's Headache Award?
Well, I'm going to have to look all the way back to the early stages of the race, Mike, and give it to Johnny Parsons. He seemed to have the car working as best he could. The car was running very competitive. He had things going nicely through turn number 2, was making up the ground, and, of course, he was up there among the leaders and was a leader for a while. Of course, things did not pan out for Parsons, but he seemed to have it going well until the misfortune. So let's give this vote to Johnny Parsons.
Dave Sutherland in turn 2. Who's had the biggest headache up there this afternoon?
I think we'd have to give some consideration to Janet Guthrie, who seems to always have a headache when she wants to do so well. A 4th qualifying position in the race and then problems every time she seems to be where she could be in contention. This time it started out as soon as the green dropped.
Bob Jenkins in turn 3. Who's your vote for the Goody's Headache Tough Luck Award?
Well, both of those drivers certainly are deserving of something. I would have to give my vote to Roger McCluskey, who qualified 10th, moved up very, very well in the early stages of the race, and was running 3rd only to have a tire go on him and end up against the wall down here in the 3rd turn. A tough break for Roger McCluskey, one of the veterans out here today. I'm going to have to give my vote to him.
Barney?
Well, I think I'd kind of vote 50-50 if there were a possible way to do that between Janet Guthrie and Roger McCluskey. They both came here prepared to win. McCluskey put on a super performance. Janet just had problems from the end, so I'd have to vote, I guess, for 2 people in that division.
Well, my vote would certainly go to Janet Guthrie. She qualified well. Her spirits were up. She thought she had a good chance to win this race. It all went awry. They almost lost a wheel at the start, and then the car dropped out of the race early. We don't have a vote, and we'll have the results for you later on in this broadcast as to who the press voted the Goody's Headache Award.
From Pocono International Raceway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company. Here at Pocono International Raceway, caution has been displayed to the drivers again at 166 laps, and the report we get, Mike Joy, is what?
Eli Gold had it down in turn 1, Varney. A couple of people, apparently, if you can believe this, ran across the racetrack while the track was under green flag racing. So USAC observers quickly notified the tower and the starter stand, and Dwayne Sweeney has put out the yellow flag once again.
So that will be our 6th caution flag of the afternoon here at Pocono in the Music 500 as we're getting down to the concluding laps. 167 are on the board right now. A.J. Foyt is the leader. He is in a lap all by himself. Larry Dixon maintaining 2nd spot. He is a lap off the pace. And in 3rd position right now, a good run for Gary Bettenhausen as he has worked his way up into 3rd spot. He is 2 laps down to Foyt, the leader. Then in 4th position, driving car number 26, Jim McElreath. We haven't said much about Jim this afternoon, but he has been easing his way up throughout the afternoon also. He is 3 laps off the pace in 4th place. In 5th spot right now is car number 43, Tom Bigelow, and he is also being indicated as 3 laps down to the leader.
After being caught in the pits, showing Tom Bigelow on the 160-lap rundown at 6th spot, he has, of course, moved up a notch. Following Bigelow then in 6th would be car number 81, Jerry Sneva, the Shade Tree Racing Eagle. Running in 7th position then would be Billy Vukovic, the leader card racers, Watson Offenhauser. 8th position occupied by Dick Simon, who lost a wheel earlier, coasted into the pits on 3 points. They refitted that right front wheel, and his Volstead Enterprises Offie is now back in the running. In 9th position would be Al LaQuasto, the American rust-proofing McLaren. He made a lengthy pit stop earlier overheating. They seem to have cured that problem, and he is now in the 9th position. Average speed.
Mike, could I interrupt you for just a second? We're going to have Howdy Holmes here, and he's fixing to go back in the race. Howdy, what happened to the car?
An oil fitting came off and
Okay, an oil fitting came off. They have replaced it, so he's about to go back into the race.
Well, that's good news for Howdy Holmes. After a good run, good strong run for this young rookie driver here this afternoon, he will get the car back into competition, but he's lost considerable laps to the leader.
Ned Jarrett was interviewing Howdy as the car was rolling down the road in the garage. That's why it was a little brief, and they are trying to fire it now. The car is out on pit road. They're trying to get Howdy Holmes back into this event. He was showing as high as 4th position. He's dropped several laps in that change of an oil line in the pits. And, Ned, I don't believe they're able to refire it just yet.
The car has not fired. However, Howdy has not gotten in it. As they pushed it back out on pit road, he has put his headgear on and other safety equipment, but they are having trouble getting the car to fire.
Pocono International Raceway in the Music 500. 168 laps in the record books. 32 laps to run here with A.J. Foyt in command. Larry Dixon, who's had a surprising, superb run all afternoon. Jerry Garrett of Associated Press told you earlier that Dixon is a fine driver if only he had good equipment, and this is a car that Jerry believed had won here earlier, a Penske car that won this race a few years ago, and Dixon, in good equipment, will be able to close up on Foyt under this caution flag. And, Barney, we should have quite a 32-lap run back to the finish line in the checkered flag.
Well, there should be at least another pit stop. They will not be able to take advantage, or at least they could pit under this caution, but it would not be that much of an advantage. We'll check in with Ned Jarrett. They could not go. They would have to go another 32 laps, and they can't make that much.
No, they can't go that far, Barney, but this would be somewhat of a break for A.J. Foyt because he was about due to come in for his regular pit stop. Larry Dixon had already made a lengthy one under the green, and while we're talking here, they do have the Howdy Holmes car fired now, so he'll be back out on the track and in the running.
Well, the safety car has moved out of the speedway to pick up the field here this afternoon in the Music 500. We get down to the concluding laps of it. It's been an exciting race, one of the best races that they have ever held here at Pocono for the championship cars of the United States Auto Club. The safety car with the field in tow. Dixon rides right behind it. A.J. Foyt is in there. Now, he is on the tail end of the lead lap, so to speak. He did get his lap back, but he is on the tail end of the lead lap. Now, Foyt probably will pit under this caution, or whether he's going to try and stretch it, Ned Jarrett, and make just the one final pit stop. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, it's possible that he could stretch it, Barney, but, you know, making a stop under the caution is what everybody likes to do. And a fellow who's another driver who is out of the race is Tony Bittenhausen. Tony, what happened to your car?
Well, something in the gearbox broke on the car.
Looked like you were headed for a pretty good finish out there today.
Yeah, we weren't going real fast, but we were just trying to run all day and go as fast as the car would go.
Tony, you haven't run too much in the championship division.
No, this is the third race, so we were tickled to run as long as we did.
Well, you look mighty good out there. Sorry you had that tough luck.
Thank you, Ned.
One of the famous Bittenhausen brothers out of the race now.
Well, his brother is maintaining a strong run this afternoon, and car number 98, Gary, is showing in third position. Although he is 2 laps down to the leader, he has continued to pick his way toward the front of the pack. This is the 6th caution flag here at Pocono this afternoon. First one came out on lap number 17 for Bob Harkey when he put the car down on the grass in turn 1. Our second caution of the day came out on lap number 65. Dick Simon had trouble in turn number 2, stopped on the grass in that area. The third caution on lap number 75, a violent crash with Eldon Rasmussen, and the report is that he probably has maybe a broken ankle. They have taken him to the local hospital for further observation. So we hope to get a report before we go off the air this afternoon as to Rasmussen's condition. The fourth caution on lap number 87 when Phil Threshy and Jerry Carl had trouble over in turn number 2. The fifth caution of the day on lap 103. Roger McCluskey, who had something break on the car and cut a tire and put him up toward the wall in turn number 3. And the sixth caution flag that we are under right now came out on lap 166 when we had some people run across the racetrack, and the USAC officials quickly dropped caution on the speedway here this afternoon.
11 cars still in the race, Barney. 2 of those are presently being attended to on the pit road as the Jaguar safety car brings the field around once again. The yellow light is still on. It'll be a couple of laps before we get back to racing. The USAC safety crews are doing some work up in turn 3. Let's go to Bob Jenkins and see what they're up to.
There is a piece of debris, it appears, very high on the racetrack that a safety crewman has gone out to retrieve, but I think that's the only situation down here, so that's going to take very short time to correct, and we should be back to green here in just a few laps.
Let's go down to turn 1 and check quickly with Eli Gold and see if the track is clear in his area.
Everything is clear here. The problem that you alluded to earlier about some of the spectators who had gone into some of the restricted area, that of course has been quickly taken care of by the track officials, and we should be set to go. The track itself clear and green and ready to roll.
So we should be going back to green, at least a couple of laps away. 170 laps are complete. 30 laps remaining this afternoon in the Music 500 here at Pocono, Pennsylvania. The next big stop for the NASCAR Tour and the Winston Cup drivers will be at Daytona for the firecracker race. Richard Petty, who broke a long drought down there last July to pick up his first victory in a long time. And we asked Petty over in Michigan the other week if he could win back-to-back at Daytona.
Well, you don't ever know. It's just according to how our luck is. I just hope I didn't use it all up in February, because we did use up a lot of good luck down there to win the race. But we feel like that going back in July, we know a little bit more about the track. Everybody does, naturally, from that standpoint. But we feel like we know more about our car and, from that standpoint, I think it's going to help us. But it's really hard to say. If we go down there and it happens to be our day and stuff, then we can put them back to back. But
that's the thoughts of Richard Petty. Safety car getting ready to come onto the apron of the track and dive into the pits as we're going back to green here at Pocono in the Music 500. And the safety car may get past as he comes out of turn number 4, and he will as the field comes back up to full throttle. Leading across the stripe, although he is on the tail end of the lead lap, is car number 80, A.J. Foyt, is out front. Foyt heads off into turn number 1, and trying to make up time right now on him is Larry Dixon. They're back in 1.
Dixon, of course, trying to set sail and get back around to chase A.J. Foyt. Meanwhile, A.J., who still has things turned up, the wick is burning nicely. He takes that similar low groove. The groove is not varied at all here in turn number 1 as A.J. goes out near the outside retaining wall and scoots down along Pond straightaway.
Larry Dixon comes through the turn. He's got a long way to go to stay ahead of A.J. Foyt. Foyt, who's been running so smoothly through this turn after he found that groove during the time trials, has been running smoothly through it now, and Dixon is going to try to stay well ahead of him.
And A.J. Foyt just sitting back now and waiting for the next 30 or so laps to tick off, and he can take the checkered flag. The car is working well at this point as he heads to the straightaway.
Dixon is making up a little ground on the leader now. He is in the same lap, but he's in front of A.J. Foyt on the tail end of the lead lap, but he is pulling away just a little bit.
And Barney, let's update the folks and say that A.J. Foyt did make a pit stop. He was coming in just as the caution flag was coming out. And so with Dixon having made his stop completely under the green, Foyt did get a little bit of advantage of the caution, and that's why Dixon is back in the same lap with him.
Pocono International Raceway, the Music 500 coming down to a conclusion here this afternoon. It has been cloudy most of the day. The sun popped out for just a few moments, and extremely cool in the Poconos here this afternoon. Leader right now, A.J. Foyt, and directly ahead of him, trying to make up some ground in the lead lap, but ahead of Foyt right now is Dixon, and he is beginning to pull away and stretching it just a little bit. There will be one final pit stop in this race this afternoon. Now, your third place car is Gary Bettenhausen. He is 2 laps off the pace of A.J. Foyt. Back in 4th position, driving car number 26, Jim McElreath, showing 3 laps down, and in 5th position in car number 43 is Tom Bigelow. He is also 3 laps behind. Mike Joy.
Larry Dixon really has the wick turned up, Barney, and this is no time to be concerned about fuel mileage when you're trying to stay out in front of the leader and on the lead lap should anything happen. Dixon comes down into turn number 3 in this Penske machine that Jerry Garrett talked to us about earlier, a car that apparently has won this race before, and Dixon has it humming to perfection. This is the best I've ever seen him run on a long speedway, such as here at Pocono. Here comes Foyt to the line. We'll check the interval for you. And indeed, Larry Dixon seems to be pulling away, but only fractionally over A.J. Foyt. He's on the lead lap in 2nd place.
As he heads off into turn number 1, he does not appear to have cut back at all in the throttle. He's still running full bore, Eli Gold.
Right, Dixon is. A.J. Foyt might have possibly backed off just a shade here as he works down in the last 30 laps or so. But again, Dixon has clear sailing with the field being what it is now and the attrition rate being so great. Dixon has clear sailing, nobody in front, no race traffic to contend with, and he says might as well throw all caution to the wind here in the waning moments.
Car continues to just work flawlessly. Foyt's had no problem on any part of the racetrack this afternoon in front of Dave Sutherland. He has a super groove through there, Dave.
He has picked it. He's got it where he wants it, and he just keeps on using it. Dixon's pretty much known what that one is, too, having followed Foyt through there several times. But it's not doing him any good. If Dixon wants to pick up some ground, he's got to really pick it up to stay in that same lap. And I would say when you're coming up to pit stop time, if you were Larry Dixon, what would you do to ensure that you stayed in 2nd place and on the same lap as A.J. Foyt the way Foyt is running today?
Well, Foyt has not had any weak spots on the speedway to speak of this afternoon, but perhaps his weakest point, if that is the case, would be up in turn number 3. We saw him get past a couple of times in the vicinity of Bob Jenkins.
Well, A.J. has been able to maneuver the car in virtually every place on this 3rd turn. He's been able to pass high, been able to pass low. And I'm sure that he is well aware that the car directly in front of him is the 2nd place car. And as long as he can see that car, he's going to stay just where he is and continue on at a rather, well, substantial pace, but not pushing the car in any manner. What we have to think of, though, is the possibility of a yellow light. Not for an accident, let's hope, but let's say for a stalled car, a piece of debris on the track. The pace car would come out ahead of A.J. Foyt, and that would allow Larry Dixon to make up the lap, so that's something we'll want to watch for.
Well, that could change the whole complexion of the race so very, very quickly. But right now, it's all Foyt's way here this afternoon with 177 laps complete in the Music 500. We're talking in a lengthy conversation yesterday with A.J. Foyt in the garage area about almost anything you wanted to talk about. He was so receptive yesterday at the Speedway. And he asked me about David Pearson quitting, and we had a conversation about Pearson quitting the Wood Brothers and leaving and not running any Grand National races. And I asked A.J., I said, you know, David is getting up probably in the same age group you are, and he might have felt like he should have quit, and he might not. I don't know. But I asked A.J., do you ever think about quitting? Does it ever enter your mind?
Well, I think what happens, I think when your eyesight and things like that start leaving you, you know, and your reactions start slowing down, and I've always said that when your eyesight gets bad, it's when your reactions slow down, then a man should quit. I don't know. You know, when I more or less started driving on the Chevrolet team, you know, and I was driving for Wood Brothers, which were very good friends, and David took the car after that. I think at that time people were talking about David was ready to retire at that time. Well, he got in with Wood Brothers, and he got all pumped up, and they was winning a lot of races, and everything was going fine. And then when you get into a slump, maybe like David's had or I have, and if you're at the age that we are now, it really does come back to your mind, well, maybe I should get out. Maybe it's me. And I think maybe David really was wanting out. It's only reading this split because David's such a fine race driver and does such a fine job in the Wood Brothers. And, you know, I don't know really what happened, but when you get in a slump like that, I know if I get in a slump like that, I'm about ready to do it. And if I get in a slump like that again, it's very possible I'll just, you know, throw it up and say that's it.
Well, he's not saying that's it here this afternoon. A.J. Foyt with 20 laps coming up to go in the Music 500 at Pocono International Raceway. It's Foyt out front and on the lead lap with him, but considerable distance behind right now. In car number 80 is Larry Dixon.
Dixon, though, Barney, is picking up about half a second a lap on A.J. Foyt. The gap now stands at 7 seconds between Dixon and Foyt. Dixon on the tail end of the lead lap, though, is making up ground. The question becomes when pit stops will be made, the final pit stop. I don't believe, Ned Jarrett, that any of these drivers can go the distance from here.
I don't think they can either, Mike Joy. In fact, the fifth place car, Tom Bigelow, just made a pit stop. He has not been getting quite as good a fuel mileage here this afternoon. As we reported earlier, he actually ran out on one stop, but he has made what should be his last one. But I believe that we'll see Dixon, and Dixon will probably have to come in within the next 5 to 8 laps. Foyt should be able to go down to when there's only 5 to 8 laps to go. While I have the mic, I should also say that Cliff Husel has had to park his number 29. He got as far up as 4th position one time, but he burned a piston in it, so he's out of the race now in the garage area.
The ballots are in here at Pocono from the press box on the Goody's Headache Award. Goody's Headache Powder awards $250 to the driver who experiences the biggest headache in the running of the Music 500, and that has gone to Eldon Rasmussen, who on the 75th lap hit the wall in the first turn. He is at the hospital being treated for a broken ankle and possible broken ribs, but he is otherwise all right.
Well, A.J. Foyt flashes across the stripe, and as he does, the second-place car has pitted. Let's go down to Ned Jarrett.
We suspected he would have to come in because it had been longer since he pitted. He did not pit during that caution period so that he could stay in the same lap, knowing that he only had to stop one more time, but he's in right now, taking on that fuel that should get him to the end of the race.
So Larry Dixon pits his car, and he will be able to go the distance right now. 181 laps are complete in the Music 500. 19 laps remaining here this afternoon. Foyt heads out of turn number 2 and around the speedway. Now, he will have to make one more pit stop, but right now, if he can hang it all together and have no problems, it looks like A.J. Foyt can win his 4th race of the year here at Pocono this afternoon. Now, the second-place car has made his final pit stop, Larry Dixon. He has gone a lap down again to A.J. Foyt, but Foyt must make one more stop.
USAC Timing and Scoring doing a fine job this afternoon, keeping us abreast here in the broadcast booth of the rundowns. At 180 laps, A.J. Foyt led Larry Dixon. They were on the same lap at that point. Running in 3rd position, 2 laps off the pace, was Gary Bettenhausen. In 4th, 3 laps down to the leader, was Jim McElreath. 5th place car was 4 laps off the pace. That was Tom Bigelow. Riding in 6th position was Jerry Sneva, 8 laps down to the leader. 7th was Dick Simon, 10 laps in arrears. 8th was held down by Bill Vukovic, also 10 laps down, as was Howdy Holmes. All 3 of those cars.
Trouble up in turn number 3. One car on fire.
And contact with the wall. The car did display some flame in the rear end. That is car number 98, driven by Gary Bettenhausen. Considerable debris has been thrown up on the racetrack. Bettenhausen making contact with the wall. He is climbing out of the vehicle, however, and appears to be okay. The car lost control as he came into turn number 3 with fire coming from the rear end of the car. He was unable to gain control of it, and it did hit the wall. We'll be back in just a minute with further observation.
Well, that caution flag we were talking about has been brought out by another accident here at Pocono this afternoon. Gary Bettenhausen, with flame trailing from the car for almost 800 feet, slammed into the wall up in turn number 3. The report is he is now out of the car, and the safety crews are on the scene putting the chemical on the machine to put the fire out in the machine. Let's go back to turn 3.
Really can't speculate on what happened, whether it was an engine that let go or what exactly caused the fire, but there was considerable smoke and fire coming from the car as it came past us here. At that point, the car was sideways, and as we indicated, Bettenhausen was unable to gather it in and get control before it did strike the outer retaining wall on the right side of the car. Not hard by any means, but there was considerable damage to the car. It then continued on to slide for probably another 200 feet or so before it came to rest. Bettenhausen immediately unstrapped the safety harness and climbed out of the vehicle. He appears to be okay. There is considerable debris on the racetrack. A lot of grass and dirt has been thrown up in the groove area here, so we could be down for a while.
185 laps are complete as the safety crews are on the scene up in turn number 3 when Gary Bettenhausen slammed into the wall. A scary moment for this young driver up in turn number 3, but he is out of the car and apparently all right. Now, we should see the last rash of pit stops. Ned Jarrett, there are 15 laps remaining in this race, and Ned would be making his way up pit road to check and see if indeed Foyt will come in under this caution flag. Now, whether he will or not, we'll have to wait and see, but it would certainly be good smarts on his part to do it, and it's not going to allow Larry Dixon to make up the lap, Mike Joy.
No, luck was not with Dixon as he pitted just prior to the caution flag and got caught a lap down. Foyt passed him in the pits again. Dixon is 1 lap down, and now that the caution is out, he will go back on the speedway a lap in arrears to the leader. That is a tough break for Dixon, who's driven a fine race this afternoon.
Well, it's just the fortunes of racing. Sometimes the caution flag can make it or break it for you, and sometimes it can hurt you, sometimes it can help you. But in the case this afternoon, Dixon had stayed out there as long as he dared, I guess, because the fuel had to be getting low, as Ned Jarrett pointed out to us a moment ago, and he made his stop about 3 or 4 laps early. Here comes the safety car through the turn 3 area. The safety crews are all over the track in that vicinity, and diving onto pit road, A.J. Foyt behind the car will make his pit stop at this time. We'll keep our eye on Foyt to see what they do to the car. He brings it down into the pits. Let's go to Ned Jarrett.
I suspect they'll only take on fuel, Barney. They, of course, will check the tires to be sure that everything is okay. But he's been getting exceptionally good tire wear here this afternoon, and with not too many laps remaining, less than 15, I expect they'll just take on the fuel.
They just barely topped the tank on Foyt's car. He is in there less than 4 seconds as they hitch the hose to the machine. They check the tires. As Ned Jarrett reported, he goes right back onto the speedway. So A.J. has made his final pit stop, should be able to go the distance with no problem here this afternoon. We're indicating 185 laps complete with 15 laps to go. Eli Gold, the field has dwindled down now. How many cars are running as they pass you?
At this point, we see the 6 cars, or I should say the 5 cars, trailing the pace car. And that, of course, the attrition rate we've talked about. These cars going 500 miles, of course, it's not the often time when these cars go 500. They got the race at Indy, of course, here in the one instance out west. Usually the USAC cars, the Champ cars, go the 200-mile events, as we'll be seeing up in Michigan on the 15th of July. So the attrition rate is strong right now as some of the rest of the pack catches up. 4 more come along. So we show 9 in running order right now.
9 cars are running, looking all around the speedway. A couple that have been in and out for pit stops. Nick Simon lost a wheel early. He is still in the chase. Howdy Holmes had some problems with an oil line earlier, and he is back out on the racetrack.
So attrition has been the story here at Pocono this afternoon. It has been one of the best races that they have ever run on this particular speedway. The Champ cars, they've had good competition all day, although the field is now dwindled down, and they have lost a great number of cars. A.J. Foyt having everything go his way today. He's drove a superb race. He's paced himself when he needed to, and he's raced hard when he's needed to. When we talked to Foyt about going back to Daytona, he feels like he's due to win in a stock car again at Daytona International Speedway for the Firecracker 400, and I asked him, did he really think he could do it again?
Well, I think we are. I mean, it's hard just to come in 1 or 2 races a year and be very competitive with the NASCAR guys because they run every week, and, I mean, they're just a tough bunch to beat, but I think we will run fairly good down there, and the biggest thing, you know, their races like anywhere else, you got to be there the last lap.
A.J. told me that he felt like he even should have won the Daytona 500 in February. He had backed out of the throttle a little bit when traffic began to bunch going out of the back straightaway on the final lap, and then the accident happened between Cale Yarborough and Donnie Allison, and the thing that happened on the end of that final lap, Foyt had dropped out of the throttle just a little bit, and he would have had a chance to run at Richard Petty and Darrell Waltrip. So he's certainly looking forward to getting down to the Firecracker 400 on July 4th. Still under caution here at Pocono International Raceway. The safety crews appeared to have finished most of their work up in the Turn 3 area. For a report on that, let's go to Bob Jenkins.
Yeah, they have left this vicinity. It was an extensive cleanup period. Not only were there a lot of grass and dirt thrown up onto the track, but also a considerable amount of liquid that came from the car when it did make contact with the wall. So they had to put down the oil dry and work it in a bit. They are free from this area right now. The field moves by us. The pace car is still with its yellow light on, so it will be at least one more lap. We should be back to racing for the final 10 laps of this race very soon.
Well, as the pace car brings them through the Turn 3 area, it appears to be clear there, and they will definitely take one more lap before they turn them loose to the conclusion of the Music 500 here at Pocono this afternoon. Safety car with a field in tow brings them across the stripe, and we'll take a check and see how many cars are still running, and it appears to be that there will be 8 cars trailing the safety car as they go across the stripe. So attrition this afternoon has really eliminated drivers here at Pocono.
The 9th car that was running a moment ago was Tom Bigelow. He is back on pit road, and the report is that he has broken a radiator in that car.
Janet Guthrie, who fell out of the race a little bit earlier this afternoon, we were talking to her yesterday, and I asked her, what does it take to finish here?
Well, for one thing, it takes a car that isn't going to crumble into little pieces on the roughness of the racetrack. Even though the fix of the big bump in Turn 2 is a very great improvement, it's still rough going into Turn 2, and it's rough in Turn 1. And that takes a pretty strong machine to stand up to the pounding.
So 7 caution flags here this afternoon at the Music 500 at Pocono International Raceway, one of the most unique racetracks in the nation. We're coming up 189 laps and should be getting ready to go back to green this time around. The safety car beginning to pull away a little bit from the field as they have left Turn 1 and are beginning to move over to Dave Sutherland in Turn 2.
Well, it's going to be Larry Dixon, of course, trying to stay on the same lap with the lead car, which is right now 4 cars behind him. Dixon will turn the wick up. I'm sure that A.J. Foyt will conserve the car and just stay in there. He knows he's got it won. Dixon's going to have to go a long way in a very short period of time to catch up to him to put on a real serious challenge.
Well, Dixon, who didn't have a bad finish here the last time they were at Pocono last year for this particular race, he started 14th and he finished 5th. So right now he's moved himself into 2nd position. He was 4 laps down to the leader last year in the race here at Pocono. And right now he is in the lap with A.J. Foyt. And should anything happen to Foyt's car, he's in a good position to win it. Here they come out of turn number 3. Up to full bore as they come across the start-finish line, and green flag is waving to the field as we get down to 10 laps to go. This afternoon of the Music 400, they head down to Eli Gold.
Again, Larry Dixon anticipating that restart. He jumps out ahead to a healthy advantage, but again, he is trying to get himself back. He's on the same lap with the leader, but he's certainly just about an entire lap down. A.J. Foyt now, he is making no attempt to pass any of the race traffic. He was starting 4 cars back on the restart. He has turned it down. He's going to conserve the car, and he heads to turn 2 in that manner.
Larry Dixon has a wick turned all the way up. A.J. Foyt now goes by a 1-lap car, and he's just going to coast along. He's not even trying for a smooth, he is taking a smooth line through the turn, but not the kind of line you need to take to make up ground.
With this recent yellow, it means that the cars have enough fuel now to finish the race, and those that are running in the pack will be going as hard as they can trying to make up another position. The exception to that would be A.J. Foyt, who will just cool it from here on.
Well, hold the phone. This one is not over yet. Larry Dixon has punched the button. He has enough fuel, and he is flat going for it. He's opened up 6 seconds on A.J. Foyt as they head down into turn 1, and Eli looks like Dixon is running that car for all he's worth.
He is, and indeed, A.J. Foyt right now seems to be picking up the pace just a bit. We commented earlier that A.J. was even able to see with the naked eye that he had dropped off the pace so quickly. Now, again, he seems to pick up the pace just a bit. Doesn't like the way Dixon is sprinting away.
It appears as though Dixon is taking the quickest route through the turn. A.J. Foyt, about a half a groove higher in the turn, is not taking the quickest route through the turn, so he may be just relying on his own skills as a driver to keep himself within eyesight of Dixon.
Foyt is no dumb driver. You know that he knows exactly where the second position car is and will keep that in mind in the final 10 laps.
Dixon heads off into turn number 1 in desperation, trying to close the gap on A.J. Foyt. He has an awful long way to go, but he is stretching it.
Dixon is picking up a second a lap on A.J. Foyt. At the speeds they're running, it's now 7 seconds separate them. It's about 51 seconds around this track, but Larry Dixon has got to get some kind of award for charging out here this afternoon. But for the timing of that caution flag, he could have been in position to win this race from A.J. Foyt. Barney?
He is almost the distance of the Long Pond straightaway, which is about 3,700 feet as he heads out of turn number 2 and up to turn 3. A.J. Foyt eases up into the number 2 corner. And Dave Sutherland, A.J. does not seem to be having backed off that much even yet.
Not really. He's just not going as low in the turn as Dixon is. He just got passed by someone.
A.J. is slowing down a little bit up in turn number 3 as he comes around. He is still running strong, but he is far off the pace from what he was running a moment ago. We'll check him as he comes across the start-finish line to see if there's any smoke or anything coming out of the car. But A.J. is definitely slowing, Mike Joy, as he comes across the stripe.
One car went by him, and Larry Dixon is now 10 seconds past A.J. Foyt. He's got to make up about 40 seconds. That's almost impossible to do in 7 laps unless something happens. But why is Foyt slowing?
A.J. sounds strong as he works through the turn. Again, Dixon had the left wheels in the grassy area. He is really straightening out the turn as much as he can. A.J. was going a bit of a higher groove through the turn, but again, he sounded strong going through number 1 corner.
Let's follow him around the speedway. He lost a lot of ground. He's over in front of Dave Sutherland.
And he is still taking it easy. The man who's going way ahead of him is Howdy Holmes, who passed him the last time around, and Holmes is opening up a big margin on him.
It's just a situation where Foyt, I think, is cooling it. With only 7 laps to go, he doesn't want to make any mistakes. He doesn't want to get caught in a situation where he will lose this thing. He's just taking it easy and seeing what happens here in the final stages.
But don't tell Larry Dixon that. He has got it. He is 12 seconds past A.J. Foyt. 6 laps to go on the countdown on the board as Foyt shuffles off down into turn number 1. There is no let-up from Lightning Larry Dixon, who has won 57 USAC sprint races, 3 national championships, as we look down on the Long Pond straightaway where A.J. Foyt heads toward turn number 2 and Dave Sutherland.
Well, Larry Dixon just went by, and he certainly is opening a margin up. He has that wick turned up about as high as it's going to go, and he's going to soak every bit of fuel out of the car as the Gilmore automobile, again, doesn't take a deep line, but just carefully goes through the turns. It's certainly going to be a cautious finish for A.J. Foyt.
Well, Larry Dixon, without doubt, has driven probably the best race that he has ever driven as far as a championship car is concerned. He knows that he has second place wrapped up, and he, too, is very happy at this point, finishing that well in this Music 500.
5 laps to go for A.J. Foyt as he comes across the start-finish line this time. 5 to go for Foyt here at Pocono, Pennsylvania, one of the nation's toughest racetrack, a unique racetrack, 3 distinct turns. If you set up to handle it good in one of those corners, then you sacrifice how you get through the other 2. But this afternoon, Foyt has had it all his way. Good pit stops for the driver from Houston, Texas. He's a 2-time winner here at Pocono on this particular speedway. He won in 1973 and 1975. Last year, he finished in 8th position. But if he can hang it all together, he's going to pull out a victory here this afternoon to make it 4 for the 1979 USAC season. 195 laps are down. Can he hang it all together? Meanwhile, Larry Dixon, he has it just as flat as he can get it all the way around the speedway. Nothing to lose for Dixon. He's in second position right now. He has 3 laps on the third-place car. He is in the lap with the leader, and he's trying to get as much separation between himself and Foyt as he can to gain ground on him should Foyt have some mechanical problems toward the end of the race.
He continues to open up that margin between himself and A.J. Foyt. It stands at 15 seconds, but Barney, that's still 35 seconds to the disadvantage that Dixon stands from A.J. Foyt with just a handful of laps to go.
Foyt works his way around the speedway, and right now the car continues to work flawlessly, and apparently Foyt has come out of the throttle. Slowed his pace a little bit here this afternoon now because he is in good shape. He realizes how far Larry Dixon would have to go to make up the deficit between himself and A.J. right now. With 196 laps showing on the board, when they come back across the stripe this time, there will be 3 laps to go. Second place car is on pit road, and Mike Joy, it appears that they are checking for fuel. They looked at the tires on the car, and he is still in there.
It wouldn't be fuel, Barney. He made a pit stop under green just before the last caution. He should have enough fuel to go the distance. They are still continuing to work on the car. Dixon has completed 197 laps to the leader's 198. The worst he could finish at this point would be the 3rd position, but they've not gotten him out of the pits yet.
Car continues to rest on pit road, and what a tough break for Larry Dixon after probably one of the best runs in his career here this afternoon at Pocono. 198 laps are complete. A.J. Foyt just continues to work his way around the speedway.
Meanwhile, here in turn 1, Barney, the 86 car, that's Al LaQuasto out of Easton, Pennsylvania, finally limping to somewhat of a distasteful finish as he just does limp through turn number 1.
Here comes Foyt out of the number 3 corner and back across the start-finish line. This time, A.J. has some lap traffic ahead, and as he comes across the line, white flag for A.J. Foyt as he eases off down in the number 1 corner. Let's follow him around on this victory lap. Eli Gold.
You talk about the veteran A.J. Foyt, the man who means champ car racing to a lot of people. Takes that familiar low line, that bright red Gilmore automobile, exits turn number 1. He certainly is backed off the wick, but why not? Just about 2 miles remaining to the checkered flag. A.J. Foyt heads to turn number 2, and Dave Sutherland.
And, of course, this is the turn that A.J. Foyt used to give him that 1/10 of a second, 100th of a second advantage to earn the pole for this afternoon's event. He's earned the pole, and he's certainly earned a victory that he had to fight very hard for early in the race, and now he's just coasting down to pick up the checkered flag.
With the exception of the Indianapolis 500-mile race that was won by Rick Mears, A.J. Foyt has won all USAC championship races this year. He goes by me right now, out of turn number 3, headed for the checkered flag here in the Music 500.
Ladies and gentlemen, here comes A.J. Foyt of Houston, Texas, across the stripe, checkered flag for A.J. Foyt, and he will win the Music 500 here at Pocono, Pennsylvania this afternoon.
The 1979 Music 500 is history. The winner is A.J. Foyt. Now here's some current news involving you. More and more, you're buying gasoline according to price rather than brand. There's nothing wrong with that if you know what you're getting. But millions of gallons of gasoline are sold daily without enough detergent additive to keep your carburetor as clean as it could be. New STP gas treatment improves the cleaning power of gasolines, leaded or unleaded. Pour a can of new STP gas treatment in with a full tank of gas, and it goes to work cleaning the carburetor. New STP gas treatment helps keep carburetors clean, too. New STP gas treatment also helps fight rust in the fuel system and helps keep intake valves and intake manifolds clean. So the next time you pump in the gas, dump in a can of new STP gas treatment, because if you want to be sure these days, you've got to do it yourself.
Well, it's history right now here at Pocono International Speedway, and this huge throng that's turned out today for the Music 500, the USAC Champ Car Division today, have seen A.J. Foyt just almost wear out the field. Foyt drove a brilliant race. As we said earlier, he paced himself when he needed to, and he ran full bore when he needed to. But he's going to bring it home victorious. Ned Jarrett is standing by in victory lane to talk with him when they pull the car in there momentarily. Let's give you the top 4 finishers. A.J. winning the race, finishing second despite a late pit stop here this afternoon. Larry Dixon will come home in second spot. Finishing third, Jim McElreath. And your 4th place finisher right now will go to Tom Bigelow. And we'll give you a little further rundown on the Simonized World Racing scoreboard this afternoon. We're waiting for A.J. Foyt as he takes his final lap around the track here this afternoon, and we'll be heading down to victory lane. And Ned Jarrett, he earned this one today.
Yes, he did, Barney. Even though he had a big margin at the end, it was no easy victory for him because he had to fight hard, especially those first 400 miles.
So we're still waiting for A.J. to make his appearance on pit road as the field of about 8 cars running at the end today out of the starting field of 25. Attrition took out a great number of the competitors here today as A.J. works his way out of the number 3 corner and will come down onto pit road, pick up his crew, and head into victory lane. Ned Jarrett will be standing by to talk with him. You'll hear all the racing results from around the nation this weekend on the Simonized World Racing scoreboard here momentarily after we conclude the ceremonies with A.J. down in victory lane. As the throng begins together, A.J. Foyt heads into victory lane and Ned Jarrett.
And one happy person already here is Jim Gilmore. Jim, congratulations on a fine run there today.
Oh, thank you very much. Look at AJ, he's done a swell job.
Well, he pulled that Gilmore special number 14 into... He's making some sort of motions to his guys that he needs for them to cut the engine off or roll him back a little bit. He's not sure what he knows what he wants, but they don't know what he wants. These cars are so low that it won't go up into the regular position here in victory lane, so they had to back it off the grass. We'll wait for AJ to get his safety equipment unbuckled. He's a very happy fellow and a very hard race that he's run here today.
Yeah, this will be his 65th career win in the Champ Car Division for USAC. He has picked up 3 victories this year. This makes his 4th as he rolls up to you.
And every time that he wins another race, he's setting another record because that's by far more than any other driver has ever won. And it looks like that he's well on his way to his 7th national championship. AJ, congratulations on a fine run.
I didn't hear you, Judd.
Well, I said congratulations. I'll tell you, you had a big margin at the end, but it was not an easy victory for you.
No, it really wasn't. We had to race all day very hard. There was a couple guys jumped up and
ran like a bear there, 15 or 20 laps, and we just kept our same pace going, kind of like the Wood brothers, and at the end of the day, we were right there.
Were you surprised at Dixon and some of the other fellows that ran up there, Parsons there early in the race?
Well, I was running a higher gear in fourth gear, and you can see the tach sitting at 10. When I wanted to race them, I could go to third gear, but I feel that these things run awful good and they're fragile, so we're just trying to keep it together all day and race at the end.
AJ will give you a good send-off to go to Daytona next week.
Well, I hope so, yeah.
How do you see that race? Now you'll be changing to a 3,700-pound car.
It's going to be tough.
Okay, that pretty well sums it up.
A very happy A.J. Foyt here at Pocono, Pennsylvania this afternoon has picked up the victory in the Music 500. From Pocono International Raceway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
It's time for the Simonized World Racing Scoreboard, with racing results from around America and abroad. The Simonized World Racing Scoreboard is brought to you by the Simonized Shine. There are shines, and there are Simonized shines. Today's Simonized Liquid and Simonized Pre-Soft are two simple ways to get a great Simonized shine. For today's report, here's Jack Arute. Jack Arute has the weekend off. This is Mike Joy with the Simonized World Racing Scoreboard. Earlier this afternoon here at Pocono International Raceway, Ron Gregg drove a Ralt open-wheel Volkswagen-powered machine to victory in the USAC Mini Indy Series race, 100-kilometer race. Took home $2,600 for the win in a finish that saw three cars literally cross the checkered flag under a blanket. Dennis Firestone, who started second, finished second in a march. Gary Bettenhausen, the pole sitter, finished third. Jeff Brabham, second-generation driver, son of the driver and car builder Jack Brabham, three-time world champion who brought the first rear-engine car to Indianapolis. Brabham wound up fourth with Bill Cruz fifth in an Argo machine. Up north in modified country in New England and upstate New York, National NASCAR modified champion Richie Evans is from Rome, New York. They call him the Rapid Roman, and John McMullen explains why.
Richie Evans scored a hat trick on the NASCAR Winston Racing Series modified circuit to highlight this week's action. Last Wednesday at the New Egypt, New Jersey Speedway, Evans from Rome, New York, started the week out by winning the 35-lap feature, taking the lead on the 9th lap after starting in the 8th position in the 20-car field. Jerry Cook took second ahead of Freddie Harback, while Wayne Anderson and Tom McCann rounded out the top five. Friday at the Spencer Speedway in Williamson, New York, their racing fell victim to the rain. But down in Connecticut at the Stafford Motor Speedway, 1978 Winston Racing Series champion Jeff Bodine saw his homecoming spoiled as Richie Evans retook the lead from Bodine on the 25th circuit after being caught behind a lap car. Bodine and the Lee Allard Pinto hung on for second with Jerry Cook, Brian Ross, and Carl Bug Stevens completing the top five. Saturday at the Islip, New York Speedway, Greg Sachs bested the 20-car field in a 50-lap double points event. Freddie Harback was second ahead of Charlie Jazombek. At Riverside Park Speedway in Agawam, Mass., Evans scored his third win of the week in 28th and 37 starts in the Winston 100. Jerry Cook again was second, with Stan Greger, Ray Miller, Billy Greco rounding out the top five cars. There was no report from the Shangri-La Speedway in Oswego, New York. For MRN Broadcasting, this is John McMullen reporting.
George Kent, the winner up at Oswego, New York, Shangri-La. Wayne Edwards was second, and Gail Barber finished in the third position. Down south, Jack Terry from the Carolinas sends us this report.
Weekend action in the Tar Heel State began Friday night at the Asheville Motor Speedway as Tommy Houston in a Ford again took the checkered flag. Bob Presley was second, Jack Ingram third, Butch Lindley fourth, and Kerry Buttenhammer fifth. In Saturday night action, Hickory Speedway was drenched again by rain for the second straight week. At Carraway Speedway, Sam Art picked up his sixth win of the season there, with Monk Tate second, Morgan Shepherd third, Jimmy Hensley fourth, and Steve Jarvis fifth. Kyle Petty, who was making his late model sportsman debut, had to park his Nova on the 18th lap after being involved in an entanglement on the speedway. Kyle said that he was delighted to be driving at Carraway and would return there again on July the 7th for another 100-lapper. At Bowman Gray Stadium, Paul Radford and Philip Smith each won 25-lap modified events. This is Jack Terry in North Carolina reporting for Simonized.
Franklin County Speedway was rained out Friday night, and at Southside, Bill Dennis, the late model winner, he beat Ray Hendrick and Sonny Hutchins. It seems the veterans just continue to get around that speedway, and there's some great action there as well. A.J. Foyt has won the Pocono USAC Music 500, completing the 200 laps at an average speed of 134.995 miles per hour. In one of the most competitive Champ Car races we've seen, there were 17 lead changes among 7 drivers. Foyt led the race 6 times, a total of 127 laps, and added $5,000 to his winning from True Value hardware stores as the race's pace setter. He led the last 53 laps despite a spirited drive from Larry Dixon. Jim McElreath ended up in the second position. McElreath, veteran driver, was 2 laps in arrears. Dixon finished the race in the pits, completing 197 laps. He was third. Jerry Snevo drove a steady, controlled race all afternoon. He started 24th and wound up 4th, with Dick Simon finishing in the 5th position. Billy Vukovic with 6th, rookie driver Howdy Holmes 7th, Tom Bigelow 8th, Gary Bettenhausen 9th, Al LaQuasto was 10th. Cliff Husel was credited with 11th position. The following cars were not running at the end of the race. Danny Ungaius was 12th, Tony Bettenhausen 13th, Roger McCluskey 14th, 15th to Sheldon Kinzer, 16th to Phil Threshy, 17th to Jerry Carl, 18th to John Martin, Janet Guthrie, 19th position. Eldon Rasmussen finished 20th, 21st with Johnny Parsons, 22nd, Dwayne Pancho Carter, 23rd finishing position was Frank Weiss, 24th to Bob Harkey, and one driver did not complete a lap, did not start the race. In fact, that was George Snyder, credited with 25th finishing position.
The Music 500 being won, of course, by A.J. Foyt. A special thanks to our turn reporters, Eli Gold, Dave Sutherland, and Bob Jenkins. Reporter in the pits, Ned Jarrett, this afternoon. And a special thanks to scoring and communication here in the tower with us, Fred Krantz, our pit runner, Scuff Acuff, and to AP Motorsports editor, Jerry Garrett. And Mike Joy, I think we need to say a special thanks to USAC Timing and Scoring. They did an excellent job of keeping us posted all day on the field here and how they were running.
Tremendous job, Barney Hall, of keeping us abreast all afternoon. We were able to stay right on top of things in this very, very competitive 500-mile race.
Well, our next stop will be Daytona International Speedway for the Firecracker 400. We hope you'll join us then. For Mike Joy, this is Barney Hall saying so long from Pocono, Pennsylvania.
From Pocono International Raceway in Pocono, Pennsylvania, this has been the MRN Broadcasting Company's coverage of the Pocono USAC Music 500. The executive producer of MRN Broadcasting is Jack Arute. Associate producer Mike Joy. Chief engineer Harry Howard. Director of Station Relations Mary Norman. Director John McMullen. All personnel are employees overpaid by the MRN Broadcasting Company. Stay tuned to most of these stations for the broadcast of the 21st Annual Firecracker 400 from Daytona International Speedway on Wednesday, July 4th. This broadcast was a presentation of the MRN Broadcasting Company, a division of International Speedway Corporation.